a program called Reconnecting Communities. He's just had a chance to be on our rapid bus transit as we left downtown Birmingham, went through Avondale, and now ended up here in Woodlawn. I think you would agree, Secretary Pete, that we have a lot going on in this great city and in the communities that we represent. What we
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Josh Breslow. It is 5:03 in the morning if you're joining us over on the East Coast, and we got a lot to get to, so I want to get right to your top stories this morning. We start with the latest on two major decisions this week by the U.S. Supreme Court. Climate change activists call it a devastating setback toward fighting greenhouse gas emissions, and some are praising the decision. Fox's Kevin Cork takes a closer look for us.
The Supreme Court issuing yet another polarizing decision with Thursday's 6-3 ruling stating that the Environmental Protection Agency does not have the authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants that contribute to climate change. Instead, the High Court's conservative majority believes elected officials in Congress, not unelected members of the independent federal agency, have the power to determine limits on those emissions.
The three liberal justices were in dissent, and they said that this was a bad move, that here the court was stripping away from EPA important tools.
The ruling is also expected to make it more challenging for the Biden administration to reach its climate goals, with the president striving for power plant emissions to be net zero by 2035, an ambitious objective with power plants generating about 30% of CO2 emissions.
This is a setback in our fight against climate change when we're already far off track.
But some, like the Attorney General of West Virginia, the second largest coal-producing state in the nation, are pleased by the decision.
Regardless of where you are on the issue of climate change, it's important to play by the rules. Don't try to use the agency process to short-circuit Congress's role under the Constitution.
I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
The other Supreme Court decision allowed the Biden administration to end the Remain in Mexico border policy. Fox's Griff Jenkins has that reaction for us.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott blasting today's decision as a green light for Biden's, quote, open border policies. Others welcomed the ruling. The International Rescue Committee, who provides legal assistance to migrants, says Biden can do even more to further end border externalization policies that put asylum seekers at risk. What's unknown is how this will impact the billion-dollar human smuggling industry. Border officials say it benefits the bad guys.
It's going to enrich cartels. It's going to allow them to go to countries throughout the world and advertise their services.
Meanwhile, the driver of the tractor trailer accused of being responsible for the deaths of 53 migrants. 45-year-old Homero Zamorano, a Texas native, making his first court appearance in San Antonio, charged with smuggling resulting in death, facing potentially life in prison or the death penalty if convicted. It comes as more human smuggling tragedies occur. Yesterday in La Joya, Texas, 2 killed, 2 in critical condition after a high-speed chase. And this morning in Ensenal, Texas, 7 passengers in a car that collided with an 18-wheeler. 4 dead, 3 hospitalized. The driver, a U.S. citizen, was among the injured.
These are the type of services these criminal organizations are offering. They're offering a safe travel, but as we know right now, what we're seeing right here, it's not safe at all.
Customs and Border Protection has yet to officially report a number for border-wide migrant deaths so far this fiscal year, although Fox News has learned exclusively that number is 518, and that doesn't include the 53 killed in that tractor trailer on Monday. The last publicly reported number was in 2020. That was 247. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Well, today marks 1 week since another big decision by the High Court, and protests, marches, and demonstrations continue all over the country. Take a look at this video as hundreds of protesters marched the Supreme Court yesterday in reaction to the justices overturning Roe v. Wade. U.S. Capitol Police now say at least 180 people were arrested there. These Supreme Court decisions and that protest happening as President Biden was in Europe for the NATO conference. Fox's Jackie Heinrich breaks down what happened over there.
This summit was about strengthening our alliance.
Russian President Vladimir Putin promising to put nuclear weapons and missiles on the new members' doorsteps if it happens, not shaking U.S. resolve.
And no amount of saber rattling, I think, is going to change us or change our opinions.
Biden so excited about NATO's growth he helped deliver, making a flub sure to stir Putin, recalling a phone call with the Finnish leader.
He suggested we call the leader of Switzerland. Switzerland, my goodness, I'm getting really anxious here about expanding NATO. Sweden.
But the process isn't yet finished. Parliaments in all 30 NATO countries have to ratify the applications, and Bulgaria may stand in the way.
There are a few countries, I'm not going to call them out by name today, but the Secretary of Defense did mention to me offline about one country in particular who draws 90% of its energy resources from Russia.
A short review of which NATO countries consume the most Russian energy puts Bulgaria at the top. Biden now returns home to the problems he left, high gas prices and inflation, and he's beginning to face questions about whether support for Ukraine should be indefinite.
How long is it fair to expect American drivers and drivers around the world to pay that premium for this war?
As long as it takes, so Russia cannot, in fact, defeat Ukraine and move beyond Ukraine. This is a critical position for the world.
Republicans and Democrats in Madrid agree that's the right answer, but they're split over how to bring down energy costs at home.
The object is most certainly to push back against Russia.
Welcome words to Biden.
The reason why gas prices are up is because of Russia. Russia. The reason why the food crisis exists is because of Russia.
Whether that's true is disputed, including by the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell testified on Capitol Hill recently. Russia's war in Ukraine is not the main driver of inflation in this country, and inflation was up before the war broke out. In Madrid, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And the latest now on the war in Ukraine. Russian missile attacks on residential areas in a coastal town near the Ukrainian port city of Odessa overnight killed at least 18 people, including 2 children. This comes a day after Russian forces withdrew from a strategic Black Sea island. Video of that pre-dawn attack, you're looking at it there, showed the charred remains of buildings about 30 miles southwest of Odessa. Ukrainian news reports said that missiles struck a multi-story apartment building in a resort area. Again, we are told by officials there that 18 people died, including 2 children. We've also learned here at LiveNOW from Fox that another 30 were injured. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is over in Germany right now, and just a few minutes ago made remarks about this situation.
Through 20 moves. And as you flew combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan, she was there. And as you logged more than 5,000 hours in the sky, she was there. And along the way, you have both raised 2 wonderful children, your daughter Sandra and your son Tommy. And you've described Sandra as a 21st century military spouse, while her husband James serves in the Army. And Tommy, as you heard earlier, is continuing the Walters legacy in the Air Force. So let me echo the chairman's gratitude for this outstanding military family. Let's give this family one round of applause. Humble, approachable, and credible. General Walters, you have lived and led by that creed. Thank you, Todd, for everything that you've done for our world and for our country and for the United States Air Force. In your well-earned retirement, may you have blue skies with the wind at your back. And we wish you all the best. Now, General Walters is a tough act to follow. But we've got just the right leader in General Chris Cavoli. And Chris, you're going to keep up the momentum. There's no question in my mind. Your father immigrated to the United States from Italy and became a U.S. Army officer. He was assigned to Germany, where you entered the story. And when you became an Army officer, you were also following proudly in your father's footsteps. And growing up, you followed your dad to his many assignments around Europe. You went to elementary school and high school in Italy. You speak French, Russian, and Italian. You've had multiple assignments in this AOR, from Bosnia to Germany. You've even served, as you heard the chairman say earlier, on the Russia desk for the Joint Staff. So I know that for you, being in Europe feels a lot like being home. But the person who really makes a new place feel like home for your family is your wife, Christina. So Christina, let me thank you for joining Chris on this incredible journey. And I know that you're both incredibly proud of your sons, Alec and Nick. Alex works at a clean energy startup, and Nick is at UC Santa Barbara studying physics. And we're grateful to the entire Cavoli family. And we thank you in advance for all the support that you'll offer Chris in the years ahead. General Cavoli, you are the soldier statesman who this command needs at this moment of challenge. You're a powerful intellect, a creative thinker, and a fierce warrior. And actually, I've seen that firsthand. When I was commanding general of the 10th Mountain Division, Chris was one of my battalion commanders, and he did an absolutely outstanding job. And he's gone on to command at every level. And one of those assignments was deputy commander of NATO's Regional Command West in Herat, Afghanistan. And there he worked with forces from Croatia, Italy, Lithuania, and Spain. So he not only saw the grit of U.S. troops in combat, he also witnessed the power of NATO allies serving shoulder to shoulder. In his most recent assignment, General Cavoli led all of the Army's efforts from the northern tip of Norway down to the southern tip of South Africa, covering more than 100 countries in between. And he led with a sure hand during Operation Allies Welcome. He seamlessly consolidated U.S. Army Africa and U.S. Army Europe into one headquarters. And he oversaw the reactivation of 5th Corps. And in recent weeks, he swiftly repositioned more ground forces on the eastern flank to deter Russian aggression against NATO, including the deployment of a full Armored Brigade combat team in a little over a week. So General Cavoli is exceptionally well prepared to further strengthen NATO's posture on the eastern flank and to help forge a truly 21st century security architecture for Europe. Because NATO, Chris, as you've said, cannot be a one-problem alliance. And as you've also noted, NATO must stay vigilant across 360 degrees from aggressive behavior from the PRC to terrorism to climate change. So, Chris, you are the right leader with the right experience at the right time. And I have every confidence that you'll do well. Ladies and gentlemen, back in 1952, the very first SACEUR was stepping down. And in his farewell to NATO, General Dwight Eisenhower said that he and the alliance leaders had shared, quote, the same passionate hope of serving free humanity and of making it secure. We still share that hope. We still keep that flame burning. And I believe that future generations will look back on how we all serve the cause of freedom at this pivotal moment. They'll take inspiration from the resilience and the valor of the Ukrainian people. They'll take heart from the way that nations of goodwill rallied against Putin's aggression. They'll remember the way that we moved to defend every member of NATO. And they'll recall the way that we renewed the institutions and alliances that deepen our shared security. And they will draw strength from that same passionate hope of serving free humanity and our struggle to make it secure. Thanks to all of you. Men and women of UCOM, may God bless you and keep you safe. And may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Through 20 moves.
All right, those remarks here made a short time ago by U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, who, as we mentioned, is over there in Germany right now making remarks at the U.S. European Command. If we get more of that, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, because we are live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, time now for a 2-minute break. We will be right back. Stay with us. All right, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. We are looking at the rest of your top stories here. We've been talking about this since yesterday, but hundreds of off-duty Delta Airlines pilots have now joined the picket lines at airports all over the country to fight for better pay, retirement, job protections, and better schedules. That fight comes amid a time when the entire industry is already grappling with staffing shortages that include pilots, as well as weather and air traffic control constraints, which is leading to an onslaught of cancellations and delays. If you have been to the airport recently, you know that is the case. Still, off-duty pilots lined up at several Delta hubs spanning from LA to New York to protest protracted contract negotiations. That's according to the Airline Pilots Association, which represents about 14,000 Delta pilots. This video here provided by our affiliate over in Atlanta. That is where they're doing this, in Atlanta. Now, of course, if you are going to be heading out for the holiday weekend, this could impact travel because many other airlines are also dealing with those shortages. Fox's Madeline Rivera has a look from Reagan National Airport.
Anticipation and anxiety are sky high ahead of the holiday weekend. Thousands of flight cancellations and delays are putting many people's plans in a tailspin.
I got to LaGuardia Airport in New York at 6 in the morning to find out that my 8 o'clock flight was canceled.
There is little hope the problems could ease. Industry experts say uncontrollable factors could easily lead to unexpected changes.
You can't control the weather. Are there staffing issues? Perhaps.
And driving may be no better. In fact, some travelers say they chose to fly, citing it as a cheaper option with gas prices painfully high.
I love to drive, but for better economical value, the flight's it.
The average price for a gallon of gas did fall for a second week, per the latest figures from AAA. But President Biden says energy prices throughout the world will likely stay elevated, given Russia's war in Ukraine.
Prices at the pump are higher in almost every other country.
Still, critics argue the president should focus on domestic production instead of pointing a finger at President Putin.
You can't have an anti-U.S. energy policy and expect prices to go down.
Senator Bernie Sanders is now urging Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to take action against airlines, including requiring refunds for flight delays and fines for cancellations. At Reagan National Airport, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And you did hear President Biden talking a little bit about the gas prices and the current situation there all over the country. So if you are going to be traveling for the holiday weekend, that could be an issue. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has a story about all of that and gas prices, how they're actually leading to more people taking staycations instead of hitting the road.
Why spend a fortune on gas, flights, or rental cars when you can find a spot like this right in your backyard or just a few hours away? Going on a vacation closer to home not only helps your wallet, but you're also giving back to the local community. The Midwest town of Branson, Missouri is known for its pristine lakes, views, thrilling attractions, and resorts.
We have everything from 2 different pools. We have a splash pad for the kids. We have a lakefront. We have boats that you can rent out, tubes that you can rent out.
Watermill Cove Resort property manager Sean Cash says travelers come in from all over, but this summer he's seen more local people choose to vacation there.
It is cheaper to travel locally nowadays. Got a couple guests on property right now that are just from Springfield, which is 30 minutes away. It's a very quick, short drive, easy vacation to scooch on down, feel like you're not at home, but you're in your backyard.
Lead economist at travel company Hopper, Haley Berg, says the staycation trend goes back to all the high travel costs, especially fuel and airfare.
This is the most expensive 4th of July weekend that we've seen in more than 5 years.
Because of that, Berg says many travelers are trying to save money by vacationing closer to home.
This is actually a great way to save money. A lot of times hotels, resorts, B&Bs, they'll offer lower prices for locals as a way to incentivize travelers to fill those empty bookings in their properties over long weekends or throughout the summer.
And Cash says there's another benefit to staycations.
When you choose to vacation locally, you're supporting the people in your community.
But if you do choose to jump on a flight, definitely be prepared for possible cancellations or delays. And Hopper notes that 30% more travelers are purchasing trip disruption insurance these days, just in case. In Branson, Missouri, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
And for a lot of people who are hitting the road for the 4th of July holiday weekend, they will be taking RVs, despite the fact that those gas prices are super high right now. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano has that story for us.
It's been 2 years since COVID hit. Now we're dealing with inflation. One couple who recently renovated their RV says they're adjusting their summer road trip plans. But overall, the consensus among the RV connoisseurs I spoke with, well, they say they're not going to let penny pinching get in the way of their love for the outdoors.
Come with me. Jack's buddy and her husband are the property spouses, like the Property Brothers, but for RVs. They started their company Freebird RVs in 2020 during the pandemic.
I never even held a drill before I started this business.
The demand for RVs is soaring, even with higher fuel costs.
It's probably around $250, $275 to fill the whole tank.
The couple rents out RVs, but most of their time is spent renovating them, going from this.
This is one of the newest RVs that I just picked up from Colorado.
To this.
So this is what it looks like when we're in the middle of it.
To this.
This was a full custom build out that we did.
Jack's buddy says the rental side has slowed down, but she has a wait list for her customized ones. The RV Industry Association says 2021 was a record year for manufacturing.
What we are seeing in the RV industry is that it is not deterring demand. High fuel prices don't mean that people aren't going to go RVing, but we do see behavior changes.
Jan Silverstein and his wife are two of the millions of people who will set out on a road trip this summer.
Perfect.
Despite how much it costs to fill up the gas tank.
We're going about 3,200 miles.
This gets 7 miles to the gallon, and gas is anywhere from $5.25 to, well, we've seen it in Mendocino County at almost $10, and we're going through there, but I guarantee you I won't be buying any gas there. We're making a pretty good loop instead of just going from A to Z.
Some people use RVs as homes, but for the travelers, they serve as hotels. You can cook your own food, and for a change of scenery, just put it in drive. In Las Vegas, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
All right, well, a lot of great stories there about the economy. So we are actually going to play President Joe Biden's full remarks that were made yesterday at the NATO summit coming up in just a little bit. He, of course, addresses the war over in Ukraine, as well as gas prices and the economy back here in the U.S. Time now 5:29 on the first day of July. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with a lot more of the news across the country. Stay with us. All right, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 5:31 if you're watching us over on the East Coast, and if you're on the West Coast, it is 2:31 in the morning, so you either haven't gone to bed yet or you're waking up very, very early. Want to get a look at some of the top stories from all over the country and the world right now. A lot to cover this morning. So up first, we are back to this heartbreaking story out of New York City. That is where a man is accused of shooting a 20-year-old woman in the head as she pushed her 3-month-old baby down the street in a stroller. This happened Wednesday night on the Upper East Side, a very well-known area on East 95th Street between 3rd and Lexington. Officers say the man walked up to the woman from behind and shot her in the head at very close range. A child playing in a park nearby apparently witnessed the whole incident there. The gunman, it appears police were still looking for him after that shooting. And our affiliate in New York has the latest on the investigation.
When a mother's pushing a baby carriage down the block, or an individual, a woman is pushing a baby carriage down the block and is shot in point blank range, it shows just how this national problem is impacting families.
Police in New York City say they are investigating the shooting of a young mom as a domestic violence situation and have identified a person of interest they'd like to talk to. The shooting taking place on the Upper East Side at the intersection of Lexington Avenue and 95th Street. The 20-year-old woman was pushing her 3-month-old baby in a stroller when she was fatally shot in the head at close range.
I realized that, no, this is serious and that there was a gunshot. And it really frightened me because I was right there at the park playing, and I would never have thought ever that this would have happened.
The suspect is described as a man wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and black sweatpants. The shooting comes at a time when gun control is at center stage in the Big Apple. So far, there have been 624 shootings this year in New York, topping pre-pandemic numbers by 28%.
We're going to find this person that's guilty of this horrific crime. We're going to find him and bring him to justice.
The victim's mother says her daughter was in a lengthy domestic dispute and that earlier calls to police went unanswered. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
All right, so I want to get to another story here, making headlines across the country. Parents across the country now fighting to get their children's overdose deaths classified as crimes. The legal push comes with the news of fentanyl being smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border. Fox's business correspondent Hillary Vaughn has that story for us.
Law enforcement is frustrated.
If you do the crime, you gotta do the time. But police say that's not always the case.
We arrest people and we see them out of custody within hours of making an arrest.
Last week in Central California, sheriff's deputies caught 2 traffickers with a truckload of fentanyl, but a judge-signed court order let them go.
Let's just go back and make the use of drugs and the sale of drugs a felony where you have to be held accountable and serve time in jail.
Parents whose children are being sold poison pills with deadly doses of fentanyl want answers. 18-year-old Adriana Davies died after taking Percocet she didn't know was laced with fentanyl. The drug dealer accused is an illegal immigrant who was out on bail for another crime.
This person should have at least been either behind bars or been deported.
Families fighting for justice want drug dealers behind bars for murder. If the drugs they sell kill. But in states like California with softer drug laws, federal prosecutors taking their case might be their only hope.
It ties the hands of the police. It ties the hands of the district attorneys. And so they're having to find other ways to go about prosecuting these cases.
It took a retired Chicago police officer 5 months to convince police her daughter's overdose was foul play.
How are these other parents that don't have this background in law enforcement able to get some form of justice?
And so many parents never get that closure. The conviction rate for fentanyl dealers in some places is 0. San Francisco had 640 fatal fentanyl overdoses last year, but the now recalled district attorney failed to convict anyone for dealing fentanyl in 2021. In Washington, Hillary Vaughn, Fox News.
All right, several officers are in the hospital this morning after they were injured in a shooting in eastern Kentucky. This was last night in the Allen community of Floyd County. Take a look at this video provided by our affiliate over there. Investigators say law enforcement was serving a court-ordered warrant at the time of that shooting, and a suspect now in custody but has not been identified. That suspect, accused of firing, striking several officers, and that led to a barricade situation. But the suspect was eventually taken into custody. Again, that suspect has not yet been identified. The injured officers have been hospitalized, but there is no word this morning just yet on their conditions. Well, as we mentioned, world leaders have been meeting in Madrid for that two-day NATO summit. President Joe Biden now back in Washington over at the White House. Fox's Madeline Rivera is there and says the president is saying that history has now been made.
President Biden returned to the White House Thursday following back-to-back summits in Europe, the G7 in Germany and the NATO summit in Spain.
I think we can all agree that this has been a historic NATO summit.
The NATO summit concluded with members agreeing to give more support for Ukraine and extending invitations to join the alliance to both Finland and Sweden.
Finland and Sweden are sovereign nations, and they have the right to choose their own path and to join NATO.
Back in the U.S., more history was made. The U.S. Supreme Court wrapped up its term, swearing in Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman appointed to the nation's highest court. And the bench handing down major decisions in two cases. In a win for the president, the court ruled the Biden administration has the authority to end the controversial Trump-era immigration policy known as Remain in Mexico.
The law of the United States is that we ought to secure the border. The administration is refusing to do that, and that is at the heart of the dissent's position.
The court also delivered a major blow to the president's climate agenda, ruling the Environmental Protection Agency cannot pass sweeping regulations without congressional approval. As for the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, President Biden called it destabilizing and called on Congress to codify abortion rights. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And as I mentioned, coming up at the end of this hour, we are going to play that full remark from President Biden yesterday talking about gas prices and other economic issues, as well as the war over in Ukraine. Those comments made during that two-day NATO summit that is coming up here on Live Now from Fox, because we are live, raw, and unfiltered. Time now 5:39 in the morning. We will be right back after this 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. All right, welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 5:41 on the East Coast, and over on the West Coast, it's 2:41 in the morning. Now, if you've heard about the California gas tax and the situation there, our Los Angeles affiliate is following it very, very closely. So here's a look at what they have to say about that.
Hey, we're joined by U.S. Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm, who says both the state and federal governments should get rid of their gas taxes for now.
Plus, another indoor mask mandate in LA County is more and more likely. One of the biggest local industries already reinstated it. We'll tell you which one.
USC and UCLA headed for the Big Ten, one of the biggest college sports shakeups in decades. Sports journalists Kyle Kraska and Arash Markazi are with us live to break down what this means for fans.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Maybe Arash will dance for us again later tonight. Good evening, welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marlon Tejas. Thanks for being with us. Brace yourself for the holiday rush. Here is a live look from Sky Fox at the evening drive. This is right near the Sepulveda Pass, the 405 at the 101. This is happening even as the pain at the pump continues.
So many of you are hitting the roads this holiday weekend, and gas prices are ever so slightly coming down. Still, tomorrow, a hike in California's gas tax kicks in, which means all drivers will be spending 3 cents more per gallon every time they fill up.
Right now, this is the average per gallon. The national average is $4.85. In California, the average is $6.28. The national gas tax is 18 cents, while California's gas tax is 51 cents for now.
And that gas tax is about to be 54 cents. Let's bring in the U.S. Secretary of Energy. Jennifer Granholm is with us. Nice to have you. Thanks so much for being here.
You bet. Thanks for having me on.
We know that the administration wants to temporarily pause that federal gas tax of 18 cents a gallon. We know that Democrats are in control of the House, the Senate, the White House. Why hasn't this gotten done yet? And what more can be done to lower gas prices?
Yeah, well, I mean, as you know, even though there's a majority, a bare majority in the Senate, it takes 60 votes, not 50 votes, to be able to get something through. So the White House is asking Congress to do a gas tax holiday for the next 3 months, especially during this high driving season. We're hopeful. There's a number of Republicans and Democrats that have introduced proposals both now and in the past about removing that gas tax. So we're hopeful that we can pull it together and have that happen. I do note that in California, I'm sure you have covered this, that the governor is looking at it in a slightly different way, which is to provide rebates to families for the amount of extra money that they're spending on gasoline, which is another way of trying to provide relief at the pump. And we're grateful to hear that he's doing that.
Yeah, he's sort of relabeled that the inflation relief for Californians here. Speaking of, so as Alex mentioned, the gas tax will be hiked again tomorrow, starting July 1st to 54 cents in this state. Do you think that the California legislature should follow suit and suspend California's gas tax?
Well, the president has called for all states to do that. And I know that some states have already. And, I think that Governor Newsom is just approaching it in a different way.
Of course, Republicans would say it could be more immediately done if you just suspended it, just like you guys are proposing from a federal perspective. But let's talk more about some of the root causes of why these prices are so high. You recently met with some of the CEOs of oil companies. We know a lot of people have accused them of price gouging. Take us inside the room for that meeting, and what now specifically is being done to hold them accountable going forward?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, two reasons why the price of gas, the price of oil is so high is because the supply of oil does not meet the demand of people who are getting back out of the pandemic and wanting to drive. And a bunch of oil was taken off the market when Russia invaded Ukraine. They're one of the largest exporters of oil. And all these countries like the US said, we're not going to take on any Russian oil. And therefore, all those barrels were pulled off the market. So we asked the oil and gas companies, please increase production. And can you also increase refining capacity? Because that's another choke point. During the pandemic, there were about 6 refineries in the US that came offline. So even if you produce a whole bunch more oil, if you can't refine it into gasoline, that is a problem. Our US producers said that they are going to be increasing by about 1 million barrels per day by the end of this year. So that the whole point about economics, right, is you want supply and demand to meet each other. And right now, demand is much higher than supply. And so bringing that supply up is one of the ways to try to reduce the price. But yes, we want to ask constantly these oil and gas companies, first of all, when the price comes down internationally, the price per barrel, please lower the price of the gas instead of waiting for a long period of time for that to happen.
Finally, Marla, some good news when it comes to jobs.
Yeah, in particular, the energy sector experienced positive job growth. I know we have some information here that overall almost 30,000 energy jobs were created in our state, and these are some very specific sectors that have gained. Secretary Granholm, how do people take advantage of these energy jobs? How do they get them?
Yeah, for sure. They're advertising all over for jobs, and it's all kinds of jobs for all kinds of people. So it could be whether you're a lineman working on adding transmission, whether you're building the batteries for electric vehicles, whether you're assembling those vehicles, whether you're putting up solar panels on people's houses, whether you're building those solar panels, whether you're putting up wind turbines. There are jobs all over the place. And California created the most amount of clean energy jobs in 2021. This was the report that we had. And you've got almost 400,000 Californians who are working in zero carbon technologies. In fact, the energy sector last year grew faster than the overall economy. It grew by about 4%. The jobs in the rest of the economy grew by about 2.8%. And this is only going to continue as we in this country, but also around the world, there's a demand for these clean energy products. We want them made in America, stamped made in America, use them here, export them elsewhere. And that's why the president is focused on building out the supply chains here in this country.
Of course, Secretary Granholm, you've spent so much of your life here in California, so I know you're proud of our state leading the way on that front. And as we're about to celebrate Independence Day in America, we can celebrate Energy Independence Day, hopefully soon enough. We appreciate your time. Happy 4th to you. Really appreciate your perspective.
Thank you so much.
All right, now on to the coronavirus. Workplace outbreaks are up in LA County 62% since last month. In fact, the LA County Public Health Department reports the TV and film industry reinstated its mask mandate for its crew and members. So today I asked Health Director Barbara Ferrer if the universal indoor mask mandate is coming back for the rest of the county, and she says it's likely.
With the continued increase in cases, and now as you're seeing the corresponding increase in hospitalizations, it gets more and more likely. We're really worried in particular because our case numbers are staying pretty high. We now have more BA.4 and BA.5 circulating.
Dr. Ferrer says the new projected date the department could announce an indoor mask mandate is July 19th. She mentioned BA4 and BA5. Well, those are the most contagious Omicron subvariants that now account for just under 30% of all LA County COVID cases. The special concern is their ability to reinfect people who have already had COVID. And despite the rise in hospitalizations, the health department says it does not anticipate recommending the antiviral therapy Paxlovid for everyone who tests positive, which is exactly what New York City is now doing. The nation's largest city is offering Paxlovid at mobile testing sites to people who test positive with no restrictions. This is a first in the U.S. The mayor says offering the immediate prescriptions will help address concerns over inequities in distributing antiviral treatments. Meanwhile, Dr. Anthony Fauci, he credits Paxlovid for keeping him out of the hospital, but it did not keep him from testing positive a second time. The New York Times reports this time around his symptoms are worse and he's taking another round of Paxlovid. His infection caused him to miss his daughter's wedding.
Wow.
Okay, locally here, remembering and honoring 2 El Monte police officers killed in the line of duty.
Thousands flocking to Ontario for an emotional service for Michael Paredes and Joseph Santana. They were remembered by loved ones and fellow law enforcement officers for their kindness, humor, and bravery. Here's Sergeant Paredes' teenage daughter, Isabella.
My dad was a good man, but he was an even bigger dork. He would torture me with country music, bug me to run errands with him, and drag me and my brother to the movies anytime a new Marvel movie would come out.
There was laughter and there were tears, but the former El Monte police chief was serious.
The Almaty Police Department did everything within their powers on the day of this tragic event to protect these two brave men. It was the justice system that failed them.
The officers were gunned down by a parolee on probation at an El Monte hotel after they responded to reports of a stabbing. Still to come, California with a bold plan to guarantee health care access.
It benefits all low-income immigrants who are living here illegally.
Plus, this is big news in the world of sports. UCLA and USC leaving their conference to join another. Our sports director Kyle Kraska and sports journalist Arash Markazi join us live to talk about what this means for players and fans and who's getting rich. Stay with us.
In our national report tonight, California now the first state guaranteeing free health care to all low-income adults, regardless of immigration status. It's part of the state's new $308 billion budget, which the governor signed Thursday, pledging to make all low-income adults eligible for California's Medicaid program by 2024, including those here illegally. The expansion will provide coverage to an additional 764,000 people at a cost of $2.7 billion per year. The Supreme Court handing down two opinions today to close out a landmark term on immigration. The High Court delivered a win to the Biden administration, ruling 5-4 that it could end the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, which had mandated asylum seekers arriving at the southern border wait in Mexico until their cases were heard. On climate, it was a loss for the Biden administration, the court voting 6-3 to curb the EPA's ability to regulate carbon emissions from existing power plants.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Ketanji Brown Jackson, do solemnly swear.
I, Ketanji Brown Jackson, do solemnly swear.
And history made Ketanji Brown Jackson taking the oath of office as she is sworn in as the first black woman to sit on the U.S. Supreme Court. Chief Justice John Roberts there administered the constitutional oath. Associate Justice Stephen Breyer, who Jackson once clerked for, administered the judicial oath just minutes after his own retirement from the bench after nearly 28 years.
Pretty cool moment for the two of them there. A major shakeup in the world of college sports.
USC and UCLA are leaving the Pac-12 and heading to the Big Ten, where they will begin to play in 2024.
The Pac-12 powerhouses reportedly made contact with the Big Ten. Discussions about defections have been underway for weeks. The Pac-12 says it was extremely surprised and disappointed by the news. Yeah, the Big Ten, largely Midwest Conference, will now expand to 16 teams. This will call it the Big 16. The Trojans and the Bruins joining the likes of the University of Michigan, the University of Iowa, and the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes.
To discuss what all of this means for college athletes and fans, our sports director Kyle Kraska, you see him there, he joined us, and sports journalist Arash Markazi also joining the discussion. Welcome, everybody. It's nice to be among three gentlemen tonight. Kyle, first to you. What is the goal here?
Well, that's an easy one, Marla. It's money. This is a huge windfall for both UCLA and USC as they join the Big Ten Conference. And it comes on the eve of that conference announcing a brand new media rights deal that will likely pay the conference upwards of $1 billion per season. So this is a massive amount of money, and it's UCLA and USC essentially jumping off the Titanic, which is the Pac-12, and now they jump aboard a train that is leaving the station with cars filled with money. Okay, in the Pac-12, USC, UCLA bringing in a little over $30 million annually. Now with this new deal, the projections are $60 million, $70 million, perhaps even $100 million a season. So follow the money trail. This is a huge deal for these two schools.
Wow, and we know, Arash, as USC fans, that the Pac-12 has not exactly been great to USC over the last few years, especially when USC was in crisis mode. But what does this mean for fans? Because there's a lot of people that like to maybe travel to Arizona for a game or Oregon. Now you got to go to Maryland? You got to go to Ohio?
Yes. Listen, so you have a longer road trip. But good news, folks, you don't have to go to Corvallis. You don't have to go to Pullman. You'll be playing primetime games that actually matter. You'll be playing Michigan, Ohio State, Nebraska, Penn State. What USC effectively did, is that if they have a good team, and Alex, I think we're going to have a very good team this upcoming season, you are in the conversation for the college football playoff national championship, which, by the way, is going to be right here at SoFi Stadium this year. The Pac-12 is not in the conversation right now because of the competition. They've really dropped the ball. And as Kyle said, USC and UCLA, the first two schools to say, hey, we're on the Titanic right now. This conference has no idea what they're doing. We're on the Pac-12 network. No one can watch these games. We have 7 p.m. kickoffs that nobody is watching in New York. People who vote on who's going to be the top 5 teams, top 6 teams, they can't watch USC. They can't watch UCLA. That effectively changes now.
Okay, well, Kyle, what about for those student athletes? Is this good for them?
Well, you have to look at each one individually, but you talk about the football players, and as Arash is saying, you look at the potential now to be playing in the largest stadiums in the nation, okay? In the Big Ten, they've got the 3 largest football stadiums in the nation. You look at the most watched football teams in the nation, 3 of the top 4 are in the Big Ten. So you now have an opportunity as a football player to play in front of huge crowds, in front of huge television audiences. But then also take a look at some of the women's sports and look at some of the non-revenue generating sports that will be benefiting now from this massive windfall of money. Better programs, better facilities. So all student athletes really should benefit from this.
Well, and speaking of money, Arash, college sports forever changed not too long ago when they allowed for this licensing deal where players can now make money based off of their likeness. We see players now switching schools all because of this. I mean, this feels a lot more like professional sports than this amateur competition that people enjoyed for so many years, right?
So, by the way, that's what it has been for years, and they've really done it quietly, like under the table. Players get cash. I mean, come on now. I mean, these teams. Well, yeah. Well, listen. By the way, I hope he gets his Heisman Trophy back. My goodness. Listen, these schools are making multi-millions of dollars, and Kyle just touched on it. The Big Ten. They're about to close a $1 billion with a capital B TV deal. So for years, these players were not making a dime off that. Thankfully, they are. By the way, this is not the death of college sports. This is the death of the Pac-12. The Pac-12 has been around for 10 years. Prior to that, they were the Pac-10. Prior to that, the Pac-8, the Big 6, the Big 5. Who cares about conferences? Nobody cares. The Coliseum is there. The Rose Bowl is there. USC's there. Don't worry. Like every year, USC will play Notre Dame. They'll play UCLA. The tradition continues. Traveler will be back. Folks, it's all good. It's all good.
Oh, it's not so good if you're those other schools in the Pac-12, though, huh?
And what happens to the Rose Bowl game?
To Oregon and all the rest of them. Oh, my God.
By the way, this is just the beginning. They'll all find homes. There will be 2 big conferences, 20 teams each. And listen, I know it's not perfect, but this is the direction that we have to go.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Kyle, final thought. We have less than 30 seconds. Is the Pac-12, what happens to it? Is it literally going to vanish and sink?
I'll tell you, they're scrambling right now. A lot of those schools are on the phone. They're calling the Big Ten. Do you have room for us? They're calling the Big 12. Do you guys want to try to get together and form a bigger conference? They don't know what to do at this point. This caught them off guard. As they said, they've been soonered and horned, and now they've got to figure out how to pick up the pieces and put it all back together.
Kyle and Arash, great to have you both here. And hopefully we can have you back tomorrow night when our lead story is going to be Kyrie Irving joining the Lakers. Just throwing it out there. Maybe Kevin Durant, too. Yeah. We'll have to see. For tonight, though, it's all about the Trojans and the Bruins. Thanks, guys. We're joined by you.
Such a fun group there at Fox 11 Los Angeles. Thank you so much for that fun segment. All right, guys, the time is now 6 a.m. on the dot here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining and streaming live now from Fox. No matter where you are from coast to coast, we're continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news, and of course, live events. Here's a look at the top headlines that we are following today. First and foremost, we are continuing to talk about the Navy investigation that was released on Thursday, revealing a shoddy management and human error is actually what caused that fuel leak when it comes to the Pearl Harbor water tap that happened last year, poisoning thousands of people and forcing military families to evacuate their home. We'll have that story in just a bit. Another top story that we are paying very close attention to. Let's talk about Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He is speaking out when it comes to the Supreme Court's decision to rule on the Remain in Mexico policy, saying that the decision will greenlight President Biden's, quote, open border policies. We'll have more on that throughout the duration of our show. And it was just yesterday when President Biden spoke live from Madrid, Spain, addressing NATO's expansion, saying that Russian President Vladimir Putin is promising to move more of his military forces closer to the two nations that are trying to join the alliance. This, of course, as President Biden continues to blame high inflation and gas prices on Moscow's war in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and get a deeper analysis on this subject. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more when it comes to inflation concerns.
Here too, live now from Fox. A lot of people still concerned about inflation and the prices that they see, whether you're at the grocery store, whether you're filling up your car with gas, or even planning your summer vacation. So here to talk more about what we're going to be expecting to see here is Professor of Economics at the University of California, Berkeley, Dr. Martha Olney. And Dr. Martha, thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time. And I just want to know, a lot of people hoping that we're going to be reaching that peak soon. Have we reached our peak with inflation yet?
Well, you know, you only know when you've reached a peak when you're past it. So the good news today from the inflation report that came out this morning from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, let me back up. There's two inflation measures that we track. Both of them are measuring how much prices that consumers pay go up, say, month over month. And one is the Consumer Price Index, and that's the one that people hear about the most, I think. And that had the headline number of 8.6% earlier this month for the inflation rate in May. But the one that the Federal Reserve uses is called PCE, or Personal Consumption Expenditures, and that came out this morning. And what they really look at is what's called the core inflation. And by core inflation, we mean the inflation rate that doesn't include food prices and doesn't include energy prices. And that actually has been trending down. So that one peaked in February at 5.3% and has come down every month since then, was 4.7 this morning. And the overall PCE inflation that includes food and energy, that also seems to have peaked in March. So it does look like it's possible that we're near a peak, but again, it's hard to know until we get solidly on the other side.
And hearing that, you know, we haven't quite possibly reached a peak for some of those things that a lot of Americans really do care about, you know, our food prices especially. It seems like those grocery bills, every time you go with your set list, you're seeing you're being charged more and more for even some of those necessities that you need. What is going to happen after, once we do see a little bit more of those prices starting to return and drop a bit? What comes next for Americans?
Well, the prices starting to fall. You know, we still have a very high inflation rate, so we're not going to be happy until the inflation rate gets back down in the 2.5% range where it's been for the last 30 years. There's several factors that have led to the high inflation rate. One was at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of us shifted the types of things we were buying, and we started to buy more goods, cars and electronics and other goods for the home. And that came up against the supply constraints that we were facing at the time directly as a result of the pandemic. And that really pulled up prices. And we're still seeing car prices are still increasing quite a bit year over year, 12–15% year over year. And that's still very high. But then the other thing that's happened, of course, recently was the war in Ukraine began. And when the war in Ukraine began, that impacted energy prices because of the sanctions on Russia and Russia's role in the global oil market. And then back to the food that you mentioned, it's now impacting food prices because Ukraine is the wheat basket of the world and produces such a large share of the world's wheat exports. And their ability to do so, of course, is constrained by the war. And so, you know, there's so many things that have happened at the same time. And all of which have contributed to higher prices. So we will eventually get to the other side of this, and we will get to a point where we go back to the kind of world we lived in, where most of us didn't think much about inflation from year to year, when it was running 2–2.5%. it was there, but you didn't really notice it, and we'll get back there. Not by tomorrow, but we'll get there.
I know a lot of people want to see that immediate change. They want to see those prices dropped right away, but that's
Can we be there by Friday? Today's only Thursday. Can we be there by Friday? We
I
can't
have
be
a
there by
vacation
Friday.
coming up, but as people are trying to deal with inflation, the Fed's raising their interest rates. It's all also trying to counter what could possibly be coming, and that's that big R word, recession. What are your thoughts on if that's a possibility? When would that possibly be coming?
So the recession would be if the Fed increased interest rates so much that the amount of goods and services we're producing actually contracts from month to month, so that we produce less in July than we did in June and less in August than we did in July. And the Fed is trying very hard to slow the economy without tipping us into a recession. So to have the, on in typical times, the amount of goods and services that we produce is larger in 1 month than it was the month before. And so the goal is, instead of having the amount of goods and services we produce increase by, say, 2.5% per year, to slow that so it's growing at, say, 1% or 0.5% per year. That would not be a recession, technically. I mean, a recession is this contraction, this decrease in the amount that we're producing 1 month versus the previous month.
So a lot of people I know is still just worried about the immediate. So as you've mentioned, I mean, everything really does have that ripple effect. That's how we got here, and that's how we're going to get out of it too.
Yes, absolutely. And even in a slowing economy, if the economy is growing at 1% instead of 2.5%, it means that there are fewer jobs being created each month than there would have been created if we were growing at 2.5%. So I'm not trying to say that we wouldn't feel it. I just maybe it's the economist in me, and I'm worried about, let's not use the word recession when we don't really mean a recession. Right now we have a labor market broadly for the United States. We have a labor market that's pretty remarkable, with one of the lowest unemployment rates we've had in 40 years. And so there's a lot of room for the Fed to increase interest rates without tipping the economy into a recession.
So I guess finally, for those who are watching, they're wondering, what should we be doing right now? Anything that we could do that could help make an impact on these prices and help with that ripple effect, move it a little quicker like we all want to see?
So one of the interesting things about fighting inflation is that one of the factors that impacts inflation is what you and I think the inflation rate's going to be. So there's a survey that's conducted every month where they go out and they ask a bunch of people, what do you think the inflation rate's going to be next month? And people give answers to that question. And technically, economists call that our inflationary expectations. And when inflationary expectations rise, when our answers to that question go up, where we used to say 2%, and now we say 5% to that answer, that actually turns around and impacts the inflation rate. Because, if you and I think that inflation is going to be 5-8% per year, then if we have this kind of relationship with our boss, we're going to go to our boss and say, I don't think a 2% raise is really going to cut it, because look at what's happening to prices. I'm going to need something more than 2%. And so what you and I think the inflation rate is going to be feeds back into what our raises are, what our income's doing, what our wages are. And then that feeds back into what our companies charge for the goods that we're producing. So the thing that you and I can do, ironically, is to believe that they are going to be successful in this fight against inflation, and to have a belief that the inflation rate is going to come down, and to behave as if the inflation rate is going to come down. And then lo and behold, it'll come down. That's a hard thing to sell, but it's actually how it works.
It's all about holding out that hope. And again, I know a lot of people want to see that immediate change, but it does all take time. And we appreciate you helping kind of break it down and explain it all to us. Dr. Olney joining us here again on Live Now from Fox. We all hope that what you're saying is true, that if we keep believing in it and keep working towards it, that it will eventually start to decrease here over these next few months.
I hope so too. All right. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here and helping explain it all. I know a lot of people concerned about.
All right, guys, a lot of people definitely concerned about rising consumer prices as well as inflation. Again, just yesterday, President Biden actually saying that the cause of inflation is due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, opponents see that that is just not the case. We'll have more on that in just a bit. However, we are bringing you all worldwide this morning. Let's go ahead and head out to this live press conference that we are getting. We have the UN Human Rights meeting taking place right now. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered.
Fear and their institutionalized systematic oppression. As a de facto authority exercising effective control, the Taliban are a primary duty bearer in view of Afghanistan's legal obligations under international treaties, including the obligation to eliminate discrimination against women and ensure women's right to equal participation in civic and public life, including politics and decision-making fora. The impressive women I met during my visit from across many sectors of society were clear. They want direct, in-person dialogue with the de facto authorities. Work is underway to facilitate this request of Afghan women led by UNAMA. Today, I ask again the de facto authorities to take up these women's urgent calls for a seat at the table and to engage in meaningful dialogue. This will only benefit Afghanistan as a whole. I also call upon the de facto authorities to set a firm date for the opening of secondary schools for girls and to ensure quality education without discrimination and resources for teachers. I urge them to remove restrictions on women's freedom of movement, including the requirement of mahram, male chaperone, and the mandatory face covering and enabling their right to access employment, including self-employment. I also encourage the re-establishment of independent mechanisms to receive complaints from the public and protect victims of gender-based violence. All acts of gender-based violence must be independently investigated and those responsible held to account. Finally, I strongly encourage the de facto authorities to engage with predominantly Muslim countries with experience in promoting women and girls' rights as guaranteed in international law in that religious context. In that regard, the recent country visit by an Organization of Islamic Cooperation delegation is a significant step. As for the international community, more concerted efforts are needed to insist that the de facto authorities urgently restore, protect and promote the rights of Afghan women and girls. There are some opportunities for that. Governors in some regions of the country are applying policies in ways that provide options for women and girls. We should build on those openings to expand women's participation, education and economic opportunities. The international community could also support ongoing initiatives of Afghan women leaders and thinkers, as well as civil society groups, to design, under Afghan women's leadership, a strategy to promote the rights of women and girls with clear benchmarks and expectations. Beyond being right, it is also a matter of practical necessity. Amid the economic crisis, women's contribution to economic activity is indispensable, which itself requires access to education and freedom of movement and from violence. I urge those member states who have imposed sanctions to facilitate the much-needed support to people in need. Furthermore, human rights, including women's rights and concerns, must be at the center of all humanitarian assessment and programming. Women should have safe and equal access to humanitarian aid, including unhindered access for female aid workers. Excellencies, principled and sustained advocacy for women and girls' rights should be part of any engagement with the Taliban. This has been and will continue to be a priority of the work of my office and the UNAMA Human Rights Service in Afghanistan. We are at a crucial moment in time, with the fate of the country's women and girls hanging in the balance. They deserve no less than our determined and immediate action, and they must hear this Council's voice. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora alta comisionada. Tiene la palabra el señor Richard Bennett, relator especial sobre la situación de los derechos humanos en Afganistán, que hará una declaración también en nombre del Comité de Coordinación de los Procedimientos Especiales de este Consejo, por Zoom. Señor Bennett, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Afghan women and girls, I have the honor to address you for the first time as the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan And in light of the subject matter today, the Coordinating Committee of Special Procedures has asked me to deliver our joint statement. First, I expressed profound sympathy for the communities affected by last week's earthquake. I also note the need for intensified humanitarian aid and support, ensuring aid is delivered in a way that reaches Afghan women and girls and other marginalized groups. Excellencies, since August 2021, my colleagues have consistently and increasingly raised concerns about the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan. Since I took up my mandate and visited Afghanistan, information received confirms a rapidly deteriorating state of affairs. Information from areas where the Taliban had been in control in the period leading up to the overthrow of the Islamic Republic indicated that degradation of women's rights was central to their ideology. These violations include forced early and child marriage, restrictions on women's attire and movement, exclusion from education and public life, and barriers to employment. These rights violations also align with those reported by the special procedures under Taliban rule in the 1990s. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that, despite public assurances from the Taliban that they would respect women's and girls' rights, they are reinstituting step by step the discrimination against women and girls characteristic of their previous term and which is unparalleled globally in its misogyny and oppression. Excellencies, from the 15th to 26th May, I visited Afghanistan to assess the human rights situation. I visited the north and south, as well as the capital, and met with a broad range of stakeholders, including several courageous women's groups. I also met with several acting ministers and provincial governors. They told me that they will respect the international human rights treaties ratified by Afghanistan, but only to the extent that they are not in conflict with Sharia law. I repeatedly raised concerns about abuses of women's rights, including the ongoing suspension of girls from secondary education. The authorities informed me that a committee led by the acting justice was examining the matter, but they gave no indication of when schools would reopen or under what conditions. The resumption of girls' secondary education is far from the only concern. Restrictions made during the last months by the Taliban that have wiped out gains made by women and girls over the last 20 years, including restrictions on employment, travel, and attire. The Taliban's intentions are not only to impose absolute gender discrimination, they are aimed at making women invisible by excluding them almost entirely from society. For example, women are represented by men at the current Grand Assembly. These measures contravene Afghanistan's obligations under numerous human rights treaties to which it is a state party. They massively diminish women's lives, deliberately attack women and girls' autonomy, freedom, and dignity, and create a culture of impunity for domestic violence, child marriage, and sale and trafficking of girls, to name but a few of the consequences. As a young Afghan woman told me, quote, "The international community cannot leave us at the darkest moment in our history. If you do, soon Afghan women will disappear fully from society, and our dreams will be broken. We are 50% of the population, and we want to speak to the Taliban directly," unquote. Therefore, with my colleagues from the Coordination Committee, I call on the Taliban to create a meaningful dialogue with Afghan women, listen and respond directly to their demands, and ensure that women freely participate in civil, political, and economic life. Respect all women and girls' right to education at all levels. Open secondary schools for all children now. Ensure that women can play an active part in the workforce. Remove the restrictions on movement that impedes women's daily life and ensure access to healthcare. Respect the right to peaceful protest by women and girls, and refrain from all forms of violence, and abide by all international human rights obligations, including engaging with human rights mechanisms. I also call upon the international community to ensure a concerted effort demanding women's participation at all levels of decision-making processes, including in the delivery of humanitarian aid, increase their support for Afghan women and girls and take the strongest possible measures to ensure that their rights are protected, including by intensifying pressure on the de facto authorities to restore and respect them. Provide Afghan female-led civil society organizations inside and outside the country with all necessary support. And ensure the maximum available resources to realize the human rights of women and girls. Violations of women's and girls' rights are being documented by my mandate and others with a view to providing redress and gender justice for victims. I call for meaningful support for this from the Council. Excellencies, the human rights situation for women and girls is devastating. In August 2021, my colleagues urged the Council to act. This call remains equally valid now. My colleagues and I will continue to monitor all human rights with a focus on women and girls, and I will further address this matter in my report in September. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ahora le vamos a dar la palabra a la señora Fauzia Kufi, la primera mujer vicepresidenta del Parlamento afgano, ex miembro del equipo de negociación de la paz con los talibanes y activista de los derechos humanos. Le damos la bienvenida y muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, who has created all human beings equal. High Commissioner, Madam High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank you on behalf of the women of Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan for including the urgent debate. It obviously is a light in the end of this dark, long tunnel that women of Afghanistan are living at a time when I know that the attention is diverted to another awful war. Ladies and gentlemen, Afghanistan is suffering from multidimensional problems, from humanitarian crisis to human rights crisis to political crisis. The situation of women and girls in Afghanistan are very unique and dire. It is not normal. Definitely, it is not normal anywhere in the world, and especially in the rest of Muslim countries. If you look at the figures, from 28% women who were in parliament representing the diversity and beauty of their country to 0% participation. From 30% or more women in the civil service of their country to 0%. From 4 million children, girl children in school, now to almost 1.5 million only in school. From the fact that every day there is at least 1 or 2 women who commit suicide for the lack of opportunity, for the mental health, the pressure they receive. The fact that girls as young as 9 years old are being sold, not only because of economic pressure, but because of the fact that there is no hope for them, for their family, it is not normal. Let's not think that women of Afghanistan deserve this situation. Women of Afghanistan have proved that they have all the ability to be part of the progress of their country. Afghanistan is the only place in the world that women are basically, literally invisible, the second class of their citizen. In 21st century, it is heartbreaking, it's painful for me and for my other sisters, fellow citizens, to advocate for our basic rights, the right to be visible, the right not to be erased from public life. Taliban obviously have not kept their promises of what they were telling us during the negotiation in terms of their respect for Islamic rights of women. In fact, what they do is in contradiction to Islam. Our beautiful religion starts with Iqra, means reading. But today, Taliban, under the name of the same religion, deprive 55% of the society from going to school. It is not only a matter of social or political participation of women, it's a matter of our security of the country. Because if 55% of the society is oppressed and not allowed to exercise their basic human fundamental rights, obviously that country is going to be safe haven for other military extremists. So I'm urging you today, for your own security, for the future of your own stability, stand with women of Afghanistan. Move from beautiful statements and resolutions to practice. Use your leverage, whatever leverage you have, over Taliban for them to become accountable on delivering to their citizens. I ask the Muslim countries, my brothers and sisters, do not let Taliban to misrepresent our beautiful religion. Our religion is the religion of peace, coexistence and acceptance. What Taliban do obviously is in contradiction to what is happening in your own country. So we expect you to be in the forefront of this struggle and solidarity with us. I would like to suggest the following to the Excellencies, Member State, ladies and gentlemen. First, I think UNAMA should be more accountable on what they do to Human Rights Council. Second, I suggest that in all your humanitarian intervention, make 50% women participation, not only as a recipient of the aid. Of course, on a personal level, it's heartbreaking for me after 20 years to talk about donation and aid in a country that is full of natural resources, but this is our reality. My suggestion is make it mandatory for the de facto authority to respect 50% women participation, not only as a recipient, but a decision maker. Please demonstrate this, make it showcase, so that in your own organizations, so that they know that you're serious about this. Support women-led organizations. Now that women are being raised literally from all the public jobs, it's only the civil society and non-governmental organizations that provide jobs for the people and for the women especially. And the last, again, I would like to emphasize that we need more Muslim countries to stand and to demonstrate that Islam is about everybody, and that what Taliban do is not the representative of Islam. I urge all of you to pursue, to use your leverage, to pursue a political dialogue in Afghanistan, because without a government that is accountable to its people, that is representative of all the diversity of Afghanistan, women will continue to suffer. And obviously we all know that discrimination in Afghanistan can be discrimination anywhere in the world. Discrimination does not know any border. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ahora escucharemos al país concernido, Afganistán, por supuesto, y le doy la palabra al distinguido representante de Afganistán.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for your message of a strong empathy and support. And also I thank Madam High Commissioner, Special Rapporteur, and also Madam Fawzia Kufri for their strong statements and messages. Mr. President, first I would like to thank every member state, individuals and organizations who supported and worked tirelessly to make today's urgent debate possible. This debate is about Afghanistan's women's rights activists and defenders, about each schoolgirl, about each female teacher, judges and journalists, and women in general, who bravely asking for their rights to be respected. Speaking to you today, we speak for them. Reports coming out of Afghanistan clearly indicate the situation of human rights, particularly those of women and girls, today is the worst anywhere else on the planet Earth. Standing in solidarity with the women and girls who do not have the opportunity to raise their voice or to hope for a better future is the job of this Council, and it's a measure of its credibility. When we were struggling to make this debate possible, I was wondering, what if not now? when will be the time to stand for the very basic human rights and the women's rights in Afghanistan? And I'm very glad that we managed to have this debate and to have a platform for a great number of Afghan women in this council and also online to raise their voice. Mr. President, today the contrast cannot be more daunting. The very moment that we speak here at this August Council in Kabul, the Taliban have gathered 3,000 of their members, all men and all Talib, and have assigned another 12,000 armed men to guard this gathering. No independent media, no voice of dissent, and no woman. Tomorrow, I'm certain that this gathering will issue an edict and will ask for international recognition, for more humanitarian and economic assistance, and for release of the central bank funds. Taliban are under a view, or hopefully an illusion, that the international community has forgotten the people of Afghanistan and their own principles. And as they openly and insidiously disregard every obligation, commitment, and promises to uphold the human rights and women's rights in Afghanistan. Mr. President, for majority of the people of Afghanistan, the situation is not normal. Afghanistan is a country of rich culture and diversity. It was and remains a meeting point, a microcosm of all regional civilizations. The current temporary situation is an affront to our values, our customs, and the teaching of the holy religion of Islam, that 1.5 billion women and men, minus few thousand Taliban and their foreign sympathizers, believe and uphold. It's not normal to practice this in the majority of Muslim states from Morocco to Indonesia. It's certainly not normal under the international human rights law. So the marginal attempts to normalize is both impertinent and futile. Mr. President, women and girls have shown us the meaning of courage. They refuse to allow fear to indicate their action. They have displayed the meaning of strength. They have kept going in the face of oppression. They have demonstrated the meaning of hope. They remain and maintain the conviction for a better day that will come, definitely, inshallah. Now, these women and girls have felt that their voice have gone until now unheard, not only in their country but beyond, and that their call for action were met with mere condemnation. Mr. President, the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan demands nothing less than a robust monitoring mechanism to collect, consolidate, and analyze evidence of violation, to document and verify information, to identify those responsible, and to promote accountability and remedies for victims, and to make recommendations for effective prevention for future violations. Mr. President, we are looking forward to hearing from women rights defenders who have shared their vision, who will share their vision with this Council, and from the states, international organizations, and civil society who have come together to generate an effective response to what can only be called a human rights crisis for girls and for general in Afghanistan. As long as girls and women are valued less, not schooled, subjected to violence and discrimination, and erased from public life, the potential to create a peaceful, prosperous, inclusive Afghanistan where human rights are promoted and protected will not be realized. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador. Pasamos a la lista de oradores. Comenzaremos con la lista de miembros del Consejo. Y tiene la palabra en primer lugar Su Excelencia el señor Tordis Kolbrum Reykfjord Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland, on behalf of a group of countries, by video.
President, I speak on behalf of the Nordic and Baltic countries. Afghanistan is facing dark times. When our countries addressed this council last August, we, as many others, appealed to the Taliban to live up to the promises and uphold their obligations under international law to protect civilians and respect human rights. Regrettably, the Taliban have shown no willingness to listen to such appeals, neither from the international community nor their own people. Almost 1 year on, a hard-hit population has no representative government and is suffering a humanitarian, economic and human rights crisis. The deteriorating situation for Afghan women and girls is of particular concern. No country of any religious persuasion of its people or government denies girls the right to a secondary education, with one exception, Afghanistan. This terrible policy comes in addition to multiple directives and practices significantly impeding women's rights. This includes freedom of movement, the right to gainful employment, and freedom of political, economic, and social participation and decision-making. A country ravaged by 44 years of conflict, facing dire humanitarian and developmental challenges, can ill afford to exclude half of its population from participating in rebuilding society. The international community must continue to support Afghanistan. The Security Council provided UNAMA with a comprehensive mandate to engage. We welcome the visit of Special Rapporteur Bennett to Afghanistan and anticipate his first report to the Council in September. We support the convening of an urgent debate and the establishment of a panel. The UN and the rest of the international community must continue to support the Afghan people and promote the establishment of an inclusive government that represents its people and respects the human rights of all, including those of women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la República Checa en nombre de la Unión Europea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor of speaking on behalf of the European Union. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and Albania, Republic of Moldova, the country of the Stabilization and Association process, potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, the EFTA countries Iceland and Liechtenstein, members of the European Economic Area, and Georgia, aligned themselves with this declaration. The EU thanks the speakers for their statements. Our deepest sympathies go to the people of Afghanistan following the last week's devastating earthquake. The EU will continue to provide assistance to those in need. Since 15th of August 2021, women and girls in Afghanistan have been suffering systematic violations of their rights, resulting from the adoption of measures and policies by the Taliban, aiming at erasing them completely from all spheres of public life. The measures requiring women and girls to wear the full veil in public, along with arbitrary punishments for family members to enforce in compliance, are particularly shocking. These measures, as well as the recent announcement requiring women only to leave home when necessary, are but examples of this process. The reports of abuse towards women human rights activists and women journalists are distressing. The EU has a long-term commitment to building resilience and promoting the academic, economic and social empowerment of Afghan women and girls. The full, equal, effective and meaningful participation, inclusion and empowerment of women and girls in all spheres of life is essential for lasting peace and sustainable economic and social development. It is also a condition for the realization of all human rights of all persons in Afghanistan. The right to education and justice for victims of sexual and gender-based violence are basic needs for women and girls. All victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence must have access to justice and to an effective remedy and reparations. Afghanistan must implement its commitments to ensure the enjoyment of all human rights of all women and girls. Mr. President, the Taliban stand at a crossroads. Afghanistan will only be in a position to overcome the challenges it is facing if it fully respects all human rights of all women and girls and allows
Gracias. Tiene la palabra Kazajstán en nombre de un grupo de países.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this following statement on behalf of Central Asian countries, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and my own country, Kazakhstan. We prioritize consolidating the efforts of Central Asian countries in the field of security. In this context, we reiterate the ambition to see Afghanistan develop into a stable, secure, independent, and a prosperous country in which all Afghan women and men can enjoy the full rights and the freedoms afforded to them by the international commitments to which Afghanistan is a signatory. We are deeply concerned that the Afghan people are facing a devastating humanitarian and economic crisis that severely impacts their enjoyment of the full range of human rights. The seriousness of the humanitarian and economic crisis requires a strong and concerted response from the international community by addressing in a coordinated manner all dimensions of the situation and a full access for humanitarian assistance to all Afghans in need, in line with the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality and independence, and full respect of international humanitarian law. Our countries advocate for restoring trade, economic, transport, logistics and energy ties with Afghanistan to solve acute humanitarian problems the country facing. We would like to stress the continuous need to ensure good governance and service delivery, promote and respect rule of law, universal human rights and the fundamental freedoms of all Afghans, in particular of women and girls, as well as children and persons belonging to ethnic groups and minorities, and the establishment of an inclusive and representative government through a credible and legitimate political process in which meaningful participation by all ethnic and political stakeholders, including women and minorities, is respected. We share the UN position that the grave humanitarian situation in Afghanistan should be the focus of the international community's attention and a call for assistance to this country. Despite our political views, we should not leave the Afghan people alone with unprecedented difficulties. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Tiene la palabra el embajador de Pakistán en nombre de la Organización de Cooperación Islámica.
Mr. President, first we convey our deepest condolences over the loss of precious lives and extensive damage caused by the recent earthquake and floods in Afghanistan. The OIC countries, as well as the OIC Islamic Solidarity Fund, are providing all possible assistance and urge the international community to do so as well. The OIC shares concerns about the state of women and girls' rights in Afghanistan. We note with disappointment the decision by the de facto authorities to suspend education in girls' high schools. The OIC has consistently affirmed the fundamental rights of all Afghans, including their right to education. They must be fully upheld. We urge the de facto authorities to reconsider this decision and allow Afghans of all ages to continue their education. Meaningful participation of Afghan women and girls in all spheres of public life remains important. The OIC is mindful of Afghanistan's peculiar social, cultural and religious context. We therefore recognize the central role that Islamic scholars can play in continuing dialogue and exchange of best practices on women and girls' rights. We also encourage the international community to support such engagement efforts. Mr. President, no country has consistently faced the level of violence and instability for so long as Afghanistan. In protecting human rights, we should therefore be more engaging, realistic, and not selective in our approaches. The cumulative effects of conflict, violence, and natural disasters have further exacerbated the dire humanitarian, social, economic, and human rights conditions of Afghan people, including women and girls. The OIC therefore re-emphasizes the importance of sustained international engagement with Afghanistan. Provision of necessary recovery, reconstruction, financial development, educational, technical, and material assistance to Afghanistan remain essential policy catalysts for advancing and safeguarding basic rights, needs, and dignity of the Afghan people. Similarly, pursuit of pragmatic solutions to unfreeze Afghanistan's financial assets is critical to preventing an economic meltdown and further deterioration of the humanitarian and human rights situation. The OIC reaffirms its full support to our Afghan brothers and sisters in their quest for durable peace, stability, and prosperity for everyone in the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Informo que la lista está cerrada de oradores. Tiene la palabra Qatar.
السيد الرئيس، في البدء نتقدم بخالص التعازي لشعب أفغانستان الشقيق في ضحايا الزلزال الذي ضرب البلاد، ونتمنى الشفاء العاجل للجرحى، ونؤكد تضامن دولة قطر التام مع الشعب الأفغاني في مواجهة آثار الزلزال. لقد حرصت دولة قطر على تعزيز المشاركة الفاعلة للمرأة الأفغانية في عملية صنع وبناء السلام، إيمانا منها بدورها المحوري في تهيئة مجتمعات سلمية وشاملة للجميع. ولقد أعربت دولة قطر عن قلقها البالغ حيال تعليق الدراسة في المدارس الثانوية للفتيات في أفغانستان، وأكدت أن هذه الممارسات السلبية سيكون لها بالغ الأثر.
All right, everyone, we are listening live, raw, and unfiltered from an urgent debate from the United Nations Rights Council. They are discussing the rights of women in Afghanistan. We'll have more on this in just a bit as we continue to listen in to dignitaries from across Afghanistan speak on behalf of women, saying that they are receiving unfair treatment from the Taliban ever since the Taliban took control of the country in August 2021. But for now, let's go ahead and switch gears. We have several LiveNOW images coming in from across the country. Let's head out to Atlanta, Georgia. And any moment we will have or I should say later on in our show, we will have a live conversation with our Fox 5 Atlanta team discussing travelers and traveling ahead of the 4th of July weekend. We know that many people are planning to travel this weekend, of course, but we are facing some pretty high gas prices and the possibility of travel disruption. So we'll have more on that in just a bit. The time is now 6:47. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:49. We are looking live from Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. A very busy scene this morning. It's only 6:49, so as you can imagine, these lines are expected to grow there ahead of TSA pre-check. Looks like we're looking at this area of the airport. Stay with us because later on in our show, we will have a live update from our Fox 5 team in Atlanta who is there on the ground in the airport, bringing us a first-hand account of what travelers are experiencing ahead of this 4th of July weekend, because as our Fox News correspondent reports, Madeline Rivera, travelers could be facing some pretty severe headaches.
Anticipation and anxiety are sky high ahead of the holiday weekend. Thousands of flight cancellations and delays are putting many people's plans in a tailspin.
I got to LaGuardia Airport in
New York at 6 in the morning to find out that my 8 o'clock flight was canceled.
There is little hope the problems could ease. Industry experts say uncontrollable factors could easily lead to unexpected changes.
You can't control the weather. Are there staffing issues? Perhaps.
And driving may be no better. In fact, some travelers say they chose to fly, citing it as a cheaper option with gas prices painfully high.
I love to drive, but for a better economical value, the flight's it.
The average price for a gallon of gas did fall for a second week, per the latest figures from AAA. But President Biden says energy prices throughout the world will likely stay elevated, given Russia's war in Ukraine.
Prices at the pump are higher in almost every other country.
Still, critics argue the president should focus on domestic production instead of pointing a finger at President Putin.
You can't have an anti-U.S. energy policy and expect prices to go down.
Senator Bernie Sanders is now urging Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to take action against airlines, including requiring refunds for flight delays and fines for cancellations. At Reagan National Airport, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Malin, for that report. Let's stay on the travel beat because this 4th of July, again, expected to be one of the busiest travel weekends since the beginning of the pandemic. Airfare has gone up 20 to 30% and gas prices are through the roof. As a result, travel experts say that this has more people taking staycations. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has the story from Branson, Missouri.
Why spend a fortune on gas, flights, or rental cars when you can find a spot like this right in your backyard or just a few hours away? Going on a vacation closer to home not only helps your wallet, but you're also giving back to the local community. The Midwest town of Branson, Missouri is known for its pristine lakes, views, thrilling attractions, and resorts.
We have everything from 2 different pools. We have a splash pad for the kids. We have a lakefront. We have boats that you can rent out, tubes that you can rent out.
Watermill Cove Resort property manager Sean Cash says travelers come in from all over, but this summer he's seen more local people choose to vacation there.
It is cheaper to travel locally nowadays. Got a couple guests on property right now that are just from Springfield, which is 30 minutes away. It's a very quick, short drive, easy vacation to scooch on down, feel like you're not at home, but you're in your backyard.
Lead economist at travel company Hopper, Haley Berg, says the staycation trend goes back to all the high travel cost, especially fuel and airfare.
This is the most expensive 4th of July weekend that we've seen in more than 5 years.
Because of that, Berg says many travelers are trying to save money by vacationing closer to home.
This is actually a great way to save money. A lot of times hotels, resorts, B&Bs, they'll offer lower prices for locals as a way to incentivize travelers to fill those empty bookings in their properties over long weekends or throughout the summer.
And Cash says there's another benefit to staycations.
When you choose to vacation locally, you're supporting the people in your community.
But if you do choose to jump on a flight, definitely be prepared for possible cancellations or delays. And Hopper notes that 30% more travelers are purchasing trip disruption insurance these days, just in case. In Branson, Missouri, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Thanks, Madison, for that report. The time is now 6:54 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's head out to Finland. We're bringing you all live and worldwide this morning for yet another live event. It looks as though we do have the Finnish foreign minister speaking right now on, the Polish foreign minister speaking right now on the countries that are joining NATO, NATO's expansion. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Then the white blouser, please.
Agnieszka Laskowska, Polish television Polsat. As you both ministers mentioned, our countries are big supporters of Ukraine on many different fields nowadays. That's why I'm going to ask the question to Minister Rao, because yesterday's events came not only as a big surprise, but also a sort of disappointment for us Poles. as Ukrainian ambassador to Germany in his interview stated that massacre of Volhynia during the Second World War, which was conducted by Ukrainian nationalists on Poles, was somehow deserved by Polish people because, in his opinion, Polish people committed the same kind of massacre. I know this statement was already commented by the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, but I would be grateful for your comment, Minister. Thank you.
Indeed, last night I had a phone call conversation with my good friend Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. The conversation related to this the position of the Ukrainian ambassador to Berlin. We both considered his statement as his private opinion containing a lot of historical lies and intellectual misconceptions. Minister Kuleba indicated that this statement did not express in any way the position of the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm absolutely convinced that both the Ukrainian and Polish side in the future, when it comes to any attempts at disinformation, provocation, as well as public statements lacking prudence and responsibility, will act together and in the same way. Thank you. And next, I think there was a question from the lady in the third row.
No, we cannot hear you yet.
Thank you. This is Anne Kauronen from Reuters News. President Erdogan said today that Turkey will expect Finland and Sweden to put the extraditions demanded by Turkey into effect before the ratification of our NATO applications can move forward in the Turkish parliament. So what does Finland plan to do next? And do you think it was a mistake in the first place to sign the memorandum that Turkey is now using against the Nordic countries? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yesterday when I left, before I left Madrid conference hall, my last telephone call and conversation was with my good colleague Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, the Turkish foreign minister, and we of course agreed that now we have signed the text and everything that we have signed is in the text, and of course we will work accordingly. In the memorandum that we signed together with Sweden and Turkey and Finland, there are certain paragraphs regarding, for example, the terrorist organization PKK and how we can enhance our cooperation against that. Then there was created some mechanisms to exchange more information between our countries on terrorism threats and so forth. And then there was something about the arms trade when we are members of same military alliance, that this is an additional argument when we are using our legislation to assess the arms export issues and so forth. All our countries joined that statement, and we will now work accordingly to those issues that are mentioned in the statement. We did not, when in Madrid, didn't discuss about any individuals, any listings of people or anything like that. That is not in that document.
Thank you. Further questions are there?
I believe the gentleman there in the back row, please.
Szymon Oślizło, Telewizja Polska. Questions to Minister Rao. Belarus introduced visa-free travel for Poles. What do you think about this change?
Could you repeat your questions?
Yeah.
Sorry, but I
Belarus
missed.
introduced visa-free travel from Poles. What do you think about this change?
Belarus introduced free visa travel for the Polish tourists, I assume.
Yeah.
So the move in itself should be welcome, but we have to keep in mind the setting in which, international setting in which this decision has been taken. As far as our relations with Belarus are concerned, we have to keep in mind that not so long ago, the Belarusian regime was encouraging immigrants from North Africa and the Middle East to cross illegally our border in order to destabilize situation in Poland, obviously before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So the only comment I can only offer you right now is that we have to look at this decision in the context of our very difficult relations that are influencing our security situation, above all, the situation which is resulting from the Russian aggression in Ukraine.
Thank you. And I believe we have still a couple of more questions. So next one is the lady in the second row, please.
Thank you. Rosa Welling from Helsingin Sanomat. First, a question for Minister Haavisto. If Turkey would only agree to ratify the membership of Finland but not Sweden, how would Finland react? And then additionally, a question for both ministers. Do you truly believe that Turkey would stand in the way of Finland and Sweden joining NATO in the ratifying phase? Or is this just like all talk from President Erdogan for his home audience? Thank you.
Well, if I start with the second question and then give to my colleague. First of all, the question of Finland and Sweden, do we join together or is there something that separates us? We have been the whole spring on that mood, that Swedish issue is also our issue. We have been going hand in hand, and the reason is that we share the same security environment. We have a lot of common defense structures. We cooperate very intensively on defense, and of course when we look at the future of the security of this region around the Baltic Sea area, it's very important that both Finland and Sweden have the same choices on security part. And that's the reason why we were very happy that now in Madrid, both countries got the green lights from NATO member states, and we are both going on Monday to Brussels to negotiate now with our accession terms with NATO Secretariat, and hopefully then process continues. I don't see in the future that our ways would be separated. Then the second question, of course we have had a very difficult talks with Turkey on those issues that Turkey has been raising, or Turkey has been raising. They refer to their own security concerns. I got time to time the impression that it's not only about the Finland and Sweden, but towards also other NATO member states. But of course this gives an opportunity to raise these concerns and so forth. We have been replying on our behalf what Finland and Sweden can do. But of course then there is a wider question what NATO can do as an organization and how Turkey can influence to all NATO partners on this issue. So this is maybe the current situation of the thing. I didn't get the feeling that this is particularly something that is an issue only for Finland and Sweden.
Well, I can only say that couple of weeks ago, while paying visits to Turkey, I expressed my optimism concerning the accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO, despite the fact that there were serious indications that this process would not be very smooth and full of obstacles. So I can only repeat the same assessment that indeed it's going to be probably more complicated as far as the details are concerned, but the way to the success has been already outlined at the summit, and everything indicates that it's going to be, as I said, a complete and unquestionable success to our new partners, to Finland and Sweden, to Turkey as a NATO member, and to the North Atlantic Alliance as a whole.
Thank you. I believe we have now almost used our time. If you allow, I could maybe give the floor to the final question here on the left side in the second row.
Miriam Huavila from MTV News. My question is kind of for both of you. So how is the relationship between Finland and Poland now? Previously there has been some disputes regarding the rule of law in the EU. And how is the relationship going to develop, like, now that Finland is joining NATO? Thank you.
Would you like to start? Okay. So with Minister Rau, of course, we also discuss all issues like our participation to the UN Human Rights Council, and the human rights topics are always on the list. Minister Rau will this afternoon meet also our Minister for European Affairs, Tytti Tuppurainen, so those specifically the EU affairs and rule of law type of issues will be then thoroughly discussed in that context. We have been pleased with the progress also made in Poland on many of these issues. Certainly countries are not similar, there are always these discussions, but I think the relationship with Poland, I have to say, has always been very honest and respectful, but also an atmosphere where you can raise difficult topics, and this is what we are doing when needed. And maybe one issue that is of interest to you, we both follow a country called Belarus very closely. You are a neighbor, and we are concerned about the human rights situation, and also, of course, condemned the attack and using the migrants as a weapon against Poland, Lithuania and Latvia, and this was definitely something that we didn't accept and so forth. So we had a very intensive dialogue also on those issues with Poland. But please, my colleague.
Well, Finland's accession to NATO will obviously intensify our cooperation in the area of security, in the area of policy towards the East, also our cooperation on the eastern flank of NATO, and certainly in the Baltic Sea region. As far as, and of course it's highly likely to make our relations, economic cooperation even closer, including joint projects, hopefully concerning the military industry. As far as other issues are concerned, those you were kindly mentioned, so you have to keep in mind that we have just closed our disputes concerning some issues like the rule of law and the conditionality mechanisms with the European Commission. But when we are discussing this issue, it's obvious that European Union like Europe as a whole, consists of different societies. Pluralism is our common value. It's the foundation of our unity. And in some respects, we differ with our partners and close friends in terms, for example, of social practices, constitutional identity, historical sensitivity, which is absolutely natural and makes our community richer and more friendly in our internal relations.
Thank you, Minister Rau and Minister Haavisto. Now I think it's time to conclude.
All right, that was the latest from Foreign Affairs in Poland, speaking on the expansion of NATO. The time is now 7:11 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:15 a.m. Thank you all so much for joining us. Let's get into our top stories that we are paying close attention to this morning. This story coming out of New York City. The investigation into who killed a New York City mom while she was taking a stroll with her 3-month-old baby is just getting started. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller.
When a mother's pushing a baby carriage down the block, or an individual, a woman is pushing a baby carriage down the block and is shot in point blank range, it shows just how this national problem is impacting families.
Police in New York City say they are investigating the shooting of a young mom as a domestic violence situation and have identified a person of interest they'd like to talk to. The shooting taking place on the Upper East Side at the intersection of Lexington Avenue and 95th Street. The 20-year-old woman was pushing her 3-month-old baby in a stroller when she was fatally shot in the head at close range.
I realized that, no, this is serious and that there was a gunshot. And it really frightened me because I was right there at the park playing, and I would never have thought ever that this would have happened.
The suspect is described as a
I
man
said, I can hear you, but I was
sweatshirt
muted.
and
You
black
can hear me now,
sweatpants.
hopefully.
The shooting comes at a time when gun control is at center stage in the Big Apple.
Yeah,
so
that's
far, there have
fine.
been
And I'm sorry, what is your name?
624 shootings this year in New York, topping
Rain?
pre-pandemic numbers by
Rain
28%.
Augustine?
We're going to find this person.
Okay, how do you spell
guilty
Rain?
of
Just
this
curious.
horrific crime. We're going to find him and bring him to
nice.
justice.
The victim's
I have a
mother
nephew named
says her
Rain, but
daughter
it's spelled
was
differently.
in a lengthy domestic dispute, and that earlier calls to police went unanswered. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Bringing you the latest news from Central Florida, as Florida's parental rights in education law, or what critics have dubbed the Don't Say Gay law, goes into effect today. We want to bring you all the latest analysis. Let's go ahead and welcome into our show Professor Aubrey Jewett at the University of Central Florida. Professor, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your insight this morning. So for those who may not know, what exactly does this new law outline?
Teaching or instruction, as the language says, about sexual orientation or gender identity in K through 3, and then allows instruction in older grades as long as it is age appropriate.
So that sounds like some very broad language. When we talk about instruction about sexual orientation or gender identity, what exactly does this mean? Because as you can imagine, perhaps some teachers could be members of the LGBTQ community. They may have family photos on their desk, or when we're just talking about historical events in Central Florida, there in Orlando, remember we had the Pulse nightclub incident. So could you elaborate on what exactly instruction details in this law?
Well, that is a great question. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer. But the reason I don't have the answer is because the Florida Department of Education has to come out with some rules and guidelines about how to put this law into effect. And the law actually gives them another year in which to do that. And so that's been a real bone of contention and a point of criticism, particularly from more progressive members of Florida and the LGBT community, is that they're worried, like, what does this mean? What does it allow? What does it not allow? And if you say there's a strict prohibition on instruction, does that mean only like a formal lesson plan? Or does that mean you couldn't even talk about it if a kid asked you a question? Or as you mentioned, if you were, for instance, an LGBT teacher who was married, say two women married or two men, could you have a picture of your spouse? Or if you have a transgender child in your classroom who is transitioning, what, if anything, are you allowed to say? So we don't know exactly what's going to be happening. I will say that they did, the state did announce or sort of indicate that the prohibition part in K through 3 does go into effect as of today, but that they were going to delay the second part about age-appropriate instruction until they actually came out with those rules that you're asking about.
Now, right now, the law applies to students in kindergarten through grade 3. Have you heard anything about if this could possibly expand, perhaps to older students?
Well, I think that is a concern. It does apply to older students in the sense that there are going to be some restrictions, because we don't know what the legal term age appropriate will mean. You know, different teachers, different school system, different parents might have a different idea. I mean, I have 5 kids. The youngest just turned 18, so I don't have anybody in K through 12 anymore. But, you know, what I thought is age appropriate might be different than what other people do. And so it actually does and will apply to the older kids, but it won't be a ban, but there will be restrictions on what can be said. But once again, we don't really know, because they haven't developed a curriculum or rules to say what is allowed. What can you say to a 4th grader? What can you say to an 8th grader? What could you say to a senior in high school, et cetera?
And Professor, I do believe you briefly touched on this, but if you could expand, when exactly do we expect to hear from Florida State Department of Education? Because they're set to release more information about the standards of this law, am I correct?
Indeed. And in fact, yeah, there's been a real flurry of activity just in the last few days. There's a lawsuit has been filed, and the Attorney General of the state, who is defending it, basically has asked for that lawsuit to be dismissed. The state's way of looking at this is, hey, we are just setting standards for teaching like we do for every other subject. You know, we establish guidelines about what should be taught and when it should be taught, and that's what the state is doing here. And they basically, again, they've asked for the law to be dismissed. The critics, the people who filed the lawsuit, have said that this is an overly broad law, and that we don't really know what exactly is allowed and not allowed. It violates free speech. It violates the 14th Amendment because it treats LGBT community as different as other. And so we don't really know. You know, part of that flurry of activity, though, has been the Department of Education has said, well, again, it's sort of come out in the lawsuit and they've made some statements, but it seems as if they will not be enforcing the rules for older students until they release the state guidelines. And they didn't say when that would be, but by statute, they have about 1 year to do it.
I see. A lot of people are paying attention to this headline. Professor, before I let you go, do you have any final thoughts?
Well, I guess only that this, you know, I guess there's the political part of this and the policy part of this. The political part of it, we have seen a number of states, in addition to Florida, that are more conservative, who are adopting laws like this. We certainly know in Florida, one of the reasons it's been adopted is not just policy, it's because Governor DeSantis really, it seems, wants to run for president. He wants to get the Republican nomination for president. It's you know, he hasn't formally announced that. He's focused on getting reelected to governor. But this is one more way that he is using to score points with Republican voters across the country. So there's a political aspect and a policy aspect to this.
All right, Associate Professor Aubrey Jewett, thank you so much for joining us with University of Central Florida.
Thank you, Ray.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Some breaking news when it comes to the former WNBA star Brittany Griner. We're learning that she is set to appear in court today. This is taking place in a Moscow court for the beginning of her criminal trial. Now, the American basketball star was arrested at a Russian airport almost 5 months ago on alleged cannabis possession charges. Now, at the time, police said that she had vape canisters with cannabis oil in her bags, as you can see Russian officials searching her belongings there in the airport. Now, during a preliminary hearing on Monday, Griner's detention in Russia was extended until December. She faces up to 10 years in prison if found guilty on drug transportation charges. Fewer than 1% of defendants in Russia are acquitted of criminal charges. So we will definitely be paying attention to that story, as a lot of folks here at home are wondering the fate of WNBA star and Olympic gold medalist Brittany Griner. We are also monitoring this live event that we have been bringing you all morning, coming from the United Nations. They are debating human rights and women's rights specifically in Afghanistan. Of course, we know since the Taliban took over in 2001, we have seen women's rights in that country continue to diminish. So this right now is unfortunately not English, but we will continue to monitor it. But let's go ahead and stay on the topic of foreign affairs, because earlier today we did hear from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, as you see here. He spoke on the Russian invasion of Ukraine about 3 hours or so ago. So let's go ahead and listen into his full remarks.
She was there. And along the way, you have both raised two wonderful children, your daughter Sandra and your son Tommy. And you've described Sandra as a 21st century military spouse, while her husband James serves in the Army. And Tommy, as you heard earlier, is continuing the Walters legacy in the Air Force. So let me echo the chairman's gratitude for this outstanding military family. Let's give this family one round of applause. Humble, approachable, and credible. General Walters, you have lived and led by that creed. Thank you, Todd, for everything that you've done for our world and for our country and for the United States Air Force. In your well-earned retirement, may you have blue skies with the wind at your back. And we wish you all the best. Now, General Walters is a tough act to follow. But we've got just the right leader in General Chris Cavoli. And Chris, you're going to keep up the momentum. There's no question in my mind. Your father immigrated to the United States from Italy and became a U.S. Army officer. He was assigned to Germany, where you entered the story. And when you became an Army officer, you were also following proudly in your father's footsteps. And growing up, you followed your dad to his many assignments around Europe. You went to elementary school and high school in Italy. You speak French, Russian, and Italian. You've had multiple assignments in this AOR, from Bosnia to Germany. You've even served, as you heard the chairman say earlier, on the Russia desk for the Joint Staff. So I know that for you, being in Europe feels a lot like being home. But the person who really makes a new place feel like home for your family is your wife, Christina. So Christina, let me thank you for joining Chris on this incredible journey. And I know that you're both incredibly proud of your sons, Alec and Nick. Alex works at a clean energy startup, and Nick is at UC Santa Barbara studying physics. And we're grateful to the entire Cavoli family. And we thank you in advance for all the support that you'll offer Chris in the years ahead. General Cavoli, you are the soldier statesman who this command needs at this moment of challenge. You're a powerful intellect, a creative thinker, and a fierce warrior. And actually, I've seen that firsthand. When I was commanding general of the 10th Mountain Division, Chris was one of my battalion commanders, and he did an absolutely outstanding job. And he's gone on to command at every level. And one of those assignments was deputy commander of NATO's Regional Command West in Herat, Afghanistan. And there he worked with forces from Croatia, Italy, Lithuania, and Spain. So he not only saw the grit of U.S. troops in combat, he also witnessed the power of NATO allies serving shoulder to shoulder. In his most recent assignment, General Cavoli led all of the Army's efforts from the northern tip of Norway down to the southern tip of South Africa, covering more than 100 countries in between. And he led with a sure hand during Operation Allies Welcome. He seamlessly consolidated U.S. Army Africa and U.S. Army Europe into one headquarters. And he oversaw the reactivation of 5th Corps. And in recent weeks, he swiftly repositioned more ground forces on the eastern flank to deter Russian aggression against NATO, including the deployment of a full armored brigade combat team in a little over a week. So General Cavoli is exceptionally well prepared to further strengthen NATO's posture on the eastern flank and to help forge a truly 21st century security architecture for Europe. Because NATO, Chris, as you've said, cannot be a one-problem alliance. And as you've also noted, NATO must stay vigilant across 360 degrees, from aggressive behavior from the PRC to terrorism to climate change. So, Chris, you are the right leader with the right experience at the right time. And I have every confidence that you'll do well. Ladies and gentlemen, back in 1952, the very first SACEUR was stepping down. And in his farewell to NATO, General Dwight Eisenhower said that he and the alliance leaders had shared, quote, the same passionate hope of serving free humanity and of making it secure. We still share that hope. We still keep that flame burning. And I believe that future generations will look back on how we all serve the cause of freedom at this pivotal moment. They'll take inspiration from the resilience and the valor of the Ukrainian people. They'll take heart from the way that nations of goodwill rallied against Putin's aggression. They'll remember the way that we moved to defend every member of NATO. And they'll recall the way that we renewed the institutions and alliances that deepen our shared security. And they will draw strength from that same passionate hope of serving free humanity and our struggle to make it secure. Thanks to all of you.
All right,
Men
that
and
was the
women of
latest
UCOM,
from Secretary of Defense
may God
Lloyd
bless you
Austin,
and keep you
speaking on
safe,
the Russian invasion of Ukraine,
and may God
as well
continue
as
to bless the United States of America.
a
Thank you very
fellow
much.
service member. Let's go ahead and switch gears. UN's top human rights body is right now holding an urgent debate when it comes to the erosion of rights of women and girls in Afghanistan since the Taliban takeover nearly a year ago. We're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered from Geneva, Switzerland.
We have been closely following the developments in Afghanistan, including the news and reports on the situation of the human rights of women and girls. Women and girls should be ensured equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. The rights of Afghani women and girls, access to education, employment, freedom of movement and participate in public and political life, among others, should be ensured by the concerned authorities. We also underscored that the human rights and fundamental freedoms of all people in Afghanistan must be protected and respected at all times, and as per its international obligation to respect and protect the rights of women and girls. Mr. President, Nepal is also deeply saddened by the tragic loss of lives due to the recent earthquake in Afghanistan. We express deepest condolences to the bereaved families and wish for speedy recovery of the injured. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Malasia, embajador.
Mr. President, in light of the recent earthquake in the province of Paktika and Khost, we extend our profound condolences and heartfelt sympathies to the people of Afghanistan and urge the international community to help Afghanistan recover quickly from this calamity. Malaysia is closely monitoring the situation in Afghanistan. We note that the de facto authorities engaged with the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Special Rapporteur on Afghanistan during their visits to the country earlier this year. We hope this is the first step towards a more constructive international engagement for the promotion and protection of human rights in the country. Malaysia is concerned on the recent ban on secondary schooling for girls that is affecting 1.2 million girls, restrictions to employment, and limitations on women's freedom of movement, excluding half of the population from education, employment, and political participation will prevent them from realizing their full potentials and to contribute meaningfully and effectively to the peace, stability, and development of the country. It will not be in Afghanistan's interest to have a lost generation. We should stay true to the teachings of Islam, whereby the first word revealed to Prophet Muhammad from God was read. It is indeed obligatory for every Muslim to acquire knowledge and be educated. It is crucial for the international community, the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms to continue to provide their support, encouragement and assistance to the people of Afghanistan. Recognizing the importance of Track 2 diplomacy, Malaysia provides humanitarian assistance, human capital development and financial assistance to the people of Afghanistan through various non-governmental organizations facilitated by the Special Envoy of the Malaysian Foreign Minister on Afghanistan. Malaysia will continue to support Afghanistan through the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program, particularly in courses focusing on women empowerment, education and capacity building. We stand ready to collaborate with third countries in this endeavor. Lastly, Malaysia wishes to reiterate its solidarity with our Afghan brothers and sisters in their pursuit of durable peace and security, enjoyment of human rights and socio-economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Tiene la palabra Polonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Poland aligned itself with the EU statement. Poland is disturbed by the systematically deteriorating situation of human rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. Recent reports, including the update provided by Madam High Commissioner, indicate that human rights of women and girls in Afghanistan are gravely violated, contrary to Afghanistan's obligations stemming from the international human rights law. Afghan women must be able to fully enjoy, among others, freedom of movement, the right to work, as well as access to public life or healthcare services. Poland is especially concerned about the deprivation of girls of the right to education, who are now effectively banned from obtaining quality secondary schooling. Education is necessary for full, equal, and meaningful participation in public, political, as well as economic affairs. Denying access to education puts women in a situation of inequality, dependence, and vulnerability, already from the very young age. It also directly violates the rights of the child. Mr. President, Poland strongly condemns all forms of discrimination and violence against women, including faced by women journalists and civil society workers who bravely strive for empowerment of Afghan women. We are convinced that without inclusive participation of women, as well as full realization of human rights of each individual, Afghanistan will not be able to return to the path of peace and development. I thank you.
Thank you. Tengo en mi lista a Libia, pero no veo en la sala. Consulto si está conectada la delegación de Libia por Zoom. Yes. Ok, seguimos con la delegación de Argentina.
Señor presidente, la Argentina acompañó este debate urgente en el entendido que es una responsabilidad colectiva de este Consejo a abordar con premura la situación de los derechos humanos de las mujeres y niñas en toda su diversidad en Afganistán, que están
It looks as though
sufriendo
we're
un
getting
severo...
into the foreign language portion of this international press conference that we are bringing you all live, raw, and unfiltered. If you're just now joining us, we are listening in to the Human Rights Council meeting from the United Nations. Specifically, UN's top human rights body is holding what's being called an urgent debate to discuss the erosion of rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. This since the Taliban took over nearly a year ago. Now, the rights body was expected to hold this debate last Friday, but it is going to be an ongoing summer session. So, of course, we will continue to bring you all the latest as dignitaries and leaders and members of the United Nations continue to discuss the lack of access to jobs, education, and public life, generally again since the Taliban returned to power last August. The time is now 7:42. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll have more top stories after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:45 a.m. Thank you all so much for joining us ahead of this 4th of July weekend. We are continuing to monitor travel conditions across the country. Right now, taking a Live Now look from Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We just received to our news desk that the security wait time is now over 1 hour, and it is only 7:45 a.m. this morning. Travelers very anxious ahead of the 4th of July weekend. A lot of people are planning to travel, but they are facing very high gas prices and possible travel disruptions. Here's the latest from our very own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson. She's going to talk about how the rise of gas prices, inflation, as well as the rise of consumer prices, how it's all affecting the everyday American.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A lot of people still concerned about inflation and the prices that they see, whether you're at the grocery store, whether you're filling up your car with gas, or even planning your summer vacation. So here to talk more about what we're going to be expecting to see here is Professor of Economics at the University of California, Berkeley, Dr. Martha Olney. And Dr. Martha, thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time. And I just want to know, a lot of people hoping that we're going to be reaching that peak soon. Have we reached our peak with inflation yet?
Well, you know, you only know when you've reached a peak when you're past it. So the good news today from the inflation report that came out this morning from the Bureau of Economic Analysis Let me back up. There's two inflation measures that we track. Both of them are measuring how much prices that consumers pay go up, say month over month. And one is the Consumer Price Index, and that's the one that people hear about the most, I think. And that had the headline number of 8.6% earlier this month for the inflation rate in May. But the one that the Federal Reserve uses is called PCE, or Personal Consumption Expenditures, and that came out this morning. And what they really look at is what's called the core inflation. And by core inflation, we mean the inflation rate that doesn't include food prices and doesn't include energy prices. And that actually has been trending down. So that one peaked in February at 5.3% and has come down every month since then, was 4.7 this morning. And the overall PCE inflation that includes food and energy, that also seems to have peaked in March. So it does look like it's possible that we're near a peak, but again, it's hard to know until we get solidly on the other side.
And hearing that, you know, we haven't quite possibly reached a peak for some of those things that a lot of Americans really do care about, you know, our food prices especially. It seems like those grocery bills, every time you go with your set list, you're seeing you're being charged more and more for even some of those necessities that you need. What is going to happen after, once we do see a little bit more of those prices starting to return and drop a bit? What comes next for Americans?
Well, the prices starting to fall. You know, we still have a very high inflation rate, so we're not going to be happy until the inflation rate gets back down in the 2.5% range where it's been for the last 30 years. There's several factors that have led to the high inflation rate. One was at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of us shifted the types of things we were buying, and we started to buy more goods, cars and electronics and other goods for the home. And that came up against the supply constraints that we were facing at the time directly as a result of the pandemic. And that really pulled up prices. And we're still seeing car prices are still increasing quite a bit year over year, 12–15% year over year. And that's still very high. But then the other thing that's happened, of course, recently was the war in Ukraine began. And when the war in Ukraine began, that impacted energy prices because of the sanctions on Russia and Russia's role in the global oil market. And then back to the food that you mentioned, it's now impacting food prices because Ukraine is the wheat basket of the world and produces such a large share of the world's wheat exports. And their ability to do so, of course, is constrained by the war. And so, you know, there's so many things that have happened at the same time. And all of which have contributed to higher prices. So we will eventually get to the other side of this, and we will get to a point where we go back to the kind of world we lived in, where most of us didn't think much about inflation from year to year. When it was running 2–2.5%, it was there, but you didn't really notice it, and we'll get back there. Not by tomorrow, but we'll get there.
I know a lot of people want to see that immediate change. They want to see those prices dropped right away, but that's
Can we be there by Friday? Today's only Thursday. Can we be there by Friday? We
I
can't
have
be
a
there by
vacation
Friday.
coming up, but you know, as people are trying to deal with inflation, you know, the Fed's raising their interest rates. It's all also trying to counter what could possibly be coming, and that's that big R word, recession. What are your thoughts on if that's a possibility? When would that possibly be coming?
So the recession would be if the Fed increased interest rates so much that the amount of goods and services we're producing actually contracts from month to month, so that we produce less in July than we did in June and less in August than we did in July. And the Fed is trying very hard to slow the economy without tipping us into a recession. So to have the, you know, on in typical times, the amount of goods and services that we produce is larger in 1 month than it was the month before. And so the goal is, instead of having the amount of goods and services we produce increase by, say, 2.5% per year, to slow that so it's growing at, say, 1% or 0.5% per year. That would not be a recession, technically. I mean, a recession is this contraction, this decrease in the amount that we're producing 1 month versus the previous month.
So a lot of people I know is still just worried about the immediate. So as you've mentioned, I mean, everything really does have that ripple effect. That's how we got here, and that's how we're going to get out of it too.
Yes, absolutely. And even in a slowing economy, you know, if the economy is growing at 1% instead of 2.5%, it means that there are fewer jobs being created each month than there would have been created if we were growing at 2.5%. So I'm not trying to say that we wouldn't feel it. I just, maybe it's the economist in me and I'm worried about, oh, let's not use the word recession when we don't really mean a recession. Right now we have a labor market broadly for the United States. We have a labor market that's pretty remarkable with one of the lowest unemployment rates we've had in 40 years. And so there's a lot of room for the Fed to increase interest rates without tipping the economy into a recession.
So I guess finally, for those who are watching, they're wondering, what should we be doing right now? Anything that we could do that could help make an impact on these prices and help with that ripple effect, move it a little quicker like we all want to see?
So one of the interesting things about fighting inflation is that one of the factors that impacts inflation is what you and I think the inflation rate's going to be. So there's a survey that's conducted every month where they go out and they ask a bunch of people, what do you think the inflation rate's going to be next month? And people give answers to that question. And technically, economists call that our inflationary expectations. And when inflationary expectations rise, when our answers to that question go up, where we used to say 2%, and now we say 5% to that answer, that actually turns around and impacts the inflation rate. Because, if you and I think that inflation is going to be 5-8% per year, then if we have this kind of relationship with our boss, we're going to go to our boss and say, I don't think a 2% raise is really going to cut it, because look at what's happening to prices. I'm going to need something more than 2%. And so what you and I think the inflation rate is going to be feeds back into what our raises are, what our income's doing, what our wages are, and then that feeds back into what our companies charge for the goods that we're producing. So the thing that you and I can do, ironically, is to believe that they are going to be successful in this fight against inflation, and to have a belief
out that hope. And again, I know a lot of people want to see that immediate change, but it does all take time. And we appreciate you helping kind of break it down and explain it all to us. Dr. Olney joining us here again on Live Now from Fox. We all hope that what you're saying is true, that if we keep believing in it and keep working towards it, that it will eventually start to decrease here over these next few months.
I hope so too. All right. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here and helping explain it all.
Thank you to Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson bringing us that interview as the Biden administration continues to battle inflation. Now, just yesterday, as President Biden was speaking live from Madrid, Spain, he did speak just briefly about inflation and rising gas prices, blaming the Russian invasion of Ukraine for those huge increases that we're seeing. He also elaborated on the war in Ukraine and spoke about NATO's expansion. We're going to go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And in addition to that, we also talked about the G7 taking on additional responsibilities. Before the war started, I told Putin that if he invaded Ukraine, NATO would not only get stronger, but would get more united. And we would see democracies in the world stand up and oppose his aggression and defend the rules-based order. And that's exactly what we're seeing today. This summit was about strengthening our alliance, meeting the challenges of our world as it is today, and the threats we're going to face in the future. The last time NATO drafted a new mission statement was 12 years ago. At that time, it characterized Russia as a partner, and it didn't even mention China. The world has changed a great deal since then, and NATO is changing as well. At this summit, we rallied our alliances to meet both the direct threats of Russia poses to Europe and the systemic challenges that China poses to a rules-based world order. And we've invited 2 new members to join NATO. It was a historic act, Finland and Sweden, 2 countries with a long tradition of neutrality and choosing to join NATO. Some of the American press will remember when I got a phone call from the leader of Finland saying, could he come and see me? And he came the next day and said, will you support my country joining NATO? We got on the telephone. He suggested we call the leader of Switzerland. Switzerland, my goodness, I'm getting really anxious here. about expanding NATO. Sweden. And what happened was, we got on the phone and she asked if she could come the next day to want to talk about joining NATO. Allies across the board are stepping up, increasing defense spending. A majority of them are on track for the first time to exceed our 2% of GDP commitment that they make. They agree to spend 2% of the GDP on defense. Look, for example, Germany. Germany is committed to spending 2% going forward and announced a special fund for its military of more than $100 billion. Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and the Netherlands have announced they will also meet their 2% commitments. Poland, Romania, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are doing more than 2.5%, some as high as 3%. Together, deploying more assets and capabilities to bolster our alliances across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber, and space. We've reaffirmed that our Article 5 commitment is sacred, and an attack on one is an attack on all, and we will defend every inch of NATO territory. Every inch of NATO territory. For our part, the United States is doing exactly what I said we would do if Putin invaded. Enhance our force posture in Europe. We'll station more ships here in Spain. We're stationing more air defense in Italy and Germany, more F-35s in the United Kingdom, and to strengthen our eastern flank, new permanent headquarters for the Army 5th Corps in Poland. In addition, an additional brigade combat team position in Romania, and additional rotational deployments in the Baltic countries. Things are changing to adapt to the world as we have it today. And all of this is against the backdrop of our response to Russia's aggression and to help Ukraine defend itself. The United States is rallying the world to stand with Ukraine. Allies and partners around the globe are making significant contributions. Secretary Austin just brought together more than 50 countries, pledging new commitments. And this is a global effort to support Ukraine. Nearly 140,000 anti-tank systems, more than 600 tanks, nearly 500 artillery systems, more than 600,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, as well as advanced multiple launch rocket systems, anti-ship systems, and air defense systems. And again, the United States is leading the way. We provided Ukraine with nearly $7 billion in security assistance since I took office. The next few days, we intend to announce more than $800 million more, including new advanced Western air defense systems for Ukraine, more artillery and ammunition, counter battery radars, additional ammunition for the HIMARS multiple launch rocket systems we've already given Ukraine, and more HIMARS coming from other countries as well. We also welcome for the first time our partners in the Indo-Pacific to participate in the NATO summit. As I indicated to Putin, his action would cause worldwide response. Bringing together democratic allies and partners from the Atlantic and the Pacific to focus on the challenges that matter to our future and to defend the rules-based order against the challenges, including from China. In the G7 in Germany, we also launched what started off to be the Build Back Better notion, but it's morphed into the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, to offer developing and middle-income countries better options to meet their urgent infrastructure needs. Because when the United States and G7 countries put skin in the game, it helps bring millions of dollars before it's all over, up to possibly $1 trillion of private sector money off the sidelines. $600 billion in just the next few years. Unlike China, these projects will be done transparently and with very high standards. For example, the U.S. government just facilitated a new partnership between two American firms and the government of Angola to invest $2 billion building a significant solar project in Angola. It's a partnership to help Angola meet its climate goals and energy needs while creating new markets for American technologies and good jobs in Angola. As you heard me say before, when I think climate, I think jobs. And the G7 also said we'd work together to take on China's abusive and coercive trade practices and rid our supply chains of products made with forced labor. We task our teams to work on the details of the price cap on Russian oil to drive down Putin's revenues without hurting Americans and others at the gas pump. We'll seek to use the funds from the tariffs on Russian goods to help Ukraine rebuild. We've committed more than $4.5 billion, more than half of that from the United States, to address food insecurity and the immediate crisis caused by the Russian war. At every step of this trip, we set down a marker of unity, determination, and deep capabilities of the democratic nations of the world to do what need be done. Putin thought he could break the transatlantic alliance. He tried to weaken us. He expected our resolve to fracture, but he's getting exactly what he did not want. He wanted the Finlandization of NATO. He got the NATOization of Finland. Just think about this. That's what he thought. Now NATO and Sweden are closer than ever to joining, and this will occur. We're more united than ever. And with the addition of Finland and Sweden, we'll be stronger than ever. They have serious militaries, both of them. We're going to increase the NATO border by 800 miles along the Finnish-Russian border. Sweden is all in. The point is, we're meeting the goals I set out when the first G7 meeting. We're moving to a place that reflects the realities of the second quarter of the 21st century. And we're on the verge of making significant progress. Now I'll be happy to take your questions. And the first question, I'm told, is Darlene Superville from the Associated Press.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions, please.
Of course.
America is back was your motto at the first NATO summit last year, and you've come to this summit here and the one in Germany after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned constitutional protections for abortion, after the shootings in Buffalo and Texas, at a time of record inflation, and as new polling this week shows that 85% of the U.S. public thinks the country is going in the wrong direction. How do you explain this to those people who feel the country is going in the wrong direction, including some of the leaders you've been meeting with this week, who think that when you put all of this together, it amounts to an America that is going backward?
They do not think that. You haven't found one person, one world leader to say America is going backwards. America is better positioned to lead the world than we ever have been. We have the strongest economy in the world. Our inflation rates are lower than other nations in the world. The one thing that has been destabilizing is the outrageous behavior of the Supreme Court of the United States in overruling not only Roe v. Wade, but essentially challenging the right to privacy. We've been a leader in the world in terms of personal rights and privacy rights. And it is a mistake, in my view, for the Supreme Court to do what it did. But I have not seen anyone come up to me do anything other than, nor have you heard them say anything other than, thank you for America's leadership. You've changed the dynamic of NATO and the G7. So I can understand why the American people are frustrated because of what the Supreme Court did. I can understand why the American people are frustrated because of inflation. But inflation is higher in almost every other country. Prices of the pump are higher in almost every other country. We're better positioned to deal with this than anyone, but we have a way to go. And the Supreme Court, we have to change that decision by codifying Roe v. Wade.
There were some comments by some of your counterparts after the U.S. Supreme Court ruling. But my second question is, G7 leaders this week pledged to support Ukraine, quote, for as long as it takes. And I'm wondering if you would explain what that means to the American people, for as long as it takes. Does it mean indefinite support from the United States for Ukraine, or will there come a time when you have to say to President Zelensky that the United States cannot support his country any longer? Thank you.
We are going to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Look at the impact that the war on Ukraine has had on Russia. they've had to renege on their national debt for the first time since the beginning, almost well over 100 years. They've lost 15 years of the gains they made in terms of their economy. They're in a situation where they're having trouble because of my imposition of dealing with what can be exported to Russia in terms of technology. They can't even, they're going to have trouble maintaining oil production because they don't have the technology to do it. They need American technology. And they're also in a similar situation in terms of their weapon systems and some of their military systems. So they're paying a very, very heavy price for this. And just today, Snake Island is now taken over by the Ukrainians. So we are going to stick with Ukraine, and all of the allies are going to stick with Ukraine as long as it takes to, in fact, make sure that they are not defeated by Ukraine. I mean, excuse me, in Ukraine by Russia. And by the way, think of this: Ukraine has already dealt a severe blow to Russia. Russia, in fact, has already lost its international standing. Russia's in a position where the whole world's looking and saying, wait a minute, all this effort, you tried to take the whole country, you tried to take Kyiv, you lost, you've tried to take the Donbass and all of it, you haven't done that yet. The generic point is that we're supplying them with the capacity and the overwhelming courage they've demonstrated that, in fact, they can continue to resist the Russian aggression. And so I don't know how it's going to end, but it will not end with a Russian defeat of Ukraine in Ukraine. I'm supposed to go down the list here. Jim Tankersley, New York Times.
Mr. President, thank you. This week, you and the G7 allies introduced a plan for an oil price cap for Russian exports, which is not yet filled out, and obviously is a response to the high price of gasoline in the United States and around the world. Are you confident that that cap would bring down prices for American drivers? And how long is it fair to expect American drivers to continue to pay a premium because of this war?
Let me hear this. The second part of the question was, would it bring down the price?
Will it bring down prices? And the war has pushed prices up. They could go as high as $200 a barrel, some analysts think. How long is it fair to expect American drivers and drivers around the world to pay that premium for this war?
As long as it takes. So Russia cannot, in fact, defeat Ukraine and move beyond Ukraine. This is a critical position for the world. Here we are. Why do we have NATO? I told Putin that, in fact, if he were to move, we would move to strengthen NATO. We would move to strengthen NATO across the board. Look, let me explain the price. I suggested a while ago that what we should consider doing is putting a cap on the amount of money that we would pay the world would pay for Russian oil, and that we would not provide, the West provides insurance, would not insure Russian ships carrying oil. We would not provide insurance for them, so they would have great difficulty getting customers. The point is that we've said to them, here's the deal. We're going to allow you to have a profit on what you make, but not the exorbitant prices that you're charging for the oil now. We've delegated a group of our national security people to sit down and work out that mechanism. We think it can be done. We think it can be done, and it would drive down the price of oil, and it would drive down the price of gasoline as well. In addition, at home, I have also called for changes. I've released 1 million barrels of oil per day from our oil reserve, and in addition to getting other nations to move forward, a total of 240 million barrels of oil to release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, number one. Number two, I've asked Congress, would they in fact go and temporarily end the tax on gasoline at the pump? And thirdly, to ask the states to do the same thing. If we do these things, it's estimated we could bring down tomorrow, if Congress agreed and the states agreed, we could bring down the price of oil about $1 a gallon at the pump, in that range. And so we could have immediate relief in terms of the reduction of the elimination of temporary elimination of the gas tax. And so I think there's a lot of things we can do and we will do, but the bottom line is, ultimately, the reason why gas prices are up is because of Russia. Russia. The reason why the food crisis exists is because of Russia. Russia not allowing grain to get out of Ukraine. And so that's the way in which I think we should move, and I think it would have a positive impact on the price at the pump as well. Jordan Fabian, Bloomberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I also have two questions for you.
Of course.
Thanks. The first one is on Turkey. What assurances, if any, did you make to President Erdogan about his requests for new F-16 jets for his military?
What I said was I said back in December, as you'll recall. We should sell them the F-16 jets and modernize those jets as well. It's not in our interest not to do that, and I indicated to them that I've not changed my position at all since December. And there was no quid pro quo with that. It was just that we should sell, but I need congressional approval to be able to do that, and I think we can get that.
And my second question is on your trip to Saudi Arabia, which is coming up next month. As we just discussed, Americans are paying almost $5 a gallon nationally on average for gas. So do you expect to ask the Crown Prince or the King to increase oil production? And if so, how will you balance that with your desire to hold them accountable for their human rights abuses?
Well, first of all, that's not the purpose of the trip. The purpose of the trip, first of all, I'm starting off on that trip in Israel. And the Israelis believe it's really important that I make the trip. In addition to that, what we're trying to do is the G7, it's the Gulf states plus 3. And so I'm sure that it's in Saudi Arabia, but it's not about Saudi Arabia. It's in Saudi Arabia. And so there's no commitment that is being made, or I'm not even sure. I guess I will see the King and the Crown Prince, but that's not the meeting I'm going to. They'll be part of a much larger meeting. And what we're talking about in dealing with that trip is that before I go, I'm, as I said, going to Israel to meet with the Israeli leaders to affirm the unbreakable bond Israel and the United States have. And part of the purpose is the trip to the Middle East is to deepen Israel's integration into the region, which I think we're going to be able to do, and which is a good for peace and good for Israeli security. And that's why Israel leaders have come out so strongly for my going to Saudi. But the overall peace here is we're also going to try to reduce the deaths and the war that's occurring. I mean, there's a whole range of things that go well beyond anything having to do with Saudi in particular.
But if you were to see the Crown Prince or the King, would you ask them to increase oil production?
No, I'm not going to ask. I'm going to ask, all the Gulf states are meeting. I've indicated to them that I thought they should be increasing oil production generically, not to the Saudis particularly. And I think I hope we see them in their own interest concluding that makes sense to do. And, they have real concerns about what's going on in Iran and other places in terms of their security as well, all of them. Tarina, the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to keep the trend and also ask two questions, if that's okay. One on the summit and one domestic question. On the summit, you just said that there would be another round of security assistance for Ukraine. After hearing President Zelensky's assessment that the war needs to end before the winter, are you changing your calculation in terms of the pace of the assistance and what kind of assistance you're sending to Ukraine?
No, the war could end tomorrow, by the way, if Russia stops its irrational behavior. So, you know, when the war will end, I hope it ends sooner than later. But for it to end, they have to be in a position where the Ukrainians have all that they can reasonably expect, we can reasonably expect to get to them in order to provide for their physical security and their defenses. And so one does not relate to the other. They need it. We're going to be providing another, well, I guess I'll announce it shortly, but another $800 million in aid for additional weaponry, including, weapons, including air defense system, as well as offensive weapons. I have a whole list I'd be happy to give to you, but that's the next tranche that's going to occur.
And on the domestic question, sir, what further specific executive actions are you considering in response to the Roe ruling? And would you declare a public health emergency, as several Democrats are calling on you to do?
I'll be happy to go in detail with you on that. I'm having a meeting with a group of governors when I get home on Friday, and I'll have announcements to make then. But the first and foremost thing we should do is make it clear how outrageous this decision was and how much it impacts not just on woman's right to choose, which is a critical piece, but on privacy generally. And so I'm going to be talking to the governors as to what actions they think I should be taking as well. And but the most important thing to be clear about is we have to change. I believe we have to codify Roe v. Wade in the law, and the way to do that is to make sure that Congress votes to do that. And if the filibuster gets in the way, it's like voting rights. It should be, we provide an exception for this, require an exception to the filibuster for this action to deal with the Supreme Court decision. Hang on, I got one more here. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, you just made some news saying you would support changing the filibuster rules to codify abortion rights broadly across the country.
Right to privacy, not just abortion rights, but yes, abortion rights.
Can you describe for us, sir, many Americans are grappling with this. What is your sense today about the integrity and the impartiality of the Supreme Court? Should Americans have confidence in the court as an institution? And your views on abortion have evolved in your public life. Are you the best messenger to carry this forward when Democrats, many of them, many progressives, want you to do more?
Yeah, I am. I'm the President of the United States of America. That makes me the best messenger. And I really think that it's a serious problem that the court has thrust upon the United States, not just in terms of the right to choose, but in terms of the right to who you can marry, a whole range of issues relating to privacy. And I have written way back a number of large articles about the 9th Amendment and the 14th Amendment and why the privacy is considered as part of a constitutional guarantee. They've just wiped it all out. And so I'm the only president they got, and I feel extremely strongly that I'm going to do everything in my power, which I legally can do in terms of executive orders, as well as push the Congress and the public. The bottom line here is, if you care, if the polling data is correct, and you think this decision by the court was an outrage or a significant mistake, vote. Show up and vote. Vote in the off year and vote, vote, vote. That's how we'll change it. All right, guys. No, there's no such thing as a quick one. I'm out of here. Thank you all very much.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning. Happy July to all of you at home. It is 8:23 here on the East Coast. We do want to take you out to several live stories that we are following today. Today is the day that WNBA star Brittany Griner is appearing in a Moscow court following charges and following her arrest in Russia back in February, where she was arrested at the Moscow airport for allegedly bringing vape cartridges containing oils derived from cannabis through the airport. So again, today is the beginning of her trial there in Russia. It does appear as though we do have one of the attorneys speaking. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Я предполагаю, по количеству свободных сидячих мест.
Ваша подзащитная не стала высказывать отношение к приведенному обвинению. Почему? И высказывала ли она его в ходе следствия? Она признает вину, не признает вину?
Она не высказывалась по поводу предъявленного обвинения.
Почему? У нее есть право сделать это позже. Наверное, мы хотели.
All right, everybody, it does appear as though this press conference is in Russian. If we do get an English translation, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. So again, just to recap, two-time Olympic gold medalist and WNBA star Brittany Griner is appearing in a Moscow court today, and this comes after more than 4 months after she was arrested in Russia for, again, allegedly bringing vape cartridges containing oils derived from cannabis through a Moscow airport. U.S. officials fear that the American basketball icon will be the subject of what they call a sham trial. Griner plays for the WNBA's Phoenix Mercury and for a Russian team during the off-season. That's why she was there in Russia. She could face up to 10 years in prison if convicted. So again, this is a live press conference coming into our desk from Russia as, again, that trial for WNBA star Brittany Griner gets underway. We do want to switch gears, though, and bring you some other updates that we do have coming into our desk today. We do want to bring you you live out to the White House, where we do know President Biden is back in Washington, D.C. after his latest international trip to Europe. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with more on why he says history was not only made during his trip, but back here in the U.S.
President Biden returned to the White House Thursday following back-to-back summits in Europe, the G7 in Germany and the NATO summit in Spain.
I think we can all agree that this has been a historic NATO summit.
The NATO summit concluded with members agreeing to give more support for Ukraine and extending invitations to join the alliance to both Finland and Sweden.
Finland and Sweden are sovereign nations, and they have the right to choose their own path and to join NATO.
Back in the U.S., more history was made. The U.S. Supreme Court wrapped up its term, swearing in Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman appointed to the nation's highest court. And the bench handing down major decisions in 2 cases. In a win for the president, the court ruled the Biden administration has the authority to end the controversial Trump-era immigration policy known as Remain in Mexico.
The law of the United States is that we ought to secure the border. The administration is refusing to do that, and that is at the heart of the dissent's position.
The court also delivered a major blow to the president's climate agenda, ruling the Environmental Protection Agency cannot pass sweeping regulations without congressional approval.
As for the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, President Biden called it destabilizing and called on Congress to codify abortion rights. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. Some other news coming out of Washington, D.C. What could be the most tumultuous and significant U.S. Supreme Court term ever is now over. The justices issued their final rulings yesterday. They included a significant defeat for President Biden's climate change agenda and a win, though, at least for now, in his bid to end the so-called Remain in Mexico immigration rule. Our Fox News chief legal correspondent and host of Fox News at Night, Shannon Bream, has more.
The Supreme Court siding with President Biden and his immigration policies. In a 5-4 ruling Thursday, the court sided with his administration in its pursuit of ending the Remain in Mexico policy, which mandates asylum seekers arriving at the southern border to wait in Mexico until their cases are heard.
This is devastating for the state of Texas and the United States of America.
Late last year, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas issued a memo to formally end the policy, arguing it had, quote, endemic flaws and unjustifiable human costs. But an appeals court ruled against the administration.
The Biden administration eked out a victory here. It's not too surprising with the lineup. This is a classic Roberts decision. It's accommodating, it's narrow. And he brought along Justice Kavanaugh here.
The court had ruled against the administration on a number of consequential decisions this term. And today in Spain, President Biden criticized the high court for last week's abortion decision.
The one thing that has been destabilizing is the outrageous behavior of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Thursday also marked Justice Stephen Breyer's retirement after serving nearly 28 years on the Supreme Court bench.
So help me God.
So help me God.
His successor, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman ever to serve on the high court, was sworn in right away. The court also issued a ruling undercutting the EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, Shannon, thank you for that report. Climate change activists are now calling it a devastating setback towards combating dangerous greenhouse gas emissions. But some are praising the Supreme Court's decision to restrict power from the Environmental Protection Agency, preventing it from setting caps on emissions for power plants. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork takes a closer look.
The Supreme Court issuing yet another polarizing decision with Thursday's 6-3 ruling stating that the Environmental Protection Agency does not have the authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants that contribute to climate change. Instead, the High Court's conservative majority believes elected officials in Congress, not unelected members of the independent federal agency, have the power to determine limits on those emissions.
The 3 liberal justices were in dissent, and they said that this was a bad move, that here the court was stripping away from EPA important tools.
The ruling is also expected to make it more challenging for the Biden administration to reach its climate goals, with the president striving for power plant emissions to be net zero by 2035, an ambitious objective with power plants generating about 30% of CO2 emissions.
This is a setback in our fight against climate change when we're already far off track.
But some, like the Attorney General of West Virginia, the second largest coal-producing state in the nation, are pleased by the decision.
Regardless of where you are on the issue of climate change, it's important to play by the rules. Don't try to use the agency process to short-circuit Congress's role under the Constitution.
I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. The Supreme Court also ruling on a completely separate case when it comes to security at the southern border. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, now warning that the Supreme Court ruling on the so-called Remain in Mexico border policy will lead to more problems. Our Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has this story.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott blasting today's decision as a green light for Biden's, quote, open border policies. Others welcomed the ruling. The International Rescue Committee, who provides legal assistance to migrants, says Biden can do even more to further end border externalization policies that put asylum seekers at risk. What's unknown is how this will impact the billion-dollar human smuggling industry. Border officials say it benefits the bad guys.
It's going to enrich cartels. It's going to allow them to go to countries throughout the world and advertise their services.
Meanwhile, the driver of the tractor trailer accused of being responsible for the deaths of 53 migrants. 45-year-old Homero Zamorano, a Texas native, making his first court appearance in San Antonio, charged with smuggling resulting in death, facing potentially life in prison or the death penalty if convicted. It comes as more human smuggling tragedies occur. Yesterday in La Jolla, Texas, 2 killed, 2 in critical condition after a high-speed chase. And this morning in Ensenal, Texas, 7 passengers in a car that collided with an 18-wheeler. 4 dead, 3 hospitalized. The driver, a U.S. citizen, was among the injured.
These are the type of services these criminal organizations are offering. They're offering a safe travel, but as we know right now, what we're seeing right here, it's not safe at all.
Customs and Border Protection has yet to officially report a number for border-wide migrant deaths so far this fiscal year, although Fox News has learned exclusively that number is 518, and that doesn't include the 53 killed in that tractor trailer on Monday. The last publicly reported number was in 2020. That was 247. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Griff, thank you for that report. And for more on this story about the Supreme Court's ruling, let's listen in to a full conversation with our own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft from our Phoenix office, who spoke with a political expert. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Joining me now is Washington Post immigration reporter Nick Miroff. You've covered this so many times, Nick, and I just want to know if you were surprised by the ruling today, if it, shocked you with how many conservatives were on board.
I mean, not really, because in the end, this is sort of comes down to executive discretion, and what the court, noted was that. If a lower court is telling the administration that it has to continue a policy, that it can't change a policy that involves negotiations with a foreign government, in this case Mexico, then it's really kind of encroaching on the executive branch's ability to conduct foreign relations. And so that was one of the points that the majority made. and essentially now saying that the administration not only has the discretion to end the policy, but has the discretion to decide whether or not to detain migrants or to put them in some other disposition, release them into the United States, send them back to Mexico, really just kind of affirming executive supremacy over immigration matters.
Okay, so for our viewers, though, Nick, what changes now if someone who wants to seek asylum in the United States, how is that adjudicated now? What process is different?
Well, the truth is that this isn't all that significant because since the return of Remain in Mexico under this court order about 6 months ago, the number of people who are being placed in the program and returned to Mexico is pretty small. Keep in mind that in May, for example, the most recent month for which we have CBP enforcement data, U.S. Customs and Border Protection took more than 239,000 people into custody. Okay, and so of that 239,000, only about 1,400 were returned to Mexico under the Remain in Mexico program. Now compare that to the more than 100,000 who were expelled from the United States under the Title 42 Public Health Authority that's been in place since the beginning of the pandemic. So again, that's like 70 times as many people are placed in Title 42 as they are in the Remain in Mexico program. So the Title 42 health law in many ways continues to be one of the biggest limitations to seeking asylum in the United States. But that Title 42 health law is only applied by the Biden administration in about 40% of all apprehensions. So about 60% of migrants who are showing up at the border, including many who are seeking asylum, are being, in many cases, released into the United States with a court date and allowed to pursue humanitarian claims. So in sum, none of this is as cut and dry as some of the speakers that you've played are making it out to be.
Okay, yeah, and of course, Title 42, that's working its way still through the courts. I just want to read out a statement Texas Governor Greg Abbott put out today in the wake of this ruling. He says the decision upholding DHS's termination of the Remain in Mexico policy will only embolden the Biden administration's open border policies. More than 50 people recently died in a trailer, people who were allowed to cross our border illegally because of President Biden's policies. Abbott there connecting the tragedy we saw in San Antonio just on Monday to this ruling today. Your thoughts?
Yeah, again, I just think that the MPP, that as it was, returned by the Biden administration, never became a significant factor the way it was during the Trump phase of the program, when it was implemented far more aggressively and a much greater share of asylum seekers were being returned to Mexico. Again, if you go to the border, as I have been, in recent months, and you talk to people, they've never heard of this program, and we took a look at it in the El Paso area back in February, and really what the Biden administration was doing was using it almost exclusively for groups that couldn't be expelled under Title 42, primarily Nicaraguans, some Cubans. They were placing them in this new version of MPP, and they were giving them access to the asylum system probably in a way that they wouldn't have had ordinarily. So again, what Abbott is saying, like the idea that this is just going to become some new incentive, I think is not based in reality. And this is not on the radar of migrants who are making this journey. They are coming for many other reasons, primarily because of the tight U.S. labor market, the demand for jobs here, the poverty and violence in their home countries, and the perception that this is a good window of opportunity, a good time to try to make this trip.
All right. Well, Nick Miroff with the Washington Post, we always appreciate your insight into these immigration matters, and we'll talk to you again.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies.
All right, a big thanks to our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft for that conversation. Sticking with some news related to the Supreme Court, history was made there yesterday. This is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was sworn in yesterday, becoming the first African-American woman to ever sit on the nation's high court. It's also the first time 4 women justices have served together at the exact same time. Jackson replaces Justice Stephen Breyer, who is now officially retired. Our Fox 5 New York team takes a closer look at this historic moment.
Welcome to the Supreme Court. We're here today to administer the oaths of office to Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
A history-making moment for the Supreme Court and the country. Chief Justice John Roberts administering the constitutional oath.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Jackson's husband and 2 daughters attending.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
President Biden nominated Jackson in February, making good on his campaign promise to nominate the first black woman to the court. The 51-year-old justice is taking the place of Justice Stephen Breyer. The 83-year-old justice administered the judicial oath.
And do equal right.
And do equal right.
To the poor and to the rich.
To the poor and to the rich.
Jackson had clerked for Justice Breyer after she graduated from Harvard Law School in 1996. She is making history on 2 fronts. She is the first black woman on the court, and she is joining 3 other women. It is the first time 4 women will serve together on the court.
I think she's going to bring a very, very unique perspective.
Law professor Charles Davidson says Jackson is the only Supreme Court justice who has served as a public defender, representing lower-income people accused of crimes.
Having someone who understands what it looks like for a criminal defendant on the other side of the sort of the courtroom, you have somebody who is going to understand the intersections of race and poverty and gender.
Linda Schmidt, Fox 5 News.
Linda, thank you for that report. And as you just heard, another big day for the Supreme Court with a new justice joining the bench. And just as new rulings are now making waves in the areas of immigration and climate change, our Fox 13 team in Tampa takes a closer look.
Kentucky blocked that state's near total ban on abortion, which clears the way for the procedure to resume there temporarily with that block in place. But elsewhere in the country, abortion bans are in place. President Biden said he's going to do everything in his power to push Congress to codify abortion rights. He addressed that matter this morning while attending a NATO summit in Madrid. The president says he would even support changing Senate filibuster rules so that the Republicans can't get in the way.
I believe we have to codify Roe v. Wade in the law, and the way to do that is to make sure the Congress votes to do that. And if the filibuster gets in the way, it's like voting rights. It should be, we provide an exception for this.
And pro-choice protesters were also back outside the U.S. Supreme Court today. They fear the justice's decision on abortion could threaten other constitutional rights like same-sex marriage. In the meantime, the U.S. Supreme Court issued its final 2 rulings during this session today, ending a blockbuster term. And those decisions came as a historic change was taking place on the bench. Justice Stephen Breyer officially retired this afternoon, and Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson officially succeeded him. She is the first African-American woman to serve on the nation's highest court. She was sworn in moments after the court released 2 big rulings, one affecting the environment and the other affecting immigration along the southern border. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is back in now to explain those decisions and the impact, Craig, that they will have on immigration and climate change.
Big impacts on both. We'll start with the immigration ruling. Bottom line, that one simply allows President Biden to end the Remain in Mexico program for migrants started by former President Trump going back to 2019. Meanwhile, the other ruling, the environmental ruling, sharply restricts our federal government's ability, the executive branch's ability to cut back or reduce fossil fuel pollution. President Obama planned to require power companies to reduce their fossil fuel pollution to help fight climate change. But his Clean Power Plan never kicked in and President Trump scrapped it. And now that President Biden is planning to revive Obama's plan or something much like it, Republican attorneys general from several states sued to stop him. They claim the administration, and specifically the EPA, does not have the power to regulate the power industry in this way. And in a 6-3 ruling, the 6 conservative justices agreed. They ruled the EPA can restrict emissions from an individual plant based on certain circumstances, but not the whole power industry because it lacks explicit authorization to do that from Congress. And that means the Supreme Court just nixed much of the Biden administration's ability or any future president's ability to reduce fossil fuel emissions. And the Republican plaintiffs teed up this case to set up other challenges, which in time may and likely will also undermine the EPA's ability to restrict tailpipe emissions, methane releases, the list goes on and on. Under the ruling, Congress can still pass laws to require a movement to cleaner energy in this fashion, but not the executive branch without specific congressional authorization. Many Republicans, like Senator Marco Rubio, praised the ruling by saying Congress writes the laws, not government agencies, while many Democrats and environmentalists opposed the ruling by saying Congress is often gridlocked and dysfunctional and disinclined to act.
It's really about balance of power, about the separation of powers, and it's an incredibly important decision.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court also delivered a striking ruling on immigration. This one's a victory for President Biden. It allows him to end the Remain in Mexico program that former President Trump ordered. In short, the United States is supposed to detain migrants who seek asylum through our hearing process, but has not done that for many years because it lacks the money and resources to do it. Well, the plaintiffs argued that ending the Remain in Mexico program would inevitably lead to migrants entering the United States and once again not being detained in the hearing process, thereby violating the law. But the Biden administration argued that's been happening for decades under several administrations, and that a president has the right to change executive actions under a predecessor. And ultimately, the Supreme Court ruled that one was a 5-4 ruling. Interesting because 2 Republican-appointed justices, Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh, joined the 3 Democratic-appointed justices in that 5-4 opinion, which was basically deferring to executive power and the ability to remove orders from a predecessor.
Craig, to what extent can the addition of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson to the court have on its future rulings?
Probably very little in terms of the tilt of the court because you have a Democratic and likely progressive justice succeeding a Democratic appointed and progressive justice, still stacked 6-3 to the right. That's probable but not certain, though, because there have been cases that Justice Souter, for example, surprised President Bush, and certainly Justice Warren surprised President Eisenhower by, in many cases over many years, ruling in ways they did not expect. So we simply don't know for sure.
All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on the Supreme Court's decision and its addition of Ketanji Brown Jackson as justice. Thank you, Craig. Florida is not alone.
All right, as always, a big thanks to Craig Patrick and our Fox 13 team over there in Tampa, Florida, for that report a little bit more in depth about those Supreme Court rulings. And of course, the history that was made yesterday with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson officially being sworn in to the Supreme Court of the United States. It is 8:49 here on the East Coast in Florida, 5:49 over on the West Coast, where there you can see beautiful sunrise in Phoenix, Arizona, and of course Seattle, Washington, Mount Rainier right there, as you can see in the distance, and a beautiful shot of White Bear Lake, Minnesota as well. We do have some breaking news that we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is a sky view of Los Angeles. Our Fox 11 LA team on the scene of a fatal semi-truck accident over on Interstate 15 right outside of LA. As you can see, if you take a closer look, you can see just the backup with all of those cars there on Interstate 15. The backup we are hearing is several miles long. We are hearing from our Fox 11 LA team that this is a fatal accident. And again, this is on Interstate 15. This is also impacting Temescal Canyon over there just outside of LA. So as soon as we get any more details from our Fox 11 LA team, we of course will bring you those as soon as we get them. But again, we do want to take you back out live to Phoenix, Arizona, Seattle, Washington, and White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Again, it is 8:50 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be with you here for the next few hours,
Afghanistan's neighbors need to help and assist Afghanistan to materialize this lawful mission, which
Friday morning. And you can see right there on the corner of your screen some of the stories that we are following. Some stories and some news out of the Aloha State. The U.S. Navy has admitted that mismanagement of a fuel storage facility led to a leak that poisoned thousands of people at Pearl Harbor, in and around Pearl Harbor. Thousands of gallons of fuel leaked into residential water systems there, which led to, again, thousands of people and military families being poisoned and sickened. Also, we do know later today, President Joe Biden will be hosting a virtual meeting with several governors at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today about protecting women's reproductive health. This, of course, comes after the Supreme Court ruling last week that overturned Roe versus Wade. And some news out of the war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 127. We do know that at least 19 people were killed after Russian troops launched missile attacks at an apartment building and several camping sites in Odessa, Ukraine. So that is the latest on that front. We are also taking you live to the United Nations meeting right now, currently discussing human rights in Afghanistan following the Taliban's takeover. So again, this is the UN Human Rights Council discussing the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. So this feed is switching in and out. Sometimes we do have an English translation. Sometimes it does slip away. So let's go ahead and listen in. All right, everybody, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they are taking a pause in this meeting, which again is an urgent debate happening in Geneva, Switzerland by the United Nations Human Rights Council discussing the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. So as soon as we get another translation for that, we, of course, will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears and bring you some other updates, some news happening stateside. We do know President Joe Biden is back stateside following his trip to Europe. We do know that NATO's expansion has Russian President Vladimir Putin promising to move more of his military forces closer to the two nations that are trying to join the alliance. This comes as President Joe Biden continues to blame high inflation and gas prices in the U.S. on Moscow's war in Ukraine. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has more from Madrid.
About strengthening our alliance.
Russian President Vladimir Putin promising to put nuclear weapons and missiles on the new members' doorsteps if it happens, not shaking U.S. resolve.
And no amount of saber rattling, I think, is going to change us or change our opinions.
Biden so excited about NATO's growth he helped deliver, making a flub sure to stir Putin, recalling a phone call with the Finnish leader.
He suggested we call the leader of Switzerland. Switzerland, my goodness, I'm getting really anxious here about expanding NATO. Sweden.
But the process isn't yet finished. Parliaments in all 30 NATO countries have to ratify the applications, and Bulgaria may stand in the way.
There are a few countries, I'm not going to call them out by name today, but the Secretary of Defense did mention to me offline about one country in particular who draws 90% of its energy resources from Russia.
A short review of which NATO countries consume the most Russian energy puts Bulgaria at the top. Biden now returns home to the problems he left, high gas prices and inflation, and he's beginning to face questions about whether support for Ukraine should be indefinite.
How long is it fair to expect American drivers and drivers around the world to pay that premium for this war?
As long as it takes. So Russia cannot, in fact, defeat Ukraine and move beyond Ukraine. This is a critical position for the world.
Republicans and Democrats in Madrid agree that's the right answer, but they're split over how to bring down energy costs at home.
The object is most certainly to push back against Russia.
Welcome words to Biden.
The reason why gas prices are up is because of Russia. Russia. The reason why the food crisis exists is because of Russia.
Whether that's true is disputed, including by the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell testified on Capitol Hill recently. Russia's war in Ukraine is not the main driver of inflation in this country, and inflation was up before the war broke out. In Madrid, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. We do want to switch to some news when it comes to abortion rights here in the United States. President Joe Biden is calling for an end to the Senate filibuster, at least when it comes to abortion rights. He wants Congress to pass a new law to codify Roe versus Wade and change the Senate's rules if they have to. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
The president has generally supported keeping the Senate filibuster, which allows the minority party to block legislation, but he says in this case, it has to go. President Biden back from Europe and hitting the ground running at the White House, where he will meet virtually with a group of Democratic governors today to strategize on abortion. That follows his comments in Spain, where he lashed out at the High Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
The one thing that has been destabilizing is the outrageous behavior of the Supreme Court of the United States.
The use of that kind of language while abroad was once seen as beyond the bounds for a president, but in recent administrations, it's become more common.
In a better time in this country, he'd be censured by Congress. Unfortunately, the time in the country that we're in, this is like Thursday, and it's about as unusual as the sun coming up tomorrow.
Still, the president was reflecting genuine anger within his party, and as many progressives pushed the White House to do more, the president now says Congress should pass a law guaranteeing abortion rights and change the rules if they have to.
And if the filibuster gets in the way, it's like voting rights. It should be, we provide an exception for this.
But even a new federal law would face legal hurdles, and the White House is very limited here.
So the president really can't do that much. It's really going to be up to the states.
The president seems to acknowledge that, saying this is really up to voters.
Show up and vote. Vote in the off year and vote. That's how we'll change it.
And despite the president's call to end the filibuster for abortion rights, there's no indication that Democrats, even among themselves, have the votes to make that happen. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. Some other abortion-related news following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. We have learned that the New York City Council is now considering new abortion legislation in the wake of, again, the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. The Daily News is reporting that the bill would make abortion pills available for free at health clinics across the entire city. The pills can be used in pregnancies less than 10 weeks along, and under the proposal, there would be no need to show proof of insurance, immigration status, or New York residency. The council is also considering the possibility of allowing the pills to be mailed out of state. And here in Florida, over in the Sunshine State, we have learned that a Florida judge says that he will temporarily block a 15-week ban from taking effect, saying changing the abortion law from 24 weeks to 15 weeks would violate a woman's right to privacy. This comes following a court challenge by reproductive health providers who say that the state constitution guarantees a right to the procedure. Our Fox 35 team here in Orlando has more.
A day before Florida's new law takes effect restricting abortions to the first 15 weeks of pregnancy, a Leon County judge says not so fast.
In other words, on the issue of abortion, the Florida Supreme Court has decided that women have a privacy right under the state constitution to not have that right impacted up to 24 weeks at least.
On Thursday, the judge ruled the state's new abortion law violates women's privacy rights and called it unconstitutional. So now he plans to sign a temporary hold on the law taking effect. but that hasn't happened just yet.
Now, what that means practically, though, is that the law HB5 is set to go in effect tomorrow, and it certainly will. So as of tomorrow, HB5 will be in effect.
American Civil Liberties Union Florida's Katie Blankenship is part of the legal team fighting the law. She says waiting for the hold order spells confusion.
Medical providers are not legal experts, and there's going to be a lot of questions of, can I treat this person? There's going to be delays in potentially life-saving treatments of doctors and providers not knowing, what can I do tomorrow?
But once the hold is in place, the new question becomes for how long. The state plans to appeal to put the law back on the books.
We knew that that was likely going to be what was decided in that case. We knew that we were going to have to move forward and continue the legal battle on that.
So now Floridians must wait and see how the timing impacts their future.
For Floridians who may need abortion care, who have questions about how this may impact them, for providers who have questions how this may impact them, unfortunately, we are still in a wait and see situation.
All right, again, and a big thanks to our Fox 35 team in Orlando for that story. And as you just heard, it's a major ruling here in Florida as a judge blocks the state's 15-week abortion law. Our Fox 13 Tampa team takes a look at what it means and what happens next.
A day before Florida's new law takes effect,
a state judge has blocked Florida's new abortion restrictions from going into effect tomorrow as planned. The new law would have banned abortions in Florida after 15 weeks of pregnancy, but today's decision means that we don't know when or if those restrictions will kick in. Let's go to Fox 13's political editor, Craig Patrick. He followed the arguments in court and joins us now to break down this decision, Craig, and where this is likely headed.
Well, this decision is temporarily blocking the law, and the timing on this is very tricky, and we'll get into that in just a couple of moments. But bottom line, this blocks these new restrictions from going into effect fully until or as the dispute plays out in court and through the appeals process. And it became increasingly clear throughout the day that the judge would in fact move to put these restrictions on hold as he reacted to the arguments from both sides. Florida's state constitution has a right to privacy provision, and the Florida Supreme Court has previously ruled that it applies to and protects the legal right to abortion under state law, though the state still has the right to restrict abortion. So the question here is, to what extent can the state further restrict abortion without violating a person's right to privacy?
And the rub is, where do you draw the line?
The state argued it can draw the line at 15 weeks, banning nearly all abortions after that point, on grounds that it has a compelling interest to do that in protecting the fetus and the mother. With respect to the fetus, the state presented physician testimony that a fetus can feel pain starting around 15 weeks.
It's number one, it's at the early part of the range where Dr. Condick testified that fetal pain is possible, but it's also when the procedure switches to a D&E procedure.
And the state says that increases the risk of dangerous outcomes for the individuals who carry the fetus.
How do I rationalize that with the fact that all medical procedures have complications?
So I think, respectfully, there is a false premise in the way you framed that entire issue.
And from there, that's how a lot of the back and forth played out, with Judge John Cooper raising issues with the state's studies and witnesses and expressing skepticism over the state's assertion of when a fetus feels pain.
I have real questions about Dr. Condick's testimony that there's fetal pain when there's almost no brain at that stage.
Judge Cooper then cited circumstances in which a comparatively small number of people may not have an opportunity to seek an abortion until beyond 15 weeks, including victims of rape.
We know that there are women who are raped who take a long time to process what happened to them. And it might be in week 16 or 17.
And victims of domestic violence in which the abusers could keep them shut in at home.
So with a 15-week cutoff, there's going to be a certain number of people who are victims of domestic violence who just can't get out of the house until week 16 or 17.
Again, this is just one step in the dispute that is a long way from finished. We know for sure the state will appeal this decision. In fact, Governor DeSantis just spoke to that point a few moments ago. Take a look.
We knew that that was likely going to be what was decided in that case. We knew that we were going to have to move forward and continue the legal battle on that, and that's something that was decided under state law. So it was not unanticipated. It was not, of course, something that we were happy to see. When you talk about these are unborn babies that have heartbeat, they can feel pain, they can suck their thumb. And to say that the state constitution mandates things like dismemberment abortions, I just don't think that's the proper interpretation. And so we'll appeal.
One other key point here, remember I said that the timing on this is a little tricky. It's not entirely clear, but based on my reading, it will take some time, a couple of days for Judge Cooper to enter this order. The ban kicks in tomorrow, so it's not clear if, in fact, the ban 15 weeks and beyond that will go into effect tomorrow. I would say there's a good chance that it will, and then over the weekend or heading into Monday, this order will then kick in, but all of that will come into focus, I think, in the coming hours or probably the coming minutes.
Okay, wow. So this is kind of a mess now. Tell us again, Craig, what is the law of the land now in Florida in terms of when a woman can seek an abortion?
Well, that's not entirely clear, to be resolved because you have an injunction that has not yet been implemented. The state law implements the new restrictions tomorrow. It's possible, but unlikely. Therefore, it is most likely at this point that there will be a ban 15 weeks and beyond. Tomorrow, Saturday, perhaps Sunday, that will then be blocked. Monday going forward, in all probability, yet to be determined as this works through the courts, and then it will ultimately come to the likely Supreme Court ruling in the state of Florida to determine the ultimate fate of these new restrictions banning abortion in nearly all cases after 15 weeks.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, or for making it as clear as possible at this point. Craig Patrick, live for us. Thanks, Craig.
All right, and a big thanks to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that in-depth coverage about the 15-week abortion ban that, again, will be going into effect. So as soon as we get more information on that, we, of course, will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears and turn to some news about the July 4th holiday weekend. As with every holiday, it is going to be very busy. We're taking you to a live look here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where things will again be booked and busy today and really throughout the entire weekend. We do know that today is expected to be one of the busiest days of the 4th of July holiday weekend. Our Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner joins us live inside the terminal. And Brooke, we do know passengers are just hoping that their flights don't get delayed or canceled. This happened to me just a few days ago.
Yeah, nothing really more frustrating than showing up at the airport, especially if you come here early and then finding out your flight is canceled. And we have experienced that. We've talked to passengers who went through that earlier today. I want to show you the main security checkpoint line here is moving along fine. Really no line to speak of at all. It was a much different story here, though, earlier this morning during the peak morning travel hours. And the airport here is expecting about 1.7 million people to travel to, from, and through Atlanta through next Tuesday. AAA is expecting around 3.5 million Americans to fly during that same time span. And Atlanta police here and the TSA, they have made it clear that they will have a presence out here at the airport this weekend. And the busy travel weekend, as we mentioned, it comes as passengers have been dealing with so many delays and cancellations really since Memorial Day. At last check, there are nearly 800 domestic flights delayed so far today. A little over 200 have been canceled altogether. And again, we talked to some travelers out here who are experiencing this, who have been delayed, who have been canceled, and trying to make some alternative plans. Flights here at Hartsfield-Jackson, at a last check, there were about 21 or so flights that were canceled here. There were close to 80 that were delayed, and that number has just been steadily rising since we've been here since about 4:30 this morning. And officials say that you can probably expect that, or at least prepare for that, if you're heading to any airport this weekend.
And Brooke, I did want to ask, we do know that Delta pilots are protesting. They've been holding demonstrations. Can you tell us if that is also going to be impacting travel this weekend?
Yeah, we reported on that yesterday about some off-duty Delta pilots here that were demonstrating, picketing outside. Those were, again, off-duty. They are not on strike. We were told by Delta that that would not be impacting any of the flight operations. However, Delta did put out a statement saying that customers should expect some delays and some disruptions to travel this weekend because it's a very busy weekend. They've scrapped some of their flights already. They did that earlier this summer to meet the demand that they've been seeing. So the demonstrations have had nothing to do with any delays or cancellations that you've been experiencing. At least that's according to Delta Airlines when we reached out to them.
All right, our Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner live for us there inside of the airport terminal. Brooke, thank you so much for that. As always, we of course appreciate you joining us here on the show.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, as Brooke mentioned, we do want to take you back out live outside of the airport where you can see some of those planes parked. Hopefully those are not canceled flights or delayed flights. Hopefully they are getting ready for their passengers on this busy holiday weekend for July 4th, coming up on Monday. It is 9:13 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday, July 1st. We do want to take you live out to the Orlando airport, where, as you just heard from our Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner, airports across the country are packed ahead of the busy 4th of July holiday weekend. So that is just one of many top stories that we are following today. And some news out of the Aloha State. The Navy, a new report released by the Navy, outlines how the military's poor management of the Red Hill fuel storage facility led to the contamination of the Navy's water system in and around Pearl Harbor. Now, thousands of gallons of fuel leaked into the residential water systems, which led to thousands of people and military families essentially being poisoned and sickened. So again, the U.S. Navy finally releasing that full report, admitting responsibility and mismanagement on their part on their part, which led to, again, thousands of people being sickened. Also happening today, we do know President Joe Biden will be hosting a virtual meeting today at around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with governors talking about protecting women's reproductive health. We, of course, will be bringing that to you as soon as we get that feed into our desk. And some news out of Russia and Ukraine, the war, the ongoing war, which is now on day 128. We have learned that at least 19 people have died after Russian troops launched missile attacks at an apartment building and several campsites in Odessa, Ukraine. So that is the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We do want to bring you out to the White House, where we do know President Joe Biden is back from his trip to Europe. His international trip. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more on why he says history was made not only during his trip, but also back here in the United States.
President Biden returned to the White House Thursday following back-to-back summits in Europe, the G7 in Germany and the NATO summit in Spain.
I think we can all agree that this has been a historic NATO summit.
The NATO summit concluded with members agreeing to give more support for Ukraine and extending invitations to join the alliance to both Finland and Sweden.
Finland and Sweden are sovereign nations, and they have the right to choose their own path and to join NATO.
Back in the U.S., more history was made. The U.S. Supreme Court wrapped up its term, swearing in Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman appointed to the nation's highest court. And the bench handing down major decisions in 2 cases. In a win for the president, the court ruled the Biden administration has the authority to end the controversial Trump-era immigration policy known as Remain in Mexico.
The law of the United States is that we got to secure the border. The administration is refusing to do that, and that is at the heart of the dissent's position.
The court also delivered a major blow to the president's climate agenda, ruling the Environmental Protection Agency cannot pass sweeping regulations without congressional approval. As for the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, President Biden called it destabilizing and called on Congress to codify abortion rights. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you some other news coming out of Russia, this time pertaining to WNBA star Brittany Griner, who has been detained in Russia since February. This is brand new video just into our LiveNOW desk of Brittany Griner entering a Moscow courtroom. The 2-time Olympic gold medalist and WNBA star will and did appear in a Moscow court today. This comes more than 4 months after she was arrested in Russia for allegedly bringing vape cartridges containing oils derived from cannabis through the airport. U.S. officials fear that the American basketball icon will be the subject of a, quote, sham trial. We do know Texas Representative Colin Aldred issued a statement yesterday condemning her wrongful detention and reiterating that she is a political prisoner. Griner, if you didn't know, she plays for the WNBA's Phoenix Mercury. She's essentially the female version of LeBron James in basketball. So she again plays for the WNBA and also for a Russian team during the offseason, as do more than a dozen other players in the WNBA. And we do know that if convicted, she could face up to 10 years in prison. That is the latest on WNBA star Brittany Griner. We do want to bring you some other news when it comes to Russia. President Biden pledging additional support to Ukraine on the final day of the NATO summit yesterday in Madrid. His comments come as Ukraine sees a strategic victory on the battlefield. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more.
A setback for Russia's ambitions in Ukraine. Russian forces withdrawing from Snake Island, a key outpost for controlling shipping lanes in the Black Sea. Moscow claims the move demonstrates that it's not preventing efforts to export grain from Ukrainian ports. But Kyiv is pushing back, saying the withdrawal happened only after an overnight assault by Ukraine's military.
Armed forces of Ukraine will do everything to stabilize the situation so that ships will be able to have safe passage through the territorial waters.
Meanwhile, Russian forces ramped up their attacks on the Donbass region as they try to take control of the Luhansk province. Troops launching more attacks on civilian areas. Speaking at the NATO summit in Madrid, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says Ukraine's Snake Island victory is a sign they can still win this war.
In the end, it will prove impossible for Putin to hold down a country that will not accept his rule.
NATO allies declared Moscow their top threat during this week's discussions. President Biden says the United States plans to send another $800 million in aid to Ukraine. The package will include advanced air defense systems and additional ammunition.
They can continue to resist the Russian aggression. And so I don't know how it's going to end, but it will not end with a Russian defeat of Ukraine in Ukraine.
The UK also plans to send another $1 billion worth of military support to Ukraine. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Greg, as always, thank you for that report. You know, unfortunately, this shot just switched on us. We were going to take you out to the Statue of Liberty in New York, but it does appear as though the stock market is about to open. You can see somebody from NASDAQ there right now. So again, we are going to switch gears and bring you to that story in just a little bit. Now to another story that we are following. This time relating to fentanyl. We have learned that parents whose children died of fentanyl overdoses, many of them now want their deaths classified as crimes. The legal push comes with the news of fentanyl being smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border. Our Fox News business correspondent Hillary Vaughn has more.
Law enforcement is frustrated.
If you do the crime, you gotta do the time. But police say that's not always the case.
We arrest people and we see them out of custody within hours of making an arrest.
Last week in Central California, sheriff's deputies caught 2 traffickers with a truckload of fentanyl, but a judge-signed court order let them go.
Let's just go back and make the use of drugs and the sale of drugs a felony where you have to be held accountable and serve time in jail.
Parents whose children are being sold poison pills with deadly doses of fentanyl want answers. 18-year-old Adriana Davies died after taking Percocet she didn't know was laced with fentanyl. The drug dealer accused is an illegal immigrant who was out on bail for another crime.
This person should have at least been either behind bars or been deported.
Families fighting for justice want drug dealers behind bars for murder. If the drugs they sell kill. But in states like California with softer drug laws, federal prosecutors taking their case might be their only hope.
It ties the hands of the police, it ties the hands of the district attorneys, and so they're having to find other ways to go about prosecuting these cases.
It took a retired Chicago police officer 5 months to convince police her daughter's overdose was foul play.
How are these other parents that don't have this background in law enforcement able to get some form of justice?
And so many parents never get that closure. The conviction rate for fentanyl dealers in some places is 0. San Francisco had 640 fatal fentanyl overdoses last year, but the now recalled district attorney failed to convict anyone for dealing fentanyl in 2021. In Washington, Hillary Vaughn, Fox News.
Hillary, thank you for that report. As promised, we did get another shot of New York City up. So again, we do want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. A beautiful shot there of the city this morning. We are learning more about the investigation into who killed a New York City mom while she was taking a stroll with her 3-month-old baby. Police say Asia Johnson was shot Wednesday night less than half a mile from Central Park. Our Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has more.
When a mother's pushing a baby carriage down the block, or an individual, a woman is pushing a baby carriage down the block and is shot in point blank range, it shows just how this national problem is impacting families.
Police in New York City say they are investigating the shooting of a young mom as a domestic violence situation and have identified a person of interest they'd like to talk to. The shooting taking place on the Upper East Side at the intersection of Lexington Avenue and 95th Street. The 20-year-old woman was pushing her 3-month-old baby in a stroller when she was fatally shot in the head at close range.
I realized that, no, this is serious and that there was a gunshot. And it really frightened me because I was right there at the park playing, and I would never have thought ever that this would have happened.
The suspect is described as a man wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and black sweatpants. The shooting comes at a time when gun control is at center stage in the Big Apple. So far, there have been 624 shootings this year in New York, topping pre-pandemic numbers by 28%.
We're going to find this person that's guilty of this horrific crime. We're going to find him and bring him to justice.
The victim's mother says her daughter was in a lengthy domestic dispute and that earlier calls to police went unanswered. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that report. Some other news coming out of New York City. We have learned that the Department of Justice, the feds, now opening an investigation into the Special Victims Division of the NYPD. They're doing this to try and assess whether or not it had engaged in a pattern of gender-biased policing. The investigation will look into the unit's policies, procedures, and training, along with how it interacts with survivors and witnesses, collects evidence, completes investigations, and more. Our Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti explains.
Allegations as shocking as some of the crimes they handle. The Department of Justice investigating the NYPD's Special Victims Division for mishandling sexual assault investigations and mistreating survivors. Concerns that date back more than a decade.
There's no higher level of priority for us to ensure that victims of sexual assault receive the right treatment, investigation, and resolution.
According to the DOJ, there's reason to believe the NYPD engaged in gender-biased policing and mishandled sexual assault cases. There are allegations survivors were not treated with the sensitivity they deserve and concern that cases were rushed in order to clear a backlog. The DOJ also found some investigators abused and even re-traumatized survivors in the course of their investigative process. Darren Porter is retired from the NYPD. He has heard the rumors, and now the DOJ has too.
There was no appropriate oversight within these special victims units to ensure that the victims were receiving a quality or qualitative investigation. It manifested to the point to where it is now, but this is something that's been happening for years on end in the past.
One such high-profile case, Harvey Weinstein. The commanding officer was pulled from his post after a city watchdog group found the SVD was stretched thin and unable to properly investigate cases like Weinstein's.
We were not sitting on our hands. The police commissioner immediately started taking actions towards what we perceived as how to make sure that unit is a professional unit.
In a statement, the NYPD said it welcomes the review and it's committed to improving the quality of our investigations and the care provided by the Special Victims Division when working with some of the most vulnerable survivors of crime.
All right, a big thanks to our Fox 5 New York team for that update on the investigation into the NYPD's sex crime unit. We do want to bring you a story out of New Jersey. A new bill introduced in the New Jersey State Senate would legalize the use of psychedelic mushrooms, also known as magic mushrooms, for people over the age of 21. The bill was brought by the state Senate president in the belief that the mushrooms are beneficial to mental health, depression, and anxiety. If passed, the bill would allow people over 21 to grow up to 4 grams of the mushrooms. It would also expunge any past criminal charges related to the psychedelics. So that is the latest news coming out of New Jersey, their state legislation looking into legalizing magic mushrooms. It is also a very busy weekend. It's July 4th, of course, coming up on Monday. You're taking a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta, Georgia, one of the busiest airports in the country. We also have a live look at some of the TSA lines at the Orlando International Airport, here where your Live Now from Fox team is located. And just for the heck of it, a beautiful shot of Clearwater, Florida. AAA is saying that they are predicting 47.9 million people. Again, 47.9 million people to travel this July 4th weekend. We do know that, of course, it is going to be a very busy weekend, not only here at the airports, but also on the roads as well. It is 9:32 here in the morning on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you back out live to the stock board. You can see the New York Stock Exchange just opening about 4 minutes ago. Stocks starting down on this Friday morning, the 1st of July, down about 21 points. That'll, of course, change throughout the day. We'll bring this up periodically throughout the show so you guys can keep a look on the stocks here today and the economy as we follow some other news. We do want to get to a story here out of Florida where we have learned that a federal judge has temporarily blocked a 15-week abortion ban. This is just coming into our desk yesterday. The judge said he would temporarily block a 15-week abortion ban from taking effect, saying that changing the abortion law from up to 24 weeks to 15 weeks would violate a woman's right to privacy. This comes following a court challenge by reproductive health providers who say that the state constitution guarantees a right to the procedure. We do have reaction today from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was speaking yesterday not only about abortion, but about civics education at a Central Florida high school here in Sanford, Florida. So again, he not only talked about that, but also addressed the state's next steps after that judge temporarily blocked the state's 15-week abortion ban, which was supposed to take effect today. So let's go ahead and listen in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. It's wonderful to be back here in Seminole County. We got a great announcement here today, and I'm happy to be joined with the state's Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz. I'm also happy to be joined with by Senator Jason Broder So I want to thank them for all their hard work. And then we have a number of students. We also have some teachers who are going to be able to speak today. We have Shauna Norris, who's a 7th grade teacher from Pasco County. Then we have Abe Lopez, who's a teacher from nearby here at West Ridge Middle School. So I want to thank him for coming. One of the things that we have focused on since I became governor is the need to have robust civics education. We need to be able to produce students who understand what it means to be an American. They understand our constitutional structure. They understand the founding principles of the country. They understand the Bill of Rights, and they understand what a society based on the rule of law means. And our society as a whole has not been doing a very good job of that over the last generation. I think if you look at any time they study this in terms of asking the public questions, this is not just students, this is just even adults. The results are typically very, very frightening with just how little collective civic knowledge there is in our society right now. It was a lot better many, many years ago, I think, because there was more of an emphasis put on it in the schools. There was an exam done by, or a survey done by one group, and 72% of Americans didn't know which states were the original 13 colonies. Less than a quarter knew why we revolted against the British in the first place, and 12% thought Dwight Eisenhower was fighting in the Civil War. So, those are things that are not acceptable, and those are things that we're not going to stand by and allow to happen in the state of Florida. We have done a lot since I've been governor to counter that trend. First, we've embedded great civics texts in our English language arts standards. We've updated our civics curriculum, tests, and standards. We've launched the Florida Civics and Debate Initiative for students to learn about history and compete with their peers. And we hosted the first ever National Civics Debate Championship last year. I think some of these students have participated in the programs. And we ended up, I think we started with, I think we're going to have almost all school districts now participating next year. We created the Civic Seal of Excellence for teachers, so that if they go through that relatively short program, they get a $3,000 bonus for doing that. The state of Florida has funded a 3-day civics excellence teacher training, and we have the first 2,500 teachers that are going through that now. That is one way where they can get the Civic Seal of Excellence and be on their way to that $3,000 bonus. We've also hired regional civics coaches to support our students and teachers, and so we've already seen a great success with these initiatives. And so one of the reasons why we wanted to come and highlight what we've done is because we just got the civic literacy exam results for this past school year, and we've seen an improvement by 5%. So we're now at almost 70% are passing our civics exam. Now, that's not nearly good enough, but that is much better than I would say most people would expect. And certainly much better than probably what you get in most parts of the country. And so we're getting, more than 2/3 of the students are passing. We're going to continue to improve those numbers. But if you look from 2021 to 2022, we saw improvements across demographics. We saw improvements with people that are economically disadvantaged. We saw improvements with people that have learning disabilities. And so those are all very positive metrics because, it's not like it's just one segment that's driving the improvement. It's really been shared across the board. So we're going to continue to put the foot on the gas on this. It's very, very important. We are going to be expanding our Civics and Debate Initiative in the state of Florida. We have $1 million for the next fiscal year, which starts this week, for expansion, and that's double last year's funding. We started it, we got philanthropic contribution, $5 million, but we've put some money in, and now we're putting the $1 million. And so prior to the initiative, we had very limited opportunities for civics and debate throughout the state. Only 11 school districts had opportunities for folks, for the students who would do it. First year of our civics and debate initiative, we had debate teams in 30 school districts. Last year, we expanded to 45 school districts, and this coming year, we have commitments already from 60 school districts to participate and are confident that there will be a team in every county by the end of the school year. And so this is going to make a big difference for our students. I can tell you when you actually are exposed to a lot of the ideas that make America unique, people, it's an infectious thing. People want to learn more. They are able to see very quickly once they're provided with the proper instruction and information. They're able to see very quickly why our system is superior than other systems that have been tried before. And people are going to be leaving our school system when they graduate high school. They're going to go off into the real world. Some will go higher education, some will go vocation, some will do a whole bunch of different things. But everyone's going to be exercising the duties of being an American citizen. And we need to provide the proper foundation for doing that. I'm confident that if we provide that foundation, these students, as they become adults, they're going to be able to navigate a lot of the things that are going on and make sense of a lot of the things that are going on much better than probably my generation or certainly in more recent years. And that's going to pay a lot of dividends. I mean, quite frankly, if we did a better job of doing civics education, I don't think we'd have as many divisions in our country as we have, because there's a lot of people that, that if you don't have a common understanding of our constitutional structure, of our founding principles, it makes it a lot harder to agree on different types of issues. And so I think this is a fundamental issue. I think it's something that we need to put more and more emphasis on, and we've done more than anyone, I think, in Florida since I've been governor, but we've got a lot more to do. We want to see, 90+% of these students getting the passing grades on the civics. We're also unabashedly promoting civics and history that is accurate and that is not trying to push an ideological agenda. And I think what we've seen in different parts of the country is to try to distort history as a way to pursue an agenda here in the present day. We have said that that is not appropriate in the state of Florida. And so, you're learning the real history, you're learning the real facts, but it's not going to be done in a way that's trying to indoctrinate students with whatever modern agenda that somebody may have. And that's going to serve our students very, very well, that they're going to get the proper foundation. And what I found is, some of these, particularly some of these universities, when they go through and they try to do, more of the indoctrination, it actually doesn't serve the students well. They're not able to think as critically as they need to if it's just about parroting an ideology rather than really understanding the underlying principles and dynamics that are at play. So we will stand very strong on that. We haven't just done it with civics. They tried to do woke math in some of these textbooks. I mean, it's absurd. And so, we said it doesn't meet our standards, sent it back to the publishers, and the publishers took the woke, the non, germane stuff out. They took the agenda stuff out, and they actually sent us math books. And that's really what it should be. I mean, So I think it's really, and we live in an era where you will have places around our country that will want to take down statues of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Teddy Roosevelt, you name it. And, I think that's part of an effort to try to erase history and to try to delegitimize the history of this country. History is good and bad. There's all kinds of things that happen, and but I think that the story is that because that we were founded differently on different ideas about God-given rights and the way the government, a proper role in people's lives, people have been able to triumph over big challenges. They've been able to conquer injustices. And in no other country has people been able to do that as frequently as they have in the United States. And so it's important that we have the proper perspective on this, and that's what we're going to be doing in the state of Florida. So great improvement for our civics scores. Better overall than probably most other places, but we're still not satisfied with what needs to be done. So we're going to continue to put emphasis on this, and we're going to continue to put resources towards this. And I'm happy to be able to report progress, but I'm also happy to be able to stay here and say the mission continues. And so we're going to hear from some folks to talk about the civics. So we'll start with Manny Diaz, our Education Commissioner.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, everyone. And isn't it amazing to have a governor here in the state of Florida that understands the importance of American civics and the constitutional principles that our country was founded on, and that we should be teaching that to all of our students, and we'll continue to do that in Florida. The governor highlighted some of the progress we made. I'm going to go deeper into the numbers. I'm very proud of the assessment results, and like the governor said, this is just a start. This is progress. We got work to do. But I'm very happy to report performance increased overall 5% in civics, as the governor mentioned. Performance increased by 2% overall in U.S. history. African American students increased performance by 8 percentage points in civics, 4 percentage points in U.S. history. Students from economically disadvantaged families increased performance by 7 percentage points in civics, and Hispanic students increased by 6 points in civics. So amazing progress all across the board, and drilling down on the importance of civics for our future citizens, our future leaders in the state of Florida. This wouldn't be possible without the leadership of Governor DeSantis and his emphasis on this importance, and all of the work that our educators are doing every day in our classrooms. So we're proud of the progress we made, but we're going to continue to have our teachers teach unbiased U.S. history and civics. We want our students to know history, but we also want them to be part of history. In order to do that, as the governor mentioned, you have to have an understanding of our system of government so that they can go on to be leaders in our country. And we're going to give them the tools to continue to do that, and we're going to give the tools to our teachers, as the governor mentioned. The department is supporting the governor's vision through a variety of initiatives here to build on the great assessment results that we released here today, and we want to improve in the future, and I'll give you a little bit of that. Civics literacy initiatives spurred by Governor DeSantis will continue through the next year with priorities such as professional development for school principals to help school leaders support teachers in the implementation of civics. It's not only our teachers in the classroom. We have to have leaders in these school buildings that understand the importance of civics and can help those teachers along the way to impart that knowledge on our students. A continued expansion of the Florida Civics Debate Initiative, as the governor mentioned, and professional learning materials for speech and debate coaches, because we have to have people that are properly trained to teach our students with that. National Civics and Debate Championship that Florida will host in November, bringing speech and debate teams across the state and the nation to compete for the second year in a row in Florida. We're proud of that. The development of pathways to public service careers through the expansion of the government and public administration career and technical education curriculum framework, and the implementation of revised civic and government standards to make sure that we have unbiased U.S. history and proper American civics. I'm proud to stand here with the governor and to be at the Department of Education, where we will make sure that our students are taught and educated and not indoctrinated. So looking forward to many things to come. Thank you.
Okay, Shauna Norris from Pasco County, where you at? Okay, good.
Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Norris. I'm a 7th grade civics teacher at River Ridge Middle School in Pasco County. I am honored to be here as our governor announces his continued commitment to improving and advancing the civics curriculum for all of Florida's students. Being a middle school teacher is not an easy job. There have been many moments when I have wanted to call it quits, but I remind myself that it is my responsibility to ensure that my students have a strong civics foundation, free from bias or agenda setting. To empower my students with the knowledge of our great nation's founding principles and institutions, and to instill in them the knowledge of, the vital importance of our rights, our responsibilities, and our obligations as American citizens. Our youth are constantly being bombarded with misinformation and propaganda on social media. Through Socratic seminars and research debates, students are learning skills needed to be active, critical thinkers, to research all sides of an issue, to form their own convictions, and to not just jump on a bandwagon because of a meme they saw on Instagram or because their favorite athlete is supporting a cause. Civic literacy and critical thinking skills are essential components to the successful continuation of our constitutional republic. As President Reagan so eloquently explained, freedom is a fragile thing, and it is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation. Thanks to the governor's commitment to civics education, Florida is leading the way for our next generation of well-informed, active participants and defenders of the freedoms that we hold so dear. Thank you.
Okay, Abe Lopez.
My name's Abraham Abe Lopez, and I'm a 7th grade civics teacher here in Central Florida. I just finished teaching my first year at Orange County Public Schools, and I would like to publicly thank the governor for recognizing the importance of civics education and for his call for excellence in civics education. I know as a civics teacher, Gov, there are teachers that are waiting in line in certain cities to get in your excellence in teaching program for civics. There's a lot of enthusiasm, and we are grateful for the investment that you've made in our space, not only for the students, because that's really important, but also for us as professionals. So thank you once again, Governor. As I went through the year, I can't tell you enough about the importance of connecting with these students as individuals. I teach at a Title I school district that historically sees a lot of need, and often the students that are underperforming and they're not proficient in many subjects. By the time these kids get into my classroom, my 7th grade classroom, this is the first exposure to civics for many of them. Often they come not knowing the basics of government, including what's the difference between the federal, state, and local levels of government, let alone what is the purpose and the importance of the United States Bill of Rights. I use this opportunity as a blank slate to help my students understand that their rights are intrinsic and do not come from a man, they do not come from a government. Our rights come from a creator. And once you acknowledge that your rights come from a creator, they can't be taken away by a man or government. And they're understanding and grasping that. Some students ask me for my opinion on the hottest topics of the day. I respond to them, it is not my job to get them to think the way I think. I tell them that it's my job to teach them to think for themselves. I try to encourage and inspire them to think beyond the toxicity of the influence that you see in social, traditional media, and also celebrity culture. I teach them that it is expected, or what is expected of them, as contributing and productive citizens of the greatest state in the United States of America, Florida. I teach them that no matter your background or socioeconomic status, you are an American, and that's something to be proud of. In my classroom, I welcome dissent, debate, engagement. I teach American history, the good, the bad, at times even the ugly. But I tell them that for every period of bad or ugly, bold men and women, proud Americans, arose to make ours a more perfect union. that their freedom is not free. And it's their time now to prove that the sacrifices that have already been made were not in vain. By the end of the year, I was one of the highest performing teachers in my department. I was rated highly effective, not according to my standards, but the state of Florida standards. But most importantly, I know that my students learned about their liberties. They learned about their rights. They learned about their responsibilities as Americans. Kids who knew nothing about government in the start of the year, they left me with the most thoughtful notes about the impact of our time together. And real quickly, I'm just going to read you one. I got it right here. To Mr. Lopez, you make learning fun, even though you eat our stuff, and you say pay your taxes. This year has been fun with you, and many of these students now do not like taxes. So understandably so, and I end with this. Many of us, as I'm a dad, above all, I'm a husband, I have 3 young children in the school system, public school system. Many of us feel that life, liberty, and our ability for self-governance is in peril. How do we address this? We address this by what Governor Ron DeSantis is doing, by demanding excellence in our civics education. So, Governor, on behalf of many teachers who probably don't feel comfortable speaking the way I'm right now, I want to thank you publicly, and I can thank you in English, Spanish, and other languages. Thank you for your steadfast commitment to excellence in civics education. Thank you for taking the hits for my children, for my family, for my colleagues. And Governor, if I can give you any kind of advice at all, I say, let's make America Florida.
Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate the teachers and glad. And you, what grade are you in? Okay, and you?
I'm about to be.
And what's that medal from?
This is at a debate tournament.
Where was that at? And what was your subject that you debated?
Been a lot of subjects recently.
It was the one about whether or not churches should be in.
Okay.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the latest press conference coming in from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, not only talking about education here in Florida, but also responding to that Florida judge who says that he will issue a temporary block on Florida's ban, the 15-week ban on abortion. So again, this is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Also happening here in the Sunshine State today, Florida's so-called Stop the Woke Act. That is, what is it? It's called Stop the Woke Act. It'll be going into effect today. The law essentially bans critical race theory as well as lessons and trainings on race and diversity, not only in Florida public schools, but also in workplaces. And to provide some more insight into this, let's bring in former federal prosecutor and former public defender, now turned civil rights attorney, Chris Mancini. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. As always, we love having you here as a guest here on Live Now from Fox. This law lists a set of different race-related concepts that would be banned in schools. Tell us how this is going to impact Florida schools and students.
Well, I just attended a meeting of various teachers' unions, and the teachers' unions are gearing up for the fight that's going to be coming over this. The issues that they're concerned about are forcing teachers to basically tell on each other where violations of this law occur that may impact their ability to keep their contracts and work for the school boards or the schools. So that's one thing. And another thing that the teachers were discussing at that meeting was that there really is no guidance. There hasn't been enough promulgation of regulations and direction as to what they can and cannot say. And the way the law is set up, it basically says you can't teach anything that's inconsistent with this. But the question for the civil rights lawyers and the judges are going to have to decide is what exactly does the law prohibit?
And Chris, I did want to ask, not only is this going to impact students and schools, as you mentioned, but we also know that it's going to give parents the ability to sue school districts that don't follow these new state standards. Can you go a little bit more in depth about that and how this gives parents sort of a new round of individual rights?
Well, the way that the law is drafted, it gives equitable remedies to anybody that feels that they've been aggrieved by the law. So a parent can not only ask for an injunction, where the court says, don't do this or do that, but the parent can also ask for things like having a court order that books be banned from schools. They can ask for it. It's up to a judge to decide whether or not that's an equitable remedy that a judge has to grant under the terms of the law. So there's really, again, a problem of what does this law mean? This is all going to be the subject of a great deal of litigation. That's the one thing I can guarantee you, because the way the law is written and the power that it gives individuals to suddenly decide or ask the courts to decide what the schools can and cannot teach, what books they can have on library shelves, whether or not they can display things like a rainbow flag, which was a big subject of the teachers' discussion the other day. Are they going to have to take down posters and other things that they would normally have taught in their curriculum? So this whole thing is very much a work in progress, and there's going to be a tremendous amount of litigation over what it means.
And Florida isn't the first. Of course, critical race theory has been a discussion really over the past few years, getting a lot more coverage. Right. Do you think that we will eventually see parents, pull their students out of a classroom if a certain book or maybe a certain lesson isn't being taught? Because as we mentioned, parents can sue the school districts for not following these rules. But do you think we'll see parents on the other side of this debate actually take their kids out of school?
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here, and the newspapers have been reporting in Florida, that there's been a great deal of interest in not only enacting this law, because it goes back to the critical race theory, which some people vehemently object to, and because they're taking positions on this, trying to run for school board in some places, seeking commissioner positions on the commission that would enforce it through the Department of Education. Some of those parents, I think, would take whatever extreme steps they believe is necessary in order to prevent this, quote, indoctrination, unquote, from being fed to their children. So, yeah, I think you're going to see some parents, first that battle's going to be fought. Then if they win or lose, will determine what they're going to do next with their individual children.
So homeschooling isn't out of the question, that we could see that become a little bit more popular here in Florida, you'd say?
I'd say, well, homeschooling has always been popular since the state has decided to fund it. So what exactly will come up in terms of schools that are specialized and aimed directly at parents that don't want their kids to be taught critical race theory or anything that comes out of the 1619 project, which is a major target of this litigation? Yeah, I could see them trying to set up charter schools, homeschools, which are designed to appeal to the parents that don't want their kids to be taught this.
And for people who may not know, I know there's been varying definitions of critical race theory. Can you sort of explain to our viewers who may not be familiar with it why this has been such, a controversy over the past few years?
Well, the problem, as I see it, with critical race theory is that it's become highly politicized. There's a great deal of number of university professors, scholars that believe that there is some basis to argue that critical race theory is correct, which basically says, that the origins of the United States trace back to 1619, when the White Lion arrived in Virginia with the first group of enslaved peoples. But whether or not that theory is correct, whether or not it has good historical underpinnings, that's something that can be debated. But when you politicized it, and now it becomes a political football, you see people taking positions on both sides. And now the governor of Florida has enacted this law so that none of that is allowed to be discussed in the schools or in training programs, which are offered by private employers who are subject to the jurisdiction and control of the state. So I don't know if it's a good theory or not. I'm not expressing an opinion on that, but it sure has become a political football.
So we know this new law is going to sort of silence discussions in schools and workplaces about critical race theory. My question, though, is what about companies, specifically workplaces that we've seen over the past few years, focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion training? Will this make that illegal in workplaces?
Yes, there's a case pending right now. There's actually two cases pending in the Northern District in Tallahassee of Florida. It's honeyfund.com and a woman by the name of Chavara Oren, and they both offer this type of diversity training. And they're claiming in their lawsuit that they've already lost contracts and that major contracts like Walmart and some of the biggest companies are starting to draw back from the diversity training that they would otherwise pursue under the Florida Education Act and the Civil Rights Act. So yeah, that's going to be, that litigation's ongoing right now.
And Chris, another law along with this so-called Stop the Woke Act. Along with this, there's another law taking effect today that allows Florida officers to cite drivers who are blasting music. That is specifically if the officers can hear it clearly from 25 feet away. Talk to me a little bit more about this law. I know that there's more to it than just people blaring music.
Yeah, what people don't understand is that this law is really one of the most intrusive laws that the state of Florida has ever passed. It arose out of a Memorial Day beach party, which was attended by primarily Black people a year ago. But then, right on the heels of that, came Daytona truck party. And so there are Black and white people in this state that are both primarily the targets of this law. And what the law extends to is to private residences. And it says, not only can you be cited, pay double fines, and have your car impounded for blasting music that can be heard 25 feet away to a police officer, but they can set up what's called a special event zone of 50 or more people. And if they do that, they can limit the occupancy of your house and tell you who you can have, the number of people that you can have at your house for a party in one of these special event zones. And the other problem with the law, it's very vague, but it says that if you are listening to music louder than necessary, whatever that means to the persons in the car, then your car can also be impounded if that car is adjoining or on private property, on next to a school, next to a church, or next to a hospital. So this is a very intrusive law that's also going to be the subject of a great deal of litigation.
Chris, that was actually going to be my next question. Do you know of any lawsuits that have been filed so far to sort of stop or block this law from taking effect?
No, the commonality between this new 25-foot law or the special event zone law and the Stop Woke law litigation is that you have to have standing. Standing is a legal concept that says that basically the law has to be applied against you and cost you something or harm you in some way. And what's been happening with the Stop Woke litigation is that the judge in Tallahassee, Judge Walker, has thrown out some of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit because they don't have standing. So until the 25-foot plainly audible law goes into effect and someone gets a ticket, right, or their car is impounded and they pay double fines, they don't have standing. So it will be coming as soon as the police start enforcing that law.
Chris, you know, two very controversial laws taking effect today. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts that you want to add about the one that you just mentioned, of course, which officers will now be able to cite people and fine them up to $114 for blaring music, and of course the one we were speaking about before, which essentially bans conversations about critical race theory in schools and workplaces?
The only thought I have is that these laws are so vaguely written that they're just going to engender a great deal of litigation. There's a lot of people in the state of Florida that question whether or not the state should be spending millions of dollars to defend these laws. But quite clearly, the lawyers are going to be making good money in the near future fighting over these issues with the state of Florida.
All right, Chris Mancini, a former federal prosecutor, former public defender, who is now a civil rights attorney, joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us some valuable insight into these two controversial laws, which now take effect here in the Sunshine State. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
A pleasure.
All right, everybody. Again, that was Chris Mancini joining us here on the show. We do want to take you live out to this triple box. We do have the Orlando International Airport. That is the TSA line. Appears to be a little slow there today. Maybe not a lot of people traveling to Orlando for the 4th of July holiday. We also have the stock market opening about 40 minutes ago. You can see the New York Stock Exchange down about 97 points at this very moment. And we do have an update that we want to bring you about a tropical storm that is brewing in the Caribbean. This is Tropical Storm Bonnie that you can see right there on your screen, forming in the Caribbean ahead of a landfall expected in Central America. According to our partners over at Fox Weather, Bonnie is predicted to intensify today before it slams into the coast of southern Nicaragua or northern Costa Rica later tonight. So again, that is the latest when it comes to a tropical storm known as Bonnie brewing in the Caribbean. It is 10:12 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for spending your Friday morning with us. My name is Mackenzie, with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. We do want to take you live out to Lisbon, Portugal, where we currently have the United Nations holding a conference there for the protection of our world's ocean. So again, this is live coming into our desk from Lisbon, Portugal. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Many participants expressed serious concern over the pervasive nature of marine plastics pollution, noting its detrimental impacts on the marine environment, marine species, and the uses of the ocean, including tourism and shipping. The potential impacts on human beings were also highlighted, in particular, through bioaccumulation of plastics in the marine food chain. The link between plastic pollution and climate change was noted in light of the fact that the production of plastics require fossil fuels. Several participants stressed the uneven distribution of plastic pollution, with states which do not contribute much to its creation being disproportionately impacted. Both the widespread economic cost of plastic pollution and the potential economic opportunities of measures to address it were highlighted. Participants underscored the urgent need to address marine plastic pollution, and it was noted that, according to a recent study, if the current situation was not addressed, the amount of plastic in the ocean would multiply by 5 by 2060. In this regard, participants welcomed the recent decision by the 5th session of the United Nations Environmental Assembly to convene an international intergovernmental negotiating committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment by 2024. Many participants underscored their commitment to reaching an ambitious outcome while not leaving anyone behind, and emphasized the need for all relevant stakeholders, including industry groups, civil society and the informal sector, and waste pickers, to play a role in the process. The need for the instrument to be informed by science and to take a holistic approach which would address the whole life cycle of all plastic and promote a circular economy was also emphasized. Some participants also highlighted the positive impacts of measures taken at the national level to address plastic pollution, including recycling programs and bans on single-use plastics. Many participants also drew attention to the need to address land-based sources of nutrient pollution, which resulted in eutrophication, including agricultural runoff and human and animal waste. The urgent need for waste treatment facilities was emphasized in this regard, as was the need for capacity building. Best practices on building a closed-circle agricultural system to avoid runoff and nature-based solutions such as the planting of mangroves and seagrass were presented. Concern was expressed regarding the potential environmental damage from the oil contained in FSO Safer, located off the coast of Yemen. It was noted that the United Nations has developed a viable plan for addressing this issue, but that fundraising efforts for its implementation were ongoing. A voluntary commitment was announced by the Andean Development Corporation to allocate $1.2 billion United States dollars to projects benefiting the ocean. Australia announced that it would invest $16 million to support the Pacific Regional Marine Litter Action Plan. I thank you.
I thank the co-chair for his statement. And I now invite His Excellency Abrao Vicente, Minister of Sea of Cabo Verde, co-chair of the Interactive Dialogue on Promoting and Strengthening Sustainable Ocean-Based Economies, in particular for small island developing states and least developed countries, to present a summary of the dialogue. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all Excellencies, Head of States, Prime Ministers, Ministers. I ask your permission to read this report in Portuguese, as we are in Lisbon, and I am the first minister who represents a Portuguese-speaking country. So we are in Lisbon. It will be wonderful to hear some Portuguese. Thank you. O Diálogo Interativo 5 sobre promoção e fortalecimento de economias oceânicas sustentáveis, nomeadamente os pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento e os países menos desenvolvidos, realizou-se no dia 28 de junho de 22. O diálogo foi co-presidido por Sua Excelência, o Sr. Bart Eid, e Ministro do Clima e Ambiente da Noruega, e por mim, Abrão Vicente, Ministro do Mar de Cabo Verde. O diálogo foi moderado por Sr. Christian Talecki, chefe de secretariado do painel de alto nível para uma economia oceânica.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the United Nations holding an ocean conference in Lisbon, Portugal. They have been holding this over the past few days, again, in Portugal. The whole goal of this is really to come up with new ideas and to turn the tide on issues that are impacting our oceans. According to the World Meteorological Organization's State of Global Climate in 2021 report, they say that sea level rise, ocean heat, ocean acidification, and greenhouse gas concentrations all set new records last year. And additionally, they say that marine pollution is increasing at an alarming rate. And if current trends continue as they are, more than half of the world's marine species may be extinct by 2100. We did hear from Secretary General Antonio Guterres calling this a, quote, ocean emergency, saying that we must turn the tide. A healthy and productive ocean is vital to our shared future. So again, this is coming in from Lisbon, Portugal, what we believe is the final day of the United Nations Ocean Conference, trying to come up with new ways and ideas to tackle this issue. It is 10:21 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. We do want to take you live out to the stock board, the New York Stock Exchange, trending down about 167 points, almost an hour after opening, ahead of the July 4th holiday weekend. We also do want to take you out to the White House, where we do know President Joe Biden later today will be holding a virtual meeting with several governors here in the United States, talking about women's access to reproductive rights. This, of course, comes after the Supreme Court ruled that Roe versus Wade is unconstitutional and should be overturned. We also know President Joe Biden is now calling for an end to the Senate filibuster, at least when it comes to abortion rights. He wants Congress to pass a new law to codify Roe versus Wade and change the Senate's rules if they have to. So as soon as we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to take you live out to our XRAD weather radar, where we have learned Tropical Storm Bonnie has officially formed in the Caribbean ahead of tonight's expected landfall in Central America. Our team over at Fox Weather predicts Bonnie will intensify tonight before it slams into the coast of either southern Nicaragua or northern Costa Rica again later tonight. Data from an Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicated that the disturbance, which was formerly known as potential Tropical Cyclone 2, had finally organized into a tropical storm over the southwestern Caribbean Sea as of early this morning. We do know that the tropical storm has maximum sustained winds of 40 miles an hour. It's located more than 200 miles east of Bluefields, Nicaragua, and is racing westward at about 20 miles an hour. Again, Bonnie is predicted to intensify later today before it slams into the southern coast of Nicaragua or northern Costa Rica on Friday night. So definitely stay tuned to Live Now from Fox and, of course, our Fox weather team for more information on that. We also want to take you live out to the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta, Georgia, where we do know it is going to be a very busy day if you are traveling ahead of the 4th of July weekend. According to AAA, 47.9 million people are expected to travel throughout the 4th of July holiday weekend. That is the latest information coming into our desk from AAA. So definitely a very busy weekend if you're going to be on the roads today or if you are headed to the airport. We actually also have some breaking news that we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is a live bird's eye view of Chicago. We are getting some more information about a Chicago police officer who has been shot and transported to the hospital. The officer's condition is unknown at this time, but you can see several law enforcement officers at the scene in Chicago right now. It appears as though they are attempting to block off one of the streets there. Again, this is live in Chicago, Illinois, where we are just learning that a Chicago police officer was shot on the city's near west side. According to our partners over at Fox 32 Chicago, this is in Chicago's Little Italy neighborhood, again on the west side of the city. They say that the officer was responding to a domestic call at around 8 o'clock this morning in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street when the officer was struck by gunfire. That is, again, according to our affiliate over at Fox 32 Chicago. They say that the officer was then transported to the hospital in an unknown condition. The nature of the shooting is not immediately clear. A source told our Fox 32 team that one person is in custody, but a spokesperson for the Chicago Police Department said that the gunman is still being sought. We do know that SWAT teams are responding to the scene. They are arriving to the scene. Again, Chicago police responding to a situation where one of their own was apparently shot around 8 o'clock this morning Chicago time while that officer was responding to a domestic violence call. So this video coming into our desk courtesy of our Fox 32 Chicago team. So some breaking news that we will continue to follow here on the program. As soon as we get more information, we of course will bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:28 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break and work to get you some more details on this breaking news where, again, police are responding to a situation on Chicago's west side. That is in the city's Little Italy neighborhood where one of their own was apparently shot this morning. Again, responding to a domestic violence call. No word on that officer's condition, but we do know that the officer was immediately transported to the hospital. We do have SWAT teams responding to the scene. So again, it is 10:30 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Vox. Time here on the East Coast is 10:31 in the morning. We do want to give you an update on that breaking news that we first brought to you today. Our Fox 32 team in Chicago providing us this aerial view of some breaking news where we do know that a Chicago police officer has been shot while responding to a domestic violence call. So this happened around 8 o'clock this morning local time, so about an hour and a half ago. According to our Fox 32 team in Chicago, they say that the officer was shot this morning in the city's Little Italy neighborhood. That is on the city's west side. The officer was responding to a domestic call around 8 this morning in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, if you're familiar with the Windy City, while they were struck by gunfire. So again, the Chicago police officer was responding to a call about a domestic violence incident, and as that officer was responding, they were struck by gunfire. That is according to our Fox 32 team in Chicago. We do know that the officer was taken to the hospital. Their condition is unknown at this time, and the nature of the shooting was, of course, not immediately clear. It does take a while to release details about these investigations. We did hear from our Fox 32 team that one person was in custody, but a Chicago Police Department spokesperson says that the gunman is still being sought. So again, this is video of the scene right now in Chicago in the city's Little Italy neighborhood, where Chicago police right now are responding to a situation where one of their own was shot while responding to a domestic violence call. You can see from this aerial view several Chicago police officers on the scene right now, pulling up in their cruisers and, of course, trying to block off traffic as they investigate this situation where, again, one of their officers was responding to a domestic violence call around 8 o'clock this morning local time in Chicago. So that's about an hour and a half ago. That officer was responding to that call and was then shot. It is unclear where that officer was shot, how many times, if it was at close range, if there are multiple suspects. We are working to get you more details on that. So again, this is some breaking news out of Chicago, Illinois, where that we do know at least one Chicago police officer has been shot and has been taken to the hospital with their condition unknown at this time. So as soon as we get more information from our Fox 32 Chicago team, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to switch gears though and take you to a live press conference that we are getting right now to our desk in Atlanta, Georgia. So again, we do want to take you to Atlanta right now and switch gears as we work to get you more information on that shooting involving a Chicago police officer. We currently have Atlanta Mayor Dickens holding a press conference reminding travelers, people who are traveling this 4th of July weekend, to not bring firearms to the airport. You would think that that is common sense, but apparently that happens often. So again, we're going to take you live out to this press conference where we do have Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. We also have the TSA Federal Security Director Robert Spindon and the Fulton County DA speaking here at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
About leaving firearms at home will be subject to potential felony, federal charges, and state charges as well. So we ask you to please, as you come to this airport, leave your firearms at home. I'm happy to be joined this morning by the mayor. I'd ask the mayor to come forward with some comments.
Might take the mayor a little longer today than normal. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, U.S. Attorney Buchanan, for being here, and thank you all also for Chief Shearbaum and our General Manager of the airport, B.B. Adori, as well as FBI Special Agent Farley for being here, and also for TSA Agent Spindon. Thank you all for what you do and who you are for being here today. What we're talking about here today is a matter of public safety. We've taken a holistic and comprehensive approach here in Atlanta that includes policing, but also includes sponsoring various initiatives that serve as positive reinforcements for our commitment to public safety. We're supporting our law enforcement officers as they work hard this summer to keep everyone in the city and in our airport safe. And our airport is a huge part of that summer safety plan. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport is the business and economic engine of the whole South. This airport has a $50 billion a year impact on this region. That's 50 billion with a B. And it is recognized as the world's busiest and most efficient airport in the world. General Manager B. Biadori and his great team here at the airport do a lot to make sure that travelers in and out and through Atlanta's airport have the best experience possible. Unfortunately, as the busiest airport in the world, we also have travelers that are passing by with firearms. For the past few years, we have had the most guns caught at security checkpoints than any other American airport. The good news is these are the firearms that our TSA agents have detected and have kept off of airplanes. But we really want travelers to know that there are serious consequences when you try to improperly transport transport a firearm. There are ways to carry firearms safely and legally in checked baggage. But what you can't do is bring them aboard an airplane. As you see here in Atlanta, we're collaborating with our regional, our state, and our national partners to stop firearms from making it onto airplanes. So Independence Day, 4th of July weekend, means more travelers, which we love. We love that here at the airport. We expect to see more than 1.7 million passengers travel to, from, and through ATL during the holiday weekend. We want to make sure that we have a safe and efficient and enjoyable travel experience. But if you're flying in and out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, please leave your gun at home. Thank you.
TSA Federal Security Director Robert Spindon.
Thank you, Mayor Dickens, U.S. Attorney Buchanan, Chief Shearbaum, and distinguished guests. TSA is expecting a very busy summer travel period. Nationwide, we are expecting to screen over 2 million passengers per day, with some days exceeding the travel volume from 2019. Here at Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta, the world's busiest airport, we are expecting to screen over 80,000 passengers per day through our security checkpoints, with nearly 500,000 passengers this holiday weekend alone. We are working very closely with our airport and airline stakeholders to plan and prepare for the anticipated travel volume, and we are very grateful for those partnerships. It is our collective goal to ensure passengers have a safe and pleasant experience while transiting our airport. And while we are prepared for this weekend and the busy summer travel period, we need everyone's help to ensure the traveling public is ready and knows what to expect when returning to air travel. Passengers should thoroughly inspect carry-on luggage before you even leave your home to ensure that it does not contain any items that might be prohibited, like firearms. We are seeing far too many firearms at our checkpoints. So far this year, as of this morning, we have intercepted 200 firearms at our security checkpoints, and that's just here in Atlanta. And of those, 175 were loaded. It's nearly 90%. Fortunately, year over year, we are seeing a decline in the number of firearms that are intercepted at our checkpoints. Passengers caught with a firearm face the potential of a civil penalty as high as $13,910, the loss of TSA PreCheck eligibility, and the possibility of criminal charges. Firearms do not belong in the secure area of the airport or in passenger cabins on aircraft. If you do need to bring your firearm, it needs to be in your checked luggage, packaged in a specific way, declared to your airline. You can find these specific procedures by visiting www.tsa.gov. You should also plan on arriving at the airport with plenty of time to park your vehicle or return a rental car, check in with your airline, check any luggage, and process through the security checkpoint. You should have your identification out and ready when approaching the security checkpoint, and pay particular attention to the advisements of our divestiture officer. As always, liquids, gels, and aerosols are limited to 3.4 ounces and must fit into a 1 quart-sized bag. And we are still allowing hand sanitizer up to 12 ounces per passenger. Passengers should strongly consider enrolling in TSA PreCheck. PreCheck passengers experience a more streamlined process at our checkpoints. They do not need to remove shoes, laptops, liquids, belts, light jackets, and enrollment only takes about 5 minutes online. We also offer a passenger support specialist program for any passenger who might need additional assistance transiting our airport. You can find more information about all of these topics by visiting www.tsa.gov or by calling the TSA Contact Center or at AskTSA on Twitter and Facebook. In closing, I want to thank passengers for doing your part, and I applaud the professionalism of our TSA workforce as we return to pre-pandemic travel levels. Thank you.
Atlanta Police Department Chief Darren Sherbaum.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Appreciate you drawing attention to this important issue, Mr. Mayor, Madam DA, and Director Spindon. Thank you all, and members of the press. Thank you for being here. There's a reason you see an arrayed law enforcement presence and the political leadership of our county and our city here. We are proud that Atlanta-Hartsfield-Jackson Airport is part of the city of Atlanta, and we're proud that our police officers are here protecting you along with our federal and our local agencies. And we want you to meet our officers when we're giving you directions, how to find the best restaurant, how to get in and out of the airport, how to find your luggage. But what we don't want is you to meet our officers because we're enforcing the law related to firearms. And you've heard the numbers this morning of how many firearms are moving through here. And so this is a problem in our checkpoints. And I say our checkpoints because the Atlanta Police Department works closely with Director Spindon and his men and women to ensure that this is a safe airport. This is a criminal act. What we see a lot is this is a forgetful moment of someone rushing to the airport, and suddenly they find themselves being the focus of law enforcement attention. They see hundreds of travelers behind them delayed now because they did not check their baggage, and suddenly here they are at a checkpoint where possessing that weapon is illegal, and they now face a potential jail time and fines and criminal actions. So as your police department that takes great pride in protecting at this airport, this is our message today. Check those bags before you come to the airport. Make sure you've taken that extra step on that rush to go see your family, get on that vacation. That a moment of preparedness or lack of preparedness has you at that point, you're meeting an Atlanta police officer doing our job to protect the traveling public and protect the airways. And it's already been stated, there's a way to travel with your weapon. This is not a Second Amendment issue. This is a safety issue, ensuring the safety of this airport and our travelers. If you must travel with a weapon, there's a way to do that. Go to the websites that have been mentioned, learn how to check those weapons, and learn how to be on your way safely. This police department does take great pride protecting this airport. We will do our part to ensure weapons are not on airplanes, but we need your part to do that. We know how to be the most efficient airport, and we know how to be the busiest airport, but we need your help making sure we do not keep that distinction of being the airport with the most weapons. So thank you for your help, and thank you men and women of the press for getting this message out for us.
With that, I'm happy to take a couple of questions.
2 weeks ago, a handgun made it past the checkpoint. What went wrong, and what's being done to correct that?
We talked about the volume of people who travel through this airport, the great work of the TSA officers in screening those packages. With that volume, there's opportunity. And so we want to decrease the likelihood that a firearm would ever even hop up on a screening device. And we want to just ensure that the public knows that they should leave them at home. The public knows that there are consequences when they're brought. And the public knows that this is still a very, very safe airport.
Why did it take 2 hours for the TSA to notify the police about that?
Well, I'm not certain of the details of that process and how that worked. As you can see, there's a lot of collaboration and cooperation among the law enforcement partners here. We endeavor every day to make sure that each other knows what's happening here, and we want to make a streamlined process for the investigations.
So can you clarify and just break down for the average person the difference between a constitutional carry and coming to the airport and having your weapon on you? Why is that a problem?
Sure. Federal law prohibits firearms being brought into particular areas. Here, it's a security checkpoint. And so while you have the ability to carry your firearm pursuant to state law in particular places, and we're not in any way trying to impact that, once you come into the restricted space and you're about to board an airplane, that firearm needs to be safely secured the appropriate way, or if it's brought in carry-on baggage, it's a violation of federal law.
I see city, county, and federal government here. Where's the state government? Where's the governor?
Well, I'm not certain where the governor is on this issue. What I can assure you is that we are working to make certain that this would be a violation in many respects of federal law, which is why my office, the FBI, the ATF, Homeland Security, TSA, while we're involved, and there are restrictions that violate some county procedures. So Madam D.A. Willis and Madam D.A. Mosley are here as well. But we're focused on those violations of federal law when firearms are brought into the restricted areas here at the airport.
And do you think Georgia's concealed carry law will make your job harder? I mean, this is open to everybody.
We're not. An analysis of whether or not the state law impacts us is not the focus. Our focus, as I said, is on the federal law. Our focus is on the firearms that are brought through the checkpoint. I believe there was a comment earlier about how the numbers have decreased over the past couple of years. They're still not where we want them to be. We're hoping that this proactive message gets out and that people hear it. But that's our focus here, the violations of federal law. Thank you all.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was the latest update from not only the mayor of Atlanta, but also the director of the TSA, talking about the busy 4th of July holiday weekend, where we do know, according to AAA, 47.9 million people will be traveling throughout the holiday weekend. They were holding this press conference reminding people to leave their guns and their weapons at home, especially if you have a flight out of the airport in Atlanta, and really out of any airport that you should head to. So seems like common sense, but again, the TSA and Mayor of Atlanta reminding people to make sure you leave your guns and your weapons at home if you are traveling this 4th of July weekend and heading to the airport, because you could apparently face some very serious charges on that front. Some breaking news that we do want to give you an update on, a story that we are following out of Chicago. We have learned that a Chicago police officer has been shot while responding to a domestic violence call. It happened around 8 o'clock local time, so it happened about an hour and 50 minutes ago. That officer was responding to a domestic violence call when somebody shot that officer. The officer was taken to the hospital. We just got an update from our Fox 32 team in Chicago saying that the officer is alert and awake. It is unclear exactly how many people were involved in this shooting, what may have provoked it. But again, we do know that at least one Chicago police officer was shot this morning while responding to a domestic violence call. We do want to bring you a couple different vantage points that we have right now here on our screen. Our Fox 32 Chicago team providing us a bird's eye view of the scene in Chicago. This is on the city's west side. So if you are familiar with the Windy City, this happened in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street. That is the city's west side, specifically the Little Italy neighborhood. You can see just how many police officers are responding there at the scene. We do know the ATV and the SWAT teams are arriving on scene as well. And the latest update from Chicago police is that they are still searching for the suspect who again shot a Chicago police officer around 8 o'clock this morning while they were responding to a domestic violence call. So we have this aerial view for you, and we also have a vantage point on the ground as well. So as soon as we get more information, we of course will bring you up to speed on that. It is 10:51 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Gobierno de Portugal y Kenia por la organización de esta exitosa conferencia.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your Friday morning with us. We have a couple stories we are following today. A Chicago police officer is alert and awake after being shot while responding to a domestic violence call on the city's west side. It happened around 8 o'clock this morning in Chicago's Little Italy neighborhood. You can see Chicago police on the scene right now responding to the situation where one of their own was shot this morning around 8 o'clock Chicago time, so about 2 hours ago. We do know that the officer has since been taken to the hospital, and the latest update coming in from our Fox 32 Chicago team on the ground is that Chicago police officer is thankfully alert and awake this morning after being shot responding to that call. As soon as we get any more information and updates on that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to show you the stock board. It appears as though stocks are trending down to end the week. New York Stock Exchange down about 198 points. That, of course, will continue to fluctuate throughout the day. We also have a live feed coming into our desk from Lisbon, Portugal, where we have the final day of the United Nations meeting on protecting and preserving our world's oceans. So again, this is the UN meeting talking about protecting our world's oceans following a new report by the World Meteorological Organization's State of Global Climate, showing that sea level rise, ocean heat, ocean acidification, and greenhouse gas concentrations have all set new records in 2021. So let's go ahead and listen in to the final day of this UN Ocean Conference happening in Portugal.
Las solicitudes de intervención en el piso. pero sin embargo sus deposiciones fueron recibidas por escrito y están tomadas en cuenta en este resumen. Los participantes estuvieron de acuerdo en que la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación nos permitiera comprender mejor el océano, cómo está cambiando y por qué, incluyendo los impactos de la actividad humana en él. La ciencia también aportará.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this sometimes happens from time to time where we do take a live feed and it goes in and out of English translation. So as soon as we get that back, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to bring you another story that we, of course, have been following from the get-go. We are talking about the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. Of course, that has caused quite the firestorm across the country after the Supreme Court issued that ruling, which again overturns Roe versus Wade and gives abortion laws and rights back to the states to decide. So we do want to give you an update on that. We do want to give you a story from our Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazater, who has a little bit more on President Joe Biden, who is now calling for an end to the Senate filibuster, at least when it comes to abortion rights. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The White House Thursday following back-to-back summits in Europe, the G7 in Germany and the NATO summit in Spain.
I think we can all agree that this has been a historic NATO summit.
The NATO summit concluded with members agreeing to give more support for Ukraine and extending invitations to join the alliance to both Finland and Sweden.
Finland and Sweden are sovereign nations, and they have the right to choose their own path and to join NATO.
Back in the U.S., more history was made. The U.S. Supreme Court wrapped up its term, swearing in Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman appointed to the nation's highest court. And the bench handing down major decisions in 2 cases. In a win for the president, the court ruled the Biden administration has the authority to end the controversial Trump-era immigration policy known as Remain in Mexico.
The law of the United States is that we got to secure the border. The administration is refusing to do that, and that is at the heart of the dissent's position.
The court also delivered a major blow to the president's climate agenda, ruling the Environmental Protection Agency cannot pass sweeping regulations without congressional approval.
As for the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, President Biden called it destabilizing and called on Congress to codify abortion rights. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that update. We do want to take you back out live to Chicago, Illinois for some breaking news that we are following, where we do know that a Chicago police officer has been shot while responding to a domestic violence call. This happened on the city's west side, the city's Little Italy neighborhood at around 8 o'clock Chicago time. Thankfully, we have learned from our Fox 32 Chicago team that that police officer is alert and awake after being shot and taken to the hospital. This is a bird's eye view from our Fox 32 Chicago team. We will hopefully get an update from them coming up in just a little bit. We also have a different vantage point that we do want to show you. Again, this is the scene in Chicago, Illinois, where we do know that a Chicago police officer has been shot on the city's west side. It is 10:58 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll have more on this story when we come back.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. A new hour right here as we are just past 11 o'clock on the East Coast, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Our attention right now in Chicago here after a police officer was shot, rushed to the hospital here, and we are awaiting details into this investigation. This is not kicking off the July 4th weekend. Very good there in Chicago right now as gunshots erupt, and it wasn't just what happened today, but last night there was several killed in downtown Chicago at a shooting here. So once again, we're talking about gun violence in Chicago in the summer months. It becomes the norm when you are hearing about anywhere from 40 to 50 shot on a holiday weekend. We hope that won't be the number that we all hear on Tuesday, but we fear that it probably will be here as we are taking live Skyfox images right now of the scene of a Chicago police officer that was shot. We do have ground video of the scene as well for everyone. This is as the investigation right now is underway. We also have a camera right outside of the hospital where the officer has been taken, and we are waiting for police to give some updates there. And as soon as that happens, we got you covered, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I want to keep you in Chicago. We'll keep you in a triple box setting, though. This is as community members are speaking out after last week a 5-month-old was shot and killed in the city, and now community members are asking for answers as well as the suspect to be arrested.
Voice. That's why we're out here as well. I can imagine the parents are totally devastated due to the fact that their child was killed. There's no words that can explain the magnitude of the horror, the magnitude of the despair, and the pain that was caused by a 5-month-old being shot and killed in Chicago. I can feel it myself in my spirit because I love kids each and every day. A lot of kids that have been murdered across the United States of America, I still keep their pictures of them kids in my cell phone now because it kind of hits home with me personally. Because kids should and need to be protected on a regular basis. And I'm pretty sure the parents did all they can do to protect their child. Some cold, callous, uncaring individual thought it was okay to shoot and kill a 5-month-old baby. Some people have lost all respect for humanity, especially when they step up to the plate and take the life of a kid, a powerless child. It makes no sense. We must protect our kids. So with that being said, I'll come back up a little bit later. I have a few people here that are going to speak as well. And so just bear with me here, and I want to thank you all for coming out, all right? So Mr. Peter Isan Keller is going to come up. He's the president of Uline organization right here in the South Shore community, and we all live over here on the south side of Chicago as well. We're not coming from a distance. All right, brother, you got it? Yeah, you want to step up with us? Because baby, yeah, she was there with you.
My name is Pete Keller, P-E-T-E Keller, K-E-L-L-E-R. I'm the president of the Uline organization, that's U-L-O-N. We're here today in solidarity with all these other organizations just to say that as a parent, I can't imagine. I just can't imagine on this very block, 7700 South Shore, a young child lost his life, an innocent child. So this is Kai Keller, K-A-I Keller. And he's the youngest Chicago activist that we know. He comes everywhere we go. And it's a travesty as a parent to even think, right after Father's Day, to lose a loved one, a child. And this is what we're out here for. We're out here every day to stop Chicago's violence. And there used to be a street code ethic. You know, when the young members of these different gangs, they would have different types of honorary substance where they would not shoot women and children, and now it's just gotten out of hand. So we are here with Uline to step aside with T.O. Hardiman and to make sure that something like this never happens again, ever. A child should have a chance to grow up and live his life. And so Kai is out here just showing love for his single and best beloved partner. Wherever she's at, Cecilia, Thomas, we love you. God bless.
Okay, come on, Beverly. That Miss Beverly Miles now, she's a former candidate for governor. Nobody's running for office now, so it's not political. The race is over now.
Ms. Miles, can you spell your name?
Yeah.
It's B-E-V-E-R-L-Y-M-I-L-E-S. Hi, I am Beverly Miles. I am a lifelong resident of the west side of Chicago.
I'm a registered nurse by trade, and I'm an Army veteran. I came out here today to stand in solidarity with what happened to that 5-month-old infant. What we got to stop doing is talking about it, and we have to be about it, because we need to understand that violence is a public health crisis. We talk about it, we come out here, we march about it, but the resources are not in our community. We have to start putting pressure on our elected officials. We need to get resources so we can help bring about legislation and get people in our community well.
Okay, and I have another community leader that's going to speak, Ms. Sharon Lewis. She's a stakeholder here in the South Shore community. She will introduce herself. All right.
So hello, my name is Sharon Lewis. I am the Executive Director of Meadows Eastside Community Resource Organization.
Could you do that one more time and spell your last name, please?
Sharon, last name Lewis, Lewis, Meadows Eastside Community Resource Organization at 79th and Burnham, 2734 East 79th Street. The reason that I'm here today is because I've lived in South Shore since 1968. We need exactly what Ms. Miles said. We need for there to be an active way for us to help our community. We cannot just have politicians talking about it and not being about it. So it's great to come in and do a community cleanup. Those things work wonderfully for beautification, but what works for safety? We need programs that will create safety for our children, for our residents, for our first responders, for everyone who lives in the community. Meadows Eastside has a project called Light Up the Night, where we go to each resident's homes. We invite them to take free lights, dusk to dawn lights, that will light up their porch on the front and light up their porch on the back, creating safety for those people who travel through the neighborhood, the residents who live there, and any first responder that has to come to their homes. We can't just come to a place and say a crime happened. We have to come to a place and say peace lives here, and we're going to do more for peace. Again, my name is Sharon Lewis, Meadows Eastside. Thank you.
I want to say one last thing. I'm going to bring this in a second. I just want to add this here before we bring Keeson and Brother Lamont back up. We really have to paint the picture. A 5-month-old was killed in Chicago. We need all community leaders. There should be 1,000 people out here on this street right now. If the police had killed somebody right on this location, you would have thousands of people out here. We have a 5-month-old Chicago that was killed over here on the south side. It's time to step up and wake up. We cannot bring this child back to life, but we can make a strong statement so it would never, ever happen again. It's time to stop playing in Chicago. Kids are being killed. It makes no sense. This young kid here is 5 months old. Imagine that. Imagine a 5-month-old being killed anywhere across the United States. But it happened on the south side of Chicago, and we're tired of this kind of mess, and we must stand up and step up to the plate and protect these kids by all means necessary. We need all hands on deck right now, and people need to stop playing political games with violence in Chicago. That's the point I'm trying to make here today. All right? So go ahead, Brother Isan. Then we bring Brother Ramon up.
You gonna...
Yeah, I had to get that out there. All right, good stuff. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, you know, from Mayor Lightfoot on down, people have always said, you know, what can we do to stop the gun control in Chicago? And time after time after time, we said it's going to have to start with these grassroots organizations that have their own resource centers. Resource centers are not a dime a dozen in Chicago. Yet we have a resource center that sits on the corner of 87th and Gregier in the heart of the South Side. That should be where everyone's running to. That's a place where young minds can be changed and altered before they get into the gangs. Let's face it, we're giving them jobs. We're giving them resources. We're giving them counseling. All of this stuff is free at the Ulan Resource Center. So come down there, meet Kai, baby Kai, and come on and love on them. You know, we love you guys. We are out here in solidarity today to show love for baby Cecilia Thomas. We love you.
Yeah, go ahead. You got some questions?
You said something.
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keller. You said something kind of interesting today. I mean, I've been to hundreds of these, literally hundreds of these kinds of. We're talking about stopping violence, but you said something interesting about that code of conduct, right? Is there any way? I mean, you talked about how it used to be that the gang members would say, hey, there's a kid there, but that's forbidden.
Exactly.
Is there any way to appeal across the city to that kind of ethic at least? You know, I mean,
Yeah, definitely. What's going to happen is, and it's very simple, men are going to have to stand up. A lot of the older guys are going to have to stand up and stand on these younger brothers. I mean, literally come up, stand up, and really put some more direction back into the younger guys' minds. It's all about mindset. That's why these resource centers are very vital, because it catches them while they're young. Now, you address the code, right? And so before, you know, when you chop off the head, the body falls, right? And so that's what happened with Operation Snakehead. When they got all the leaders, the body fell. And so now you got all these young guys running around with no structure. And so now we just need to stand on these young guys again. Real men that want to stand up and be involved again need to come forward, because these young guys are looking for us. They're looking for men. And so that's what we need to do, put back structure into the street ethics.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that, you know, you should get, it's not my opinion at all, but I'm wondering, you know, the fight is to stop the violence, but this is sort of an interesting step in the first direction, kind of a step in that direction, is saying, at the very least, have a code of ethics, restore that code of ethics, step up, and just don't avoid children like that.
Right. Well, there's no code of the streets that we can embrace. Hold on, let me say this. There's no code on the streets that we can embrace when it comes down to killing babies. There should be no code of the streets that's being practiced by anybody. All the young guys on the streets of Chicago should step up to the plate and make it clear to everybody that they work with, everybody that's a part of what they're doing, whether they're males or females. There should be no code of the streets when it comes down to babies and kids, period. That's just the way it goes, and most people agree with what I'm talking about. I have Mr. Paul McKinley out here as well. He brought his young child out also, just to let you just get a visual of the fact that this was a 5-month-old baby that was killed, and we're bringing a voice to the babies right now. Come on, Brother Paul.
We are asking that everybody...
You speak up a bit, Mr. McKinley.
My name is Paul McKinley. PAULMCKINLEY. We ask that all the fathers and the mothers step up now. That could have been my child. That could have been your child. At what point do we all come together? Where is your level of insult that a child died like this, an innocent child? And we also send a shout out to the mayor. You can go to the gay pride parade, but you can't come over here and talk to the mother of this child. You can talk about pro-choice, but this is our choice to have these children. And this is our choice to raise these children. And it's got to be the community choice to make sure that these children are safe. And we're asking that the mayor have the same disdain like you had about Roe versus Wade and everybody else. Have that same disdain about life. We're asking that the pastors that love Jesus and hate the devil stand up for these babies. It's a shame. I mean, it's a real shame. Where are the men of God? You should be embarrassed that you're not out here. And that's all I have to say.
That's good enough. Yes, sir. Okay. You got a question for him?
Mr. McKinney, first of all, introduce your lovely little one there.
This is my daughter.
Tell me her name.
Her name is Minnie McKinley.
Can you spell Minnie?
M-I-N-N-I-E. McKinley.
And how old is Minnie?
6 months.
You know, there's a danger, I suppose, of pitting one side against the other and making this about Roe versus Wade versus... Are you afraid that might become, what you just said, might become a distraction to the issue of saving children's lives?
Well, why should the issue, the whole nation claim they was upset about the decision with Roe versus Wade? And it had something to do with children. Some was pro, some was non-pro. But I'm asking both sides that they have to make some type of decision about these living children that are being married. I'm asking both sides.
The same sense of urgency. The same sense of urgency.
And you're saying that you want, I mean, obviously, Mayor Lightfoot has expressed outrage at the killing of children. There's no question about that. But you want her to express that same level of outrage that she expressed about Roe versus Wade.
Not only have the same outrage, but have enough compassion to come to the mother, knock on her door, go in her living room, and sit down with her and feel her pain. Have that same compassion with the family. Don't just use this thing as a political stunt. Everybody running for office.
Has she not tried to?
She ain't been over here. If she would have been here, y'all would have been here.
That's a good way. And then understand this. Everybody out here today, let me just say this. Everybody standing here today, this is not about no funding for no program. We're concerned community leaders. It's not about trying to just get on the news. The only reason we organize a press conference is because we don't want this story to go silent. It should never go, silent in regards to a 5-month-old being killed. Nowhere in the world. It makes no sense. We supposed to be living right here, right now, one of the most sophisticated countries in the world, the United States, right? So 5 months old being killed, it makes no sense, no kind of way. You cannot even try to, when you add it all up to some of this situation here, totally unacceptable, and we must step up to the plate. And like I said previously, there should be over 1,000 people out here every day until we bring an end to this crazy type of violence out here. And I truly believe that black leadership has failed in Chicago. I don't want to point a finger at everybody, because some people out here doing the best they can do, but black leadership has failed. Anytime you have 5-month-old kids being killed, that's a pure sign of leadership has failed to some capacity.
Is there anybody here who was in a gang at the time when we were talking about, I'm sorry to
What's your question?
Is anybody here who was in a gang at the time when there was this code of conduct that Mr. Keller? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, what's the question? Yeah, what's the question?
So you were in a gang at that time.
What's the question?
Well, the question is then, so what happens? You're chasing somebody, you got a gun, there's a child. I mean, is there like it's just a given that you will hold your fire?
Yeah, and I said it as before, the leaders are gone, so basically it's the children, the younger generation has no stability, they're out here, there's no leadership. But again, this is not, I don't want to make that the pivotal point of this. This is about the children who are being slain across the city. And now it's becoming almost like a norm, you know what I'm saying? It's getting younger and younger and younger. And so we're here today just to actually not just address this, but kind of put pressure on those leaders who are out here who, are just dropping the ball politically. I'm talking about political leaders as well.
I just want to say this.
Dropping the ball and picking it up during elections.
Guns don't kill people. People do. Put down the guns. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, if y'all got kids, if you was a child, if somebody did something to your child, how would you feel? Right. This is what I'm saying. Put the guns down. Be a man and stand up for what's right. Okay? Quit sitting up here shooting at people. You ain't got no guns. You sitting up here just shooting like you going crazy. Think about things, man. Use your mind. We got a mind here. Use it. It's all about problem. If you got a problem, answer to the problem. Guns it's not the answer. This is what I'm telling y'all. Y'all using that violent stuff, stop it, man. Really though. Y'all killing kids, man. If you was a child, you wouldn't want nobody to kill you. Think about it. Just be real.
I'm sorry, I'm answering all of you because I'm the only reporter here.
We have somebody who wants to say something as a mother.
Yes, please. Introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Shawnee Edwards Keller. I am actually Kai Keller's mom. And just as a mom, I've been listening to everybody talk. And I'm brought to tears because I constantly hear, imagine if it was yours. So I'm thinking I'm imagining, had it been mine. Had it been my baby that's 5 months, year old, and I'm thinking all it takes for a woman to carry a baby, bring a baby into the world, hug it, love it, whether it's one day, whether it never came, whether you carried it in your baby and lost it by miscarriage, whether you had it for 1 day, 2 days, 3, 4, 5 months, it doesn't matter. The type of hurt, the pain
that it caused. Not just the mom, but all of the family, the children, everybody involved. This is not my baby that died, but I feel for the mom because she is hurting, and there is nothing that anybody could do to take that pain away. To take that pain away, that baby is never coming back. So I just plead with people who are in a whatever situation you in and your choice is to pick up a gun, I plead with you to just think about the damage that you can cause to so many lives, the trauma that's in our community. It is terrible. We are all impacted. We are all affected. And not only did you take her life, but you lost yours too, because you did what you did. And you will not, karma is a monster. And when you make choices, when you make decisions, you have to consider every single thing, every consequence. You can choose your actions, but you cannot choose your consequences. And so I say to you today, and I just say to people throughout the city of Chicago, pull your family members to the side. Let them know how important it is to put the guns down. It's not about your safety. It's not about your pride. Most people are doing this because they feel like they have to prove something to somebody. And you do not. You do not. Somebody's life, a 5-month-old, when God created that child, he created her with a plan and a purpose. And the enemy comes to kill, rob, and destroy. And you've done that. You've allowed him to use you to take a precious life. And it's not right. It is not right. I don't want to imagine what it's like to lose my child, or any of my children for that matter. And it's something that when we watch it on TV, we're experiencing that same trauma, because we have to keep imagining over and over and over and over and over and over again, whether it's 5 months, 1 year, 10, 12, 21, 45, it don't matter. That's somebody's child. It's somebody's child. You do not have a right to take life and death in your hands. You do not have that right. You do not have the right to take anybody's life, period. No matter what harm has been done to you, it does not give you that right. And I'm just pleading with the people in the city of Chicago. This is happening in our backyards, in our front yards, down the block from us. Can we get a break? Can we get a break? It's one thing to talk about what other people are doing to you, but what about what you're doing to yourself and to us as a community? Can we afford to pay any more? A disinvested community, a community with no resources, a community with dilapidated buildings, a community with no economics, no grocery stores. How much more can we pay? Can our kids not go to the park and play? How much more can we pay?
We still paying.
Every single day, every single day. I watched the news. I had to turn it off this morning because it was killing after killing, murder after murder, mass shootings, 10, 12, 5. Like, how much? When is it enough? It's a war right here in our streets, right here on the streets of Chicago. It's a war zone. You can't sit in the car. There's rules in Chicago. They say you can't even sit in the car. When you pull up in front of your house, not for 5 minutes, not for 1 minute, not for 2. You have to come right out your car and go in your house. You can't play in your yard. If you don't follow those rules, your life is in danger. How? What happened to the time when we can sit on the porch and congregate with neighbors? Is that all done away with?
It is. It's over now. We got
I got one more question.
One more, yeah, we got one last speaker. That's the one. Just bear with us. Ask your question. Yeah, you did. That was we needed that message.
Tell me your name again.
My name is
Yeah,
Charmaine.
we did. Yeah, no doubt.
What do you want from us? From the media?
What I want from the media, what I would like from the media is, I would like for the media to paint a picture of more of the positivity that's happening in our communities.
Because if I could think, if when I'm turning on the TV, I'm so impacted even by things like this, but it needs to be counterbalanced with all of the positive things that's happening in this community. We need to engage the members of this community and hold them accountable. But I learned as a kid, right? You know, kids that pluck up flowers out of a garden because they didn't help plant them, right? But if they're a part of the change that has to happen in this community, they will be tied to maintaining the change that we need to see in this community. They will have a sense of connection. A lot of these people, and I don't make excuses for people who do these type of things, but we do understand that there's underlying issues that's creating the violence in our community. Whether it's mental health services that they don't have, whether it's poverty, whether it's the years and years of disinvestment in the community, we have to all come together. Not just one organization, but every last organization within the city of Chicago. Even if you outside of the city of Chicago, if you want to see this community change, we all need to pull all of our resources together. By myself, I'm weak, but if we all stand together, like you can see here today, you got violence interrupters here, you got Uline here, you got all of these other beautiful people. I don't know what, I'm sorry, I forgot the name of her organization, but the point is, all of us coming together. We have to come together. It's no big I's, little U's, none of that. We all have to come together if we want to see the change in this community. A life is a price that's too high to pay. To keep continuing to be separated, because we'll be more impactful, we'll be more powerful. We need to empower the youth in our community, and I just can't, like, every day we work to see change, but when we're divided, all of our efforts is just that. You know, we can only go so far, but if we all pull together, I mean, we can't afford to lose another 5-month-old, not a 1-year-old, not another person because of this. Because of this. And the enemy does not win. Evil does not win. You know, evil does not win. There's more love in the city of Chicago than there is evil. And that's what people need to see. That's what the media need to do. They need to show the love that's in this community so that those people who feel unloved will know where to go to be loved. And maybe change their life to make better choices and different decisions. So that's what I think that the media can do. They can highlight as well as these type of situations. And then another thing, like Mr. T.O. Hardiman said, don't let Cecilia Thomas' name go unheard. Don't let her voice not be heard because of all of the political things that's going on right now, all of the things that's being highlighted, the primaries and you know, the violence that's gonna potentially be for the 4th of July. But this baby, she don't let what happened to her happen to somebody else. You know, so that's what I believe can be done for
she was inspired
from the
to
media.
talk, and she made a lot of valuable points. We talked about the balance. That's important.
Thank you.
So Brother
Are you
Lamont
part of
will
the
talk.
same organization?
Yeah, that's Shawnee Edwards.
Hey,
I don't think she spelled SHANEE. Edwards-Keller, K-E-L-L-E-R.
Is your wife part of the same organization?
Yes,
you guys
she's
are
part of
co-
it. Come on, Lamont. So this is the last speaker, Lamont McCord, and he's going to be out here posting up for the next few days. As long as it takes,
let them know
brother.
what you're doing, too.
Let them know what you're up to.
Okay.
Come on, Lamont.
Good. All right, which camera I'm looking into? Because I ain't did this in some years. How you do this again? Which what? Straight?
You good, Lamont.
Can somebody get right there so I can actually look at somebody? Yeah, I'm gonna cross-eyed if I look at you. All right. Can this come up?
That's good. It's good. It can pick you up. It can pick you up.
Yeah, you go. Speak up.
Okay, thank you, Queen, thank you. So, good morning. First name, Lamont, L-A-M-O-N, last name, Record, R-E-C-C-O-R-D. There's so much I want to say with such little time, but I will say this. We have become very desensitized to the violence that has been plaguing our communities for years. We, as an impoverished community, have faced some of the most trauma, pain, and hardship that a lot of people have never dealt with a day in their life. From politicians to police officers to community residents and neighbors. I tell you all this. For the trauma that we've endured as a city, the pain and the hardship, the struggle that we continue to endure, it stacks on top of each other. Subconsciously, but yet so consciously. The solution is that we need to find healing for the past trauma that we have endured. We have to seek to understand before being understood. And we have to learn how to forgive each other, and learning that forgiveness isn't kissing nobody's behind. Forgiveness is the peace of your own mind. And so to the city, I am calling on you all, from residents to politicians, to not celebrate the 4th of July. And to let's come together as a true city and a community to where we can unlearn this conditioned behavior of our mental health and to believe that this is a way to live. But I come to tell every viewer, this is not the way to live. And something needs to change. We cannot continue to solely focus on one person getting out to do something for us to all flock behind to do the same thing. There needs to be something innovative, creative, and that speaks to the hearts of these young people. And to the young people, especially the young men, your challenges does not determine you as a man, but what you overcome as your challenges is what determines you as a man. And I say this from my experience. Wisdom always wins over emotion. And when we begin to forgive ourselves, and we begin to change our daily lifestyles and what we do on a daily basis, we will not see as much violence as we see on a day-to-day basis. You got young people that want to carjack. They're not bad, they're misunderstood. Let's team up with these dealerships to bring these high-powered vehicles to the hood and let these teenagers test drive these vehicles, besides just robbing somebody and taking their precious life over something such materialistically that you can get on your own just through basic education and through simple work. If you want to shoot a gun, let's team up with CPD and firearm instructors. Let's bring gun ranges to the south side of Chicago. Let's host master workshops and master classes to teach young people the ins and outs, the rights and wrongs on what it is to have a firearm and how to use it. Let's also teach young people through workshops of personal growth, professional development, and self-sufficiency. We are not teaching young people how to build their life because young people are on the road of doing everything on their own. There has to be a change in the atmosphere. I will be here on the 7700 block of South Shore Drive for the next 4 days, and I'm calling on the city to stand with me in solidarity and to make this a healing space and not a space of destruction and confusion. That is all.
Okay, let's go. So we're good today. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I think our point was made quite clear.
Community members there in Chicago demanding answers and want to see a suspect arrested there after last week's tragedy of a 5-month-old that was shot and killed. We're talking about 5 months old. Shot and killed there in Chicago. And now we wait for more details on a police officer that was shot earlier this morning. This is live right outside of the hospital where the officer is. We just saw the Mayor Lori Lightfoot. She entered the hospital to check on the officer as well. We are keeping an eye on that. As soon as there is a statement made, we are bringing it to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. This is the scene of the shooting. Still waiting to get more answers to this investigation. We will continue to wait for it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break as we bring you top stories, headlines, and of course, breaking news as it happens, and not a good start in Chicago to start the July 4th weekend. Community members, they're bracing for what might happen going into tonight and the rest of the weekend. And just like that, everyone, we are back right here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here as we are following breaking news for you this hour. A police officer was shot. We are waiting for updates there as the investigation continues. Didn't happen too long ago, and this is a live shot right outside of the hospital where that officer was taken. The mayor is there right now. We are waiting for remarks. As soon as we get them, we're bringing it to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. I always say if it's happening live, it's happening now. Good chance it is happening on Live Now from Fox, and that's exactly what we do here. Bring it to you. We are the anti-soundbite show. So when you see the police officers come up to the podium, you're not going to hear 20 seconds. You're not going to hear a 30-second bite. We'll show it to you from beginning all the way to the end. A lot different than your regular news that just gives you a little bit of a story here. We bring it to you just like if you were right outside of that hospital getting the news there, fresh and always live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's go out to New York, though, while we wait for that news conference. This is a graduation ceremony for police recruits happening right now. You got the mayor there and other city officials there for this big moment.
I walked across the stage and received my award from my academic achievements in the police academy. At the end of the ceremony, I hugged my mother. She was excited and had a level of enthusiasm that her baby became a member of the New York City Police Department. 22 years of service. Painful moments watching Robert Venable, a good friend of mine, lose his life. Joyous moments as we were here to protect the Pope and presidents. Watching friends and colleagues move through the system and building relationships that still stay strong throughout the years. Detective Mark Stewart, who's now the Deputy Commissioner of Community Affairs, was in my graduating class. Ingrid Lewis Martin, who has been at my side throughout my political journey. Her husband and I were in the police academy together. John Miller, who's now retiring, was part of a over 35-year relationship. Patty Lynch, your president of your union, who is fighting on your behalf every day. The relationships have been unbelievable. And we were policing during a time when crime was out of control. Over 2,000 homicides a year, almost 98,000 robberies and felonious assaults. Our subway system was in despair with graffiti everywhere. And people no longer believed in the city. There was a question mark that lingered over our possibilities. But the time was different. Every entity in the city was on our side. Everyone was with us, prosecutors, lawmakers, journalists. Every neighborhood was with us. Everyone believed in the possibility of taking the police force to the level that it deserved so we can be safe. The prerequisite to prosperity is public safety and justice. And there was a rallying cry from every neighborhood that we wanted to take our city back, that our children would not have to live in the manner they were living. That is the climate that I policed in. That's not the climate you're policing in. You're policing in a climate where everyone is against us. Every story seems to be negative about our actions and not see what we do every day. Laws are being passed that protect guilty people, and no one seems to care about the innocent people of this city or this country. You'll be told what not to do. There'll be those who will heckle you and call you names. There are those who don't believe we can take our city back. That's the negative side, but let me tell you the good side. You have a police commissioner that gives a damn. You have a mayor that gives a damn. You have an agency that gives a damn. We know what we are made of. And you have become part of that family of who is the difference between a city of lawlessness and disorder or a city of law and order. I am not going to put you on the front line to fight against the evil elements in this city and leave you out there. I am your general. I'm going to lead from the front as we take our city back and make sure we don't go backwards. This is a great moment for us. This is a great opportunity to be a member of the New York City Police Department. Anyone can do this job during peaceful times. Anyone can do this job when social media and Twitter is not willing to acknowledge what you're doing. Anyone can do this job when it's
All right, we will go back to that a little bit later. I want to go out live right now in Chicago, where we do have the police superintendent as well as the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, talking about the Chicago police officer that was shot. Let's listen.
If we're ready to get started, we're going to get right to it. We're going to give a little bit of a description of what happened, what we know now. Obviously, it's early in the investigation, and we'll update you throughout the day as we learn more about what happened, but we won't take many questions, and we want you to stay on topic as much as you can. Thank you very much. So at 8:27 a.m. this morning, our officers responded to a domestic call. So a domestic disturbance in the 12th district at 1342 West Taylor Street. As officers arrived, they got on the elevator, went upstairs, and as soon as they got off the elevator to go to the apartment, they were fired upon by the offender, who we have in custody. We have recovered a gun. Our officers did not fire their weapons. Responding with our officer is a University of Illinois at Chicago police officer who was monitoring our radio, and as the officers came back downstairs to get the wounded officer to the hospital, the University of Illinois at Chicago officer helped transport him in his squad car here, likely saving his life. Again, we do have an offender in custody. We have recovered a gun. Our officer is in serious condition with multiple gunshot wounds. And I'll have the mayor come up, but before she does, I just want to highlight the difficulties and dangers of being a police officer in this country. It hadn't been more dangerous in decades. But it also highlights the bravery and courage that our officers exhibit every day, to include their dedication and commitment to protecting the people of Chicago. And with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor and come back for any questions.
Let me start where the superintendent left off. Every single day, on every watch, brave men and women of the Chicago Police Department put on their uniform, their badge, and go out to protect each and every one of us. We have to remember that officers every single day are risking their lives for our safety, and today underscores that. I will also say this. We have seen over the last 2 years a significant surge in domestic violence related calls, but also domestic violence related homicides and shootings. And let me just share a few statistics with you. Domestic related homicides by firearm and non-fatal shootings have increased 125% since 2019. DV non-fatal shootings have increased by 80% just over the last 2 years alone. And domestic-related homicides are up 23.5% compared to this time last year. I think this brings a very sobering set of context to what our officers are facing every single day. Somebody calls into 911. It gets coded as a domestic-related call. Obviously, the call takers and dispatchers are asking all the necessary questions. But as we saw today, you never know what happens until you get on the scene. And so we've got to make sure that we're addressing this surge. And I urge you in the media to talk about the fact that there has been this unbelievable increase in domestic violence-related homicides and shootings. It is a huge public health and public safety issue, which we're working diligently to address. But we have a long way to go as a society in understanding the danger to people in the household, the danger to our police, but the danger to ordinary residents when domestic violence happens inside of a household. The other thing that we know is that children that grow up in those circumstances themselves are more likely to be involved in domestic violence related crimes down the road. This is a major challenge that we must meet as a community, not this police alone, not the mayor's office alone. This is an issue that we've got to reach and meet as a community. There are a huge number of advocates that are out there all across our city who stand ready to aid people that are suffering from domestic violence. And I would just urge, if you are someone who's living in a house where you are not safe, please call 311. There is somebody on the other end of the line that is there, that is ready to help you get out of a dangerous circumstances, provide you with support, with transport, with lodging, so you, and if you have children, can live a safe life. But our police officers are valiant every single day, and we need to make sure that we remember that and that we thank them. And with that, we'll take a limited set of questions.
Mayor, maybe Sue can answer too. We've heard that the perpetrator is a person that has mental health issues and that he slipped his wrists when he was about to get caught by the police.
So we do have some information regarding the offender. He is a convicted felon. We don't have any type of diagnosis whether or not he has any mental health challenges. There is an injury to the offender's wrist, but that's all we know at this point about the offender.
You said this is a domestic situation between boyfriend and girlfriend. What's the status of the girlfriend?
Yeah, so there's no other injuries to anyone in the home that we responded to, but we're continuing the investigation.
Can you talk about the officer who was injured? Is it a male officer? How long has he been on the force?
We're going to talk very briefly about the officer because the family is still being notified. We have notified immediate family, but there's some other family that hadn't been notified. So he is a male officer. He has multiple gunshot wounds. He has 15 years on the police department. He's recovering, but more importantly, I'm just asking all of you on the media to share. We are asking for prayers for this family, for this officer and his family, and we're hoping and praying for a full recovery.
Andy Grip? Any charges yet? Do you expect this guy to be in bond?
It's too early to tell right now, but we're continuing to work the investigation. We have a lot of work to do on the scene. Charges are pending, but we have the offender in custody, who we believe wounded our officer with gunfire. But we are continuing to investigate and see if there's any other offenders on scene that participated.
Fire from ABC.
We wanted to stay on topic. We'll give an update later on that mass shooting. We don't have anyone in custody on that shooting. We have 2 people who were shot and killed from that scene. The other 3 were injured. There was a personal argument that led to the shooting, and we'll update you later in today as we learn more about last night.
Fire, last question, ABC. Can you mention how many people were in that home that they were responding to, and if there's any...
We're still determining that, but at least 2 other people were in the home, but we're still determining if there were others.
I think she had a question down there.
Oh. Excuse me? No, not at this time. The shooting happened as soon as the officers got out the elevator, so there was no time to get any other officers out there. We tried to get this officer to the hospital as soon as possible to hopefully save his life, and that's exactly what happened. Thank you all very much.
You said that the offender had injuries to the wrist. Were they taken to the hospital or no?
Yes, they're at the hospital being treated.
This one?
No, not this one.
Age on the offender?
We don't have that. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Police Superintendent, they're wrapping up along with the mayor. We'll take you out full here to the scene. Okay, this is the latest updates that we have. The suspect has been arrested. The Chicago police officer is in critical condition after being shot multiple times right there. And we are keeping an eye on this story. There is going to be another update with police a little bit later. And as soon as we get that, of course, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. There also was a mass shooting that happened last night in downtown Chicago. 5 people were injured, 2 were shot and killed. seemed like it was a dispute of some sort. Gun violence erupted, all coming on the July 4th holiday weekend there, and it is not shaping up to be a good one at all in the city of Chicago. We will take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Taking it back out to New York, where NYPD recruits are having their graduation ceremony. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Right hand. I walked across the stage and received my award for my academic achievements in the police academy. At the end of the ceremony, "38 years ago, I raised my right hand. I walked across the stage and received my award for my academic achievements in the police academy. At the end of the ceremony, I hugged my mother. She was excited and had a level of enthusiasm that her baby became a member of the New York City Police Department. 22 years of service. Painful moments watching Robert Venable, a good friend of mine, lose his life. Joyous moments as we were here to protect the Pope and presidents. Watching friends and colleagues move through the system and building relationships that still stay strong throughout the years. Detective Mark Stewart, who's now the Deputy Commissioner of Community Affairs, was in my graduating class. Ingrid Lewis Martin, who has been at my side throughout my political journey. Her husband and I were in the police academy together. John Miller, who's now retiring, was part of a over 35-year relationship. Patty Lynch, your president of your union, who is fighting on your behalf every day. The relationships have been unbelievable. And we were policing during a time when crime was out of control. Over 2,000 homicides a year, almost 98,000 robberies and felonious assaults. Our subway system was in despair with graffiti everywhere. And people no longer believed in the city. There was a question mark that lingered over our possibilities. But the time was different. Every entity in this city was on our side. Everyone was with us, prosecutors, lawmakers, journalists. Every neighborhood was with us. Everyone believed in the possibility of taking the police force to the level that it deserved so we can be safe. The prerequisite to prosperity is public safety and justice. And there was a rallying cry from every neighborhood that we wanted to take our city back, that our children would not have to live in the manner they were living. That is the climate that I policed in. That's not the climate you're policing in. You're policing in a climate where everyone is against us. Every story seems to be negative about our actions and not see what we do every day. Laws are being passed that protect guilty people, and no one seems to care about the innocent people of this city or this country. You'll be told what not to do. There'll be those who will heckle you and call you names. There are those who don't believe we can take our city back. That's the negative side, but let me tell you the good side. You have a police commissioner that gives a damn. You have a mayor that gives a damn. You have an agency that gives a damn. We know what we are made of. And you have become part of that family of who is the difference between a city of lawlessness and disorder or a city of law and order. I am not going to put you on the front line to fight against the evil elements in this city and leave you out there. I am your general. I'm going to lead from the front as we take our city back and make sure we don't go backwards. This is a great moment for us. This is a great opportunity to be a member of the New York City Police Department. Anyone can do this job during peaceful times. Anyone can do this job when social media and Twitter is not willing to acknowledge what you're doing. Anyone can do this job when the Supreme Court hands down rulings. But you have to do this job now. Well, you're no longer just looking for the bad guy that has a gun, but just everyone is going to carry a gun while you're policing. You no longer have to worry about when you make an arrest, the person is going to stay inside jails. No, they're going to come out probably the next day because of a court system that just does not seem to understand the reality on the streets. You're no longer going to have the support you should have in all parts of the criminal justice system. But you have been trained. You will have the tools. You'll have the resources. You have the support. You were chosen to police during these times. This is the moment of showing why we are called the finest. Proudest moments of my life was wearing that uniform. I am the mayor because I served in the New York City Police Department. What I've learned allowed me to be the leader of this city. And you are going to be the leader of how we keep our city safe. You are our ambassadors. But there's a nobility that's attached to public protection and the police department. You must be your brother's keeper. You must ensure that he or she never reaches the point where they tarnish the shield. Because one officer could destroy all the work that we are attempting to do. Our actions will be watched all the time. And yes, there will be good days and there will be bad days. There'll be days when you will make a mistake and you just won't get it right. But that's okay. We understand that. And we're not going to be judged or judge you on the worst days. We're going to judge you on the totality of your career. Study, become promoted, and lean into the diversity of this amazing city. As I walked into Madison Square Garden, I saw the diversity of your family members that are here and the excitement that they have, knowing that first generations are becoming members of the police department of different languages and different ethnicities. This is who New York is. That's our secret weapon. From those who speak all of the different languages and ethnicities, this is what makes us the finest. And this is how we're going to accomplish our task. And I say this over and over again, we're not going to win because of our buildings, our structures, our bricks and mortars. We are not who we are because of the Empire State Building or the Statue of Liberty or Broadway. We are who we are. If I can borrow from the owner of the Snapple soft drink, we are who we are because we're made up of the best stuff on earth. We are New Yorkers, and we are the NYPD. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Mayor Adams. At each graduation of recruits from the Police Academy, awards are presented to the outstanding members of our graduating class. Awards are in the form of an engraved plaque for various categories. At this time, I ask the Mayor and the Police Commissioner to present the following awards. Our first award is the Mayor's Award. This award is given to the student officer who has attained the highest overall average. Scoring an overall average of 99.4%, Mayor Adams will present this award to Police Officer Amal Ali. The Police Commissioner's Award is presented to the student officer who attained the second highest overall average, scoring an average of 98.02%. Commissioner Sewell will present this award to Police Officer Jonathan Jimenez. The First Deputy Commissioner's Award is for the student officer who has scored the highest academic average of 99%. Police Commissioner Sewell will present this award to Police Officer Amal Ali. The Chief of Department's Award is given to the male and female recruit who have achieved the highest physical fitness runoff score. The Chief of Department, Kenneth Corey, will present this award to Police Officer Amanda Benitez and Police Officer Bryson Luke. The Chief of Training Award is given to the student officer who has scored the highest firearms proficiency average of 100%. The Chief of Training, Juanita Holmes, will present this award to Police Officer Edward Croce III. The Commanding Officer Police Academy Award is presented to the student officer who renders police assistance while in the police academy. While driving home from work on February 7, 2022 at approximately 1700 hours in Suffolk County, probationary police officer Michael Griffin observed a car smoking on the side of the road. Officer Griffin pulled his personal vehicle over and assisted the occupant out of the vehicle prior to the auto becoming engulfed in flames. Officer Griffin then dialed 911 and attempted to extinguish the fire. Officer Griffin put on his NYPD traffic vest and directed traffic away from the burning vehicle. Once Suffolk County Police and fire crews arrived, Officer Griffin continued to assist in directing traffic. Due to the quick action of Officer Griffin, the vehicle occupant and other motorists were not injured during the incident. Inspector Rhonda O'Reilly Bovell will now present the Commanding Officer of the Police Academy Award to Police Officer Michael Griffin. The Police Benevolent Association Award is presented to the student officer who served as the outstanding company sergeant for this graduating class. The president of the Police Benevolent Association, Patrick Lynch, will present this award to Police Officer Elsie Rivera. Thank you, Mayor Adams and Commissioner Sewell. At this time,
What's our line?
Award and the First Deputy Commissioner's Award are Class Valedictorian, Police Officer Amal Ali.
Good morning, Mayor Adams, Police Commissioner Sewell, Chief Corey, distinguished members of the dais, graduates, family, and friends. It is indeed both an honor and a privilege to be standing before you as the valedictorian of this July 2022 graduating class of police officers. In the days that followed our appointment to the New York City Police Department, we began a difficult yet rewarding phase of our lives. The training program that we all have successfully completed provided us with the foundation and skills essential to perform our duties as police officers. Having acquired the necessary tools for the job, we are now prepared to render our services with courtesy, professionalism, and respect. Today's graduation is a culmination of hard work, dedication, mental and physical toughness. The transformation we have undergone in just 6 months is nothing short of amazing. It all started during the winter month of December, where we were all lined up outside of the police academy at 0600 hours. We were cold, apprehensive, and nervous. We couldn't discern if the shaking in our knees was from all the yelling or from the frigid cold. None of us knew what to expect, but as the weeks went on, the discipline and structure began to make sense, and things began to get easier as we began to increase our mental and physical strength. From a personal account, it all began in November of 2021 when I received the hire email to join the police academy. Earlier that same day, I received an offer letter to work in the forensic department with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner as a criminalist. As I was
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. As I get into individual awards there at the NYPD Academy, we are going to bring you other top stories here when we come back after our 2-minute break. Of course, we are following the very latest there out of Chicago. Police officer Shadi is in critical condition right now. The suspect arrested, and we wait for more right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will take you out to Houston, getting some updates from community members as well as the police talking about violence and violence prevention. bringing you all of the news and updates right here on Live Now from Fox. We are heading out to Houston, where community officials as well as other city leaders coming together to talk about violence prevention.
Not just in District D, what I call the District of Destination, but certainly all around the city. And of course, Sunnyside is going to raise the bar and the beacon to let people know that crime cannot abide in Sunnyside. We're certainly glad to be here with our somewhat new Commander Collins, who has hit the ground running, and we certainly want people to feel safe, because we know that what is lurking about us is not those things that people need to engage in regards to their quality of life. And so I am so very thankful to Pastor Nash and the family, and certainly for this hedge of protection with all of these pastors that are in Sunnyside. And so certainly we're going to put these signs in other locations, because we want the criminals to know that they cannot get away with crime in Sunnyside. And certainly we hope that they will decide to change their lives and become a part of the thread of society. Yes. You know, there are opportunities for them as well before it's too late. And so certainly I thank you, Council Member. I thank you to the Nashes and all that stand with me. And I thank you for getting the word out, because those that may not read the signs can certainly hear the media, because we want them to know that crime cannot abide in Sunnyside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to now introduce the visionary, the pastor, this is his vision, my good friend, Pastor James Nash.
Let me say good afternoon. Thank God for you being here. Now, this is a crew here that we expect that is our obligation as pastors to protect our community. How can we do that? With these people here, circle of my pastors, to know that we are with them. We got to be for the community. This is not about me that time. It's about the people. I targeted Sunnyside because that's where our churches are. And I thank God for the media, because this is another way of getting the message out. I'm not just saying Sunnyside overall, the city of Houston overall, but the reason I'm talking is Sunnyside because my church is there. I raised up in Sunnyside. And so all of these are my friends that came here today. I thank God for this man, that he's the one that made it happen about the signs. And thank God for these two people, our council lady here. They work together well, and I like that. Again, I have to say this, might be a good time to say it. I'm not into black and white. It's into getting people to work together. That's how we're going to accomplish whatever we need to do. It's about people working together. We can't do that. I learned it's not about being successful. It's about becoming a man of virtue. And when we have people that want to stand with you for a cause like this, most of our churches are in Sunnyside. And I tell you, I want you to do me a favor. We got a lot of people here that's with us on this morning. I want you to take a shot of all these people, even the owner, for being so gracious to let us do all this on here today. But it takes all of us. It takes the village. It takes all of us. It takes pastors that are in the area to get involved in this. Years ago, I'll say this and I'll be done. We was able to get a motel through our nonprofit. And doing that, we tore the motel down. They got two beautiful homes there now. And not only that, but when we tore it down, I donated everything but the mattresses to Habitat. Donate them to, because I've been doing this for a long time. When I first started pastoring in the 70s, late 70s, the first thing I did was organize 2 parades, one in April and one in October, to fight crime and prostitution. So I'm happy to have this cast of people with us, certainly the officer, all of our preachers. And here's another young man here. Come up here. Here's another young man. He's trying to hide. This is Gary Dante of Sudmar. People will never know how much this man contributes to the community. And I thank God for friends like this here. All right, now say something.
Just thank you, Pastor.
All right. All right. All right. That it? Come on.
Well, I also want to at this time have our commander from the Sunnyside area, Commander Collins, I mispronounced your name earlier. I called you Connor. That's okay. And you can share with us about what the citizens can do to reduce crime, whatever you want to share on your heart.
Absolutely. First of all, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you, Councilmember Kubash, Evan Shabazz, and of course, Pastor Nash and the entire congregation for extending me this invitation today. Again, for those of you who I'm meeting here today, and for everybody, my name is Mike Collins. I'm the new division commander at Southeast Division. We stand with the community of Sunnyside. We want to work cooperatively with the community, and that means building relationships. And I think in this day and age, it's very important that as police officers, we take that extra step. We reach out to the citizens in the community, because if there's distrust, we're unable to solve the problems that plague our community. So what I'd like to do is encourage citizens. If you see something, please let us know. Call the police. We're here to help you. We're here to serve you. We're public servants. We have had a tough couple of years, and not just, of course, in Sunnyside, but citywide and across the nation as far as crime is concerned. We have strategies in place. We're proactively dealing with some of our problem areas. Some of the conversations I had this morning were very enlightening. It's important to engage the youth and the children at an early age. And that's an area that I would certainly like to work on cooperatively with the people present and with the members of Sunnyside, because I think that there's some room for engagement. And in this way, I really feel like taking a more proactive stance, engaging children young, building those foundations of trust within the community is imperative and critical. So again, thank you for this opportunity. We have lots of strategies in place, utilizing both marked patrol units, uniformed officers, and also undercover units to address the crime surge. But that's that. I don't really have anything else to say at this time. It's just an honor and a privilege to be here. So thank you so much, Council Member. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for any of the members that are here?
Pastor Nash, could you just talk to us, give us how things have changed over the years?
Matter of fact, let me say this. It's actually getting worse. Now, we are told all the time to preach Jesus. We preach Jesus, but the crime still goes up. It's time for the communities to reach out and do things themselves. Too often we depend on the police. Police cannot do this by themselves. They're already overloaded. That's why we're assembling, organizing. We're going to have many more of these meetings, because we want the citizens to know that they are not acting by themselves.
Thank you.
And you mentioned that you guys are going to put up several of these signs and billboards. Maybe just a vision of what you're planning to do with these signs and this initiative moving forward.
Come on in.
Well, we have partnered with Out Front Signs. That's the sign you see out here on 610 Loop. Also with a Clear Channel. And there's going to be another 12 signs, I understand, to be put up in the Sunnyside area that will remind people to report crime and that crime cannot abide in Sunnyside.
What is the exact message on the sign there that you are holding, Pastor Nash?
The exact wording of the sign says, crime can't hide in Sunnyside. So, and at the top it says we can do it, and the bottom says stand together.
Councilmember, what's the crime rate? Why are you focused on Sunnyside?
Well, we're concerned about Sunnyside right now. Recent statistics said 1 in 11 people are victims of a 1 in 11 chance of being a victim of a crime in this area. Any other questions?
What are some of those crimes that you guys are seeing in Sunnyside? The robberies, carjacking?
Of course,
This is the district council member.
Of course, Sunnyside is plagued with the same crimes that are around the city. Of course, we have murders, we have robberies, we have assaults, and all of those things. And so certainly we just want to let those that are participating in those crimes know that you are being highlighted, and we're going to do everything we can as a community to be able to stop what you're doing, first and foremost, and if you are engaging, to bring you to justice. And here again, there are opportunities for you to change your life today.
Talk about
and
that.
certainly there are educational opportunities. You know, you can get a vocation or a trade, and then certainly you won't want to jeopardize your liberty or take someone's life. And so we're hoping that you won't give up on yourselves, and that you will certainly realize that you are valuable, as certainly on the outside of the penal system. And so we want them to realize that this may be the time to actually stop this and turn your lives around so that you can become a part of the thread of society. Thank you.
What geographical area are you talking about when you're talking about Sunnyside?
That's your job.
Like the whole southeast side from MLK
Give them the boundaries.
where the whole entire geographic area that
Okay.
you call Sunnyside.
Well, Sunnyside starts on the north side at 610. And then it actually, you know, sometimes we kind of blend in. Some people even take it as far as Beltway 8, but it does somewhat change, you know, between there. And then it's 288 on the east side, and then I would say Makawa Road on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. We are following all of the developments coming out of Chicago with the Chicago police officer shot in critical condition, suspect arrested, awaiting for more updates, and we'll keep an eye on that. When we come back out, though, here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, we will be taking you out to New York, where it is coming up. July 4th, we all know, is this Monday, and that means an annual tradition, the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. We'll have all of the latest there as they are getting their competitors ready for the big day on Monday. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here as we set you off for this July 4th weekend. We hope everyone has some fun plans and stays safe with their family and friends. Well, a fun event that always happens on July 4th, it is the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, and they are having a little preview with the competitors out there in New York. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
4th of July International Hot Dog Eating Contest to be held on 4th of July at high noon in Coney Island on the corner of Surf and Stillwell, where it has been held for more than 100 years. I have just one question. Are you with me? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We have, as I said, we've been running this contest since 1916. In 2020, we held it inside in Nathan's in a warehouse space because of COVID. And last year, we could not hold it on the corner because of permitting. It was too early. We held it in Maimonides Park, home of the Cyclones. This year, though, we are back on the corner of Surf and Stillwell, where we have held it decade after decade. And the entire show begins at 10:30. We have the women's contest, we have the men's contest, and it will all be on ESPN. You can watch that on ESPN News and then in later broadcasts. Before I begin, I would like to thank Hudson Yards for this extraordinary setting here at the Vessel, here in the backyard. Very, very terrific spot. We were here last year. Also, Nathan's Famous, the greatest hot dog in the world, and the entire Nathan's crew. We have Mike Moles here, George Costas, we have Phil McCann, we have James Walker, but the entire crew, Oliver and everybody who puts together the fourth. It's an incredible group of people. Now, I would like to bring up, for no other reason, but he's my favorite man in the world, the big man, the bad man. Ladies and gentlemen, he was found on a doorstep by a short order cook in a barback. And they brought him in and they filled him with love and they filled him with food, and the tiny acorn has grown into the mighty oak. The big man, the bad man, Eric Badlands Badlands, as you know, a veteran of the circuit. I started doing eating contests with him in 1997, and he is still in the circuit. However, this year, some of you know him as Badlands Chugs. 3+ million on YouTube, 3+ million on TikTok, etc., etc. He's a chugging champion of the world. He will take on 5 of the greatest chuggers from our nation on Monday, and we will see. They will be drinking 1 gallon of Nathan's Famous pink lemonade, and he said to me, I believe I can drink it in 35 seconds unless it goes down the wrong pipe and comes up my nose.
33 Badlands, you can do
and
it.
I said,
33.
I said, this is my life's work. I'm doing something meaningful here. So anyway, but I want Badlands to give a quick a cappella rap. Just a quick a cappella rap, because he's multi-talented. Eater, chugger, and rapper. Ladies and gentlemen, Badlands Booker.
What's good, everybody? What's good, Hudson Yards, New York? Everybody in the house? Oh, man, this is an awesome time doing this. Thank you, George Shea, for, pioneering, founding the sport that I love, competitive eating. Oh, man, it's been, how long, 25 years? Oh, man, I'm just saying, oh, my gosh, this is such an awesome time, what a time to be alive. We getting, past the pandemic, slowly but surely. Now we're able to go back to the surf and Stillwell, back on the block where it all started, and I can't just be so happy to, hey, you want to give them a little preview of what we got? I've been under the tutelage of the great George Shea, gangster from Brooklyn, New York, all right? And we just want to let y'all know that we're back on the block, baby, back on the block. We talk when we walk from New York, and we go where we go. But we always come back, and we don't never stop, because we're back on the block. We stay where we stay, and we won't go away. From the brick to the curb, and the surf, and the spray, from the crib, then the ball, and the beach, and the bay, and we'll stay here forever, forever where we stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a rap. It's just horrible. I know what you're saying. George is not
this is it.
I can't. I'm going to rap with Badlands on the 4th of July, and it's really the low point of the musical calendar year. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the big man, the bad man, Eric Badlands Booker. Back on the block. Yes. Back on the block. Okay. And now I would like to bring up a man of mystery, a masked man. No one knows who he is. His name is Tim Janis. But we call him Eater X. Ladies and gentlemen, he lost his arm to a Bengal tiger in a boyhood visit to the Atlanta Zoo, but his arm grew back. He can speak neutrino, the language of the sun, and all day long he listens to the conversations in the sky. But he is a new type of superhero. He does not fight evil. He consumes it and digests it into grade A USDA certified organic fertilizer, perfect for growing daisies, the unofficial flower of peace. I give you the great Eater X, man of mystery. Eater X was on the circuit for 11 years but retired. We are inducting him into the Hall of Fame. I just wanted to ask him his plans because what's funny is he traveled the world. We literally traveled the world for Major League Eating with the USO, et cetera, doing events for the troops, et cetera. Now he's going into the diplomatic service to do the same thing. My question, was it really based on your experience from competitive eating?
Well, I was an ambassador for competitive eating for the sport, and now I'll be an ambassador for, well, not an ambassador, a diplomat for the United States.
And does the United States know that you were a competitive eater? I'm just worrying, about the check, the background check.
It came up in the interviews, and I think it helped, actually. I think you learn a lot about life by eating hot dogs. I've always felt that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will induct Tim Janis into the Hall of Fame on Monday, the great Eater X. All right, now we are going to introduce the eaters. We will weigh in Michelle and Mickey. We will weigh in Nick and Joey. Then we will do a stare down. Then they will hold their record number of hot dogs. We'll make sure you get that shot. But before we do, I just want to bring up our head official judge, Judge Polk, who will be overseeing the... It's scary in this day and age to see someone in this wig, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, I just have a quick... And it bewilders me why we're dressed this way. But it brings a certain stature to the effort. Judge Polk, very difficult to judge these eaters. Their hands are moving so fast it's a blur. Do you and the team have what it takes to judge Joey Chestnut as he tries to break his record of 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes?
Absolutely, Mr. Shea. We have prepared and we are ready.
That is all I need to know, ladies and gentlemen. We are above politics on the 4th of July. Ladies and gentlemen, our head official judge, Judge Polk. It's like cosplay. Okay. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce the eaters now. We'll weigh them in. Everybody gets what they want, direct interview, a shot, whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, he was first seen standing at the edge of the shore between the ancient marks of the high and low tide, a place that is neither land nor sea. And as the blue light of morning filtered through the darkness, it revealed a man who has been to the beyond and who returned with the secrets of life and death. I give you the great Crazy Legs Conte! Katie here? Is Katie here? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, from Astoria, Queens, the home of the great Tony Bennett, I give you Prudence de Benedetto. In her 4th appearance at Coney Island in the women's contest. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the coolest superintendent in the United States. She's been to Coney Island on the 4th of July 6 years straight. She is a fearsome eater, and she is the first and final pillar of our civilization as an educator. I give you Dr. Renee Rota. Superintendent of Schools in Montville, New Jersey. And now, my friends, I give you a fearsome eater who has risen each year in the ranks and each year in her numbers, Jules Goldberg. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he is known as the Red Horse of Death, pure evil. He eats with a cloven tongue. He is a man so evil that they put him in prison in hell prison, the spawn of the devil. Ladies and gentlemen, rank number 17 in the world, George Chigger, the Red Horse of Death. Doesn't speak. One of the greatest eaters on our circuit, and certainly the most fit, He comes before you now ranked number 4 in the world, and he is bringing out today his son with Miki Sudo, the great Nick Werry. Look at this, both in a mohawk. And Nick Werry proposed to Miki Sudo, the number 1 ranked female in the world, the number 3 ranked eater overall in the world, after eating 50 hard-boiled eggs in 3 minutes and 5 seconds. He got down on his knee, he proposed to her, she said yes. Even at that moment, it was very emotionally moving. They have had a baby, and this baby was ranked 42 in the womb. He is currently the mashed banana eating champion of Tampa Bay, Florida, undisputed. Max and Nick Werry, ladies and gentlemen. Nick expected to be at the very top of the ranks in the men's contest. And now I would like to bring out the mother of the child of power. She is ranked number 3 in the world, 104 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes, 48 1/2 Nathan's Famous hot dogs and buns in 10, 16.5 pints of ice cream, and 8.5 pounds of kimchi. Ladies and gentlemen, Miki Sudo. Now, Miki did not compete last year because she was pregnant with Max. She's coming back after essentially a 2-year hiatus. Her back is against the wall. Miki, are you ready for competition?
I am so excited to be back. In 2020, we had the socially distanced event. In 2021, I sat out because I was pregnant. So it's been a while since I've eaten hot dogs in front of the Coney Island crowd, and I couldn't be more thrilled to be here.
She is so lovely and so elegant, but at the table, she is a monster, and she puts her hair in a ponytail, and when she shakes the pony, I call it the angry pony, that means she's in sync. Sam, can we weigh her in and certify her for competition? 130.
That's good. 130 pounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, certified for competition at 130 pounds, the great Miki Sudo, number 1 ranked female in the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to bring up the reigning world champion, ranked number 9, from Tucson, Arizona, only 5 feet 4 inches tall, 110 pounds, 32 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes is her best. I give you Michelle Lesko. Michelle, last year Miki wasn't at the table. You won. You are champion of the world. You're going back head to head. I know you're friends, but what are we looking at on Monday in terms of intensity?
You know, I just realized as she was talking that we haven't seen each other at the table in 2 years. I was out in 2020 because of travel restrictions. She was out last year because of pregnancy restrictions. So it's you know, love her to death, but she's got to show me how to carry 2 belts for next year.
Oh, my Lord. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, I'm sorry. Please, yes.
You know, she puts her hair in the ponytail so she doesn't end up with her hair in a bun.
It was either hair in a ponytail or hair in a bun. 108 pounds, certified for competition. The reigning champion of the world, Michelle Lesko. In a world of nothing, of barren hills and cracked earth and once proud oceans drained to sand, there will still be a monument to our existence. Bleached by the sun perhaps and blunted by time, but everlasting. For this man represents all that is eternal in the human spirit, the courage to go on when others fail or turn away, the strength to recognize the value of freedom and to accept the cost, no matter how great. Through the curtain of the aurora, a comet blazes to herald his arrival, and his victories shall be transcribed into every language known to history. My friends, the champion of the world, #1 ranked eater in the world, the great Joey Chestnut.
That's all right, I can get close.
Now, Joey, you're coming here with a broken leg, or at least a cast. What's the history on this injury? Will it affect you? Has it affected your training?
Yeah, it's a ruptured tendon, and it hurts, but it's my leg, and I'm not eating with my leg, and I'm gonna go out there hungry, and it's gonna be an awesome 4th of July.
One final question, and we'll weigh you in. The cast may throw this off. In 2020, we were inside in air conditioning because of COVID restrictions, and Joey broke the world record. Last year, if you recall, the temperature in New York City was nothing short of perfect. 74 degrees, no humidity. It was gorgeous. Joey broke the record again, 76 hot dogs and buns. Is it possible, A, to break the record, and B, to break it this year when we will be in the mid-80s with significant humidity?
Oh, it's always possible, especially I'm going to have the audience there. We're talking 25,000 New Yorkers, and I'm going to ignore every feeling I got and just keep pushing.
So the goal here for Joey is 77 hot dogs and buns, or so it would seem. Joey, let's weigh you in. Okay. Weighing in at 235 pounds with the cast. I'm estimating the cast, it's synthetic. I'm going to put it at 7 pounds.
The reigning champ there, Joey Chestnut, weighing in at 235 pounds. He is ready for July 4th there, and 25,000 fans that will be in attendance as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we'll see if he could break his own record. You're watching right here as we bring you top stories, headlines, and even fun hot dog eating contest stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break as we go to show you what the Dow is doing on the Friday before the July 4th weekend there, and you're seeing it down almost 100 points in the red. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have the very latest out of Chicago with a Chicago police officer shot in critical condition, and then we'll go out to New York City as they are giving an update on July 4th security briefings. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to the New York NYPD as they are giving an update on their security measures for this July 4th weekend.
In response to that, last year we did focused enforcement on fireworks sellers and shipments from out of state. I think that sent an important message. We've done enforcement this year, and it appears that people are heeding our message. That said, we have been and will continue to be out there focusing on this problem. So far this year, we've taken 119 bags of fireworks for disposal by the NYPD's bomb squad at our range at Rodman's Neck. In the month of June, we responded to 3,410 calls to either 911 or 311 regarding illegal fireworks. That's more than 12,000 fewer calls than the nearly 16,000 we responded to last June, and an astounding 76,000 fewer calls than the 79,296 we responded to in June of 2020. So I think that the message is getting through. Why do we do this kind of enforcement? Well, it's a quality of life issue for New Yorkers, but it's also a safety issue. We understand that the things that go boom in the night can be exhilarating, but we also know that every year there's that incident when someone, often a young person, loses fingers, a hand, an eye, or worse. That's nothing to celebrate. Speaking of celebrating, we know it's an entire weekend of backyard gatherings and barbecues and parks and block parties. We want everyone to celebrate, but to do so in a respectful and responsible way. Be mindful of your neighbors. Additional officers will be out in every precinct, dispersing large unruly gatherings and addressing unreasonable noise in the late hours. And if you're drinking, have a designated driver. Our precinct units will be out there, and our highway patrol units, working in conjunction with our partners in the New York State Police, will be on the roads, conducting checkpoints and keeping an eye out for people driving under the influence or driving recklessly who are endangering others. We don't want anyone to lose their car or their license, but more importantly, we don't want anyone to lose a life. Our goal is to make sure everyone has fun, but also that everyone stays safe. I'll close by saying something that we say all the time around major events, which is, if you see something, say something. There'll be a lot of police officers out on the street all weekend long. If you see something suspicious, something that doesn't seem right, approach a police officer and let them know. While, as the Commissioner indicated, there are no specific threats to any of this weekend's events, our deployment includes a complex counterterrorism overlay because of the meaning and symbolism of this as an American holiday. So now let me bring on Assistant Chief Martine Matarazzo from our Counterterrorism Bureau to describe of what some of these protocols are.
Thank you, Chief. As already stated, but just to reiterate, there are no specific or credible threats to New York City or to the 2022 Macy's 4th of July fireworks celebration. The Counterterrorism Bureau remains committed to ensuring the safety of the approximate 3 million spectators that will line the shores of the East River. Our deployment for the event will be similar as in previous years. Spectators can expect to see a large counterterrorism presence as they enter the many access points that will be set up in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. The screening and access points in Manhattan will be located at 14th Street and First and Avenue C, First Avenue at 23rd, 34th, and 42nd Street. In Queens, the access points will be along Vernon Boulevard at the intersections of Borden Avenue, 46th, 47th, and 48th Avenues, and 46th and 47th Road. In Brooklyn, screening and access points will be located at Domino Park, Marsha P. Johnson Park, Transmitter Park, and Newton Barge Playground Park. As they enter these access points, spectators will be met by heavy weapons teams, explosive detection canines, and officers equipped with explosive trace and radiation detectors. Everyone planning on joining us for the show is reminded, please, not to bring lawn chairs, coolers, large bags, alcoholic beverages, glass bottles, or tents. Small bags for personal belongings will be permitted, as there will be a soft bag check conducted at the screening area. The Counterterrorism Bureau's Maritime Unit will be deployed the length of the fireworks display along the East River. Our bomb squad will be ready to respond to any suspicious packages, and our detectives assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force will continue to monitor and if necessary, investigate any leads. There will be plainclothes teams that will be blended into the crowds to look for suspicious people and activity. We will be deploying our counter-drone technology to detect and identify anyone operating a drone in a restricted space around the event. I would like to remind everyone that the operation of an unmanned aircraft in any of the 5 boroughs is both prohibited and illegal prior to and during the event. Violators will face enforcement action, including confiscation of their drone and summonses or arrest. It is not only illegal, but is extremely dangerous to the event and the spectators. We will be using sand trucks, police blocker vehicles, concrete block to fortify the access points and to prevent unauthorized vehicles from entering the area. Special thanks to the Department of Sanitation for once again providing us with these sand trucks. Lastly, I would like to thank all of our federal, state, city, and private partners who have worked with us to prepare for this year's 4th of July fireworks celebration. Events such as this take many months of planning and coordination, and they would not be successful without these long-standing relationships. We look forward to seeing everybody on Monday as we come together to enjoy the 46th Macy's 4th of July fireworks celebration. Thank you, and stay safe.
Any questions on topic?
Rocco? Chief Corey, Chief, on Father's Day, there were 9 people shot in an event that
Rocco,
was...
let's stay on topic first.
Oh, well, it's got to do with July 4th security, I mean, weekend security. There was a shooting at it was essentially a pop-up event, a rapper moving a party from one location to another. There were no complaints, and the shooting happened anyway. What is your posture about, or your direction to precinct commanders about keeping an eye on things as it gets later and later in the evening?
Right, so we've pushed out resources into all of our precincts for this holiday weekend. Right, we recognize the challenges on a holiday weekend when people are having these barbecues, these large parties and gatherings. So we're giving all of our precinct commanders additional resources this weekend into the late hours to deal with that. That was part of what I addressed in my statement when I said we want people to have a good time. We want them to be mindful and respectful of their neighbors. So when those parties start to get large and unruly, we're going to look to disperse them. When they start to get too loud in the early morning hours, we're going to try to quiet them or disperse them. All of that enforcement takes place initially with a warning, without the goal of enforcement in mind, just, hey, your music's too loud, you're disturbing your neighbors, time to turn it off. But if it needs to ramp up to summonses or even arrests, we are prepared to do that.
Is there a time cutoff point, or is it flexible?
There's no time cutoff point, right? It really depends on where you are, who you are, where, what's around you. In a dense residential area, and it's 10 o'clock at night and people are trying to sleep, that might be the time, right? If it's a little more isolated area, it might go a little later.
Anyone else on topic? All right, we'll move on to off topic. Anyone? Mark Morales, CNN.
Hi. Any update on the shooting in the Upper East Side? I know that they're happy out. It's person of interest, but anything done on finding that person?
This is what I could say right now about that investigation. It's a very, very fluid and active investigation. We know that it wasn't a random attack. It was a specifically targeted attack on that female. Detectives are out on the street right now as we are standing here. They're gathering information, and we'll be updating you shortly, but that's all I can say on that investigation right now.
Would you be able to even expand a little bit on the notion that she was supposed to meet up with the father of the child that night?
I think that's, as I said, very, very active investigation right now, and I'm not going to comment on it right now. Yes.
Rocco? The chief authorities in Maine yesterday grabbed Travis Blake, and he wanted for the triple murder of Queens. Can you fill us in a little bit about how they got him, where they got him, and if the motive has been established yet?
Yes, that was a particularly gruesome triple homicide last week over in Queens South. 3 people were stabbed to death and one was bludgeoned to death. A female 55 years old, a female 22 years old who had just come in from Jamaica 10 days earlier to visit her aunt, who's the 55-year-old, and the son, a 20-year-old. Detectives were able to gather enough information to identify Travis Blake as the perpetrator in that. He was a male, I believe 35 years old, 28 years old, I'm sorry. He's 28 years old, and we had put out what we call a bowler alert, a be on the lookout alert for him. It goes up to Maine. We got the public's help. They called the Maine police chief, who called our regional task force up there, and they were able to apprehend Mr. Blake in I believe, a lobster house upstairs, up there yesterday without incident. As far as the motive is concerned, we know Mr. Blake had a relationship with the 55-year-old. He works at his work. He's making statements to his fellow employees about how, if somebody's cheating on him, how he would use his military skills to kill them. So we believe it's a domestic incident in that one. As far as his military goes, he has no military record. He has boasted, he has posted pictures online of him, but he has no military record.
So he's not in the military?
Not in the military.
Martha, Fox News.
Commissioner, there's currently pending legislation in Albany considering gun-free zones in New York City. Namely, they're talking Times Square. How do you feel about that, and how will the force tackle those challenges?
Well, I certainly don't want to get into the legislation that's pending at this time. I know the mayor is working, and we work closely with our Albany legislators as well, so we'll wait to see what comes down after that.
Anyone else?
More of those, fewer of those, the more of those gun-free zones, the better, as far as you're concerned.
I think I've said before, when you open up the universe of carry, it possibly means more guns on the street, and that's a concern for us all.
Well, for the Commissioner, for Chief Corey, there seemed to be a rush at the retirement desk yesterday on the second floor. I know those appointments are sort of planned in advance, but I also know that it was 20 years since the start of a very large class 20 years ago, so 3,000 cops. Mm-hmm. Was there a surge in retirements yesterday? And if so, I guess this comes at the right time, this place.
I'm thrilled that we had this many officers that we were graduating today. People retired.
And a new hour starts here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. We are going to go out to breaking news to continue to give an update on the Chicago police officer that was shot. The suspect has been arrested. We want to go out to Fox 32 coverage here in just a moment, as they will be bringing us this big breaking news out of there in Chicago as the July 4th weekend is setting up here. Let's go to it right now. Coverage from Fox 32 Chicago.
By officers not far from the shooting scene. Gunfire erupted in University Village this morning when officers responded to a domestic disturbance. The officer who was shot was rushed to the hospital with multiple wounds. This is a live picture outside Stroger, where he is undergoing surgery at this hour. Joni Lum is live now, and she has all the breaking details. Joni.
Roseanne, they say that the domestic violence call is the most dangerous situation for a police officer. Taylor Street still shut down for the active crime scene. This happened in a building that was halfway down the block. It's a building that has the Chicago Public Library on the ground floor with apartments on the top floors. Police do have the suspect in custody. This is video of the offender being taken into custody not too far from here at the Obla Homes, the CHA's residence, where that's at about Ashland and Blue Island. Police say they have recovered a weapon, and they say the suspect is a convicted felon. This happened this morning at 8:27. Officers went into the apartment building on a domestic violence call. When they got off the elevator, they were fired on. A University of Illinois Chicago officer took the wounded officer to Stroger Hospital. Multiple law enforcement officers responded, shutting down Taylor Street at Loomis for the investigation. Mayor Lightfoot and Police Superintendent David Brown were preparing to outline the city's plan for public safety when this shooting of a Chicago police officer happened. He was shot in the arm and the abdomen. They say he was ambushed.
As officers arrived, they got on the elevator, went upstairs, and as soon as they got off the elevator to go to the apartment, they were fired upon by the offender, who we have in custody.
Every single day, on every watch, brave men and women
of the Chicago Police Department put on their uniform, their badge, and go out to protect each and every one of us. We have to remember that officers every single day are risking their lives for our safety.
Superintendent Brown says the officers did not return fire. The wounded officer, first described as alert and talking, but now listed in serious condition. And Mayor Lightfoot added that there's been an alarming number of domestic violence calls and homicides in the past 2 years. She says this has been a threat to public safety and is a public health crisis. Live on Taylor Street, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you.
Now, and also several officers shot. We hope that they recover. Changing gears now, the beginning of the holiday weekend, so weather on the mind of many. In some areas could see some.
And that was Fox 32 coverage right there of that breaking news incident, and we're hoping for more updates throughout the day when they happen. Of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, but I want to keep you in Chicago right now, where just last week a 5-month-old was shot and killed, and the suspect is still on the loose, and community members in that neighborhood are demanding for justice. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Why we're out here as well. I can imagine the parents are totally devastated due to the fact that their child was killed. There's no words that can explain the magnitude of the horror, the magnitude of the despair, and the pain that was caused by a 5-month-old being shot and killed in Chicago. I can feel it myself in my spirit because I love kids each and every day. A lot of kids that have been murdered across the United States of America, I still keep their pictures of them kids in my cell phone now because it kind of hits home with me personally. Because kids should and need to be protected on a regular basis. And I'm pretty sure the parents did all they can do to protect their child, but some cold, callous, uncaring individual thought it was okay to shoot and kill a 5-month-old baby. Some people have lost all respect for humanity, especially when they step up to the plate and take the life of a kid, a powerless child. It makes no sense. We must protect our kids. So with that being said, I'll come back up a little bit later. I have a few people here that are going to speak as well. And so just bear with me here, and I want to thank you all for coming out, all right? So Mr. Peter Isan Keller is going to come up. He's the president of Uline organization right here in the South Shore community, and we all live over here on the south side of Chicago as well. We're not coming from a distance. All right, brother, you got it? Yeah, you want to step up with him, son? Because, baby, yeah, she will step with you.
My name is Pete Keller, P-E-T-E Keller, K-E-L-L-E-R. I'm the president of the Uline organization, that's U-L-O-N. We're here today in solidarity with all these other organizations just to say that as a parent, I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. On this very block, 7700 South Shore, a young child lost his life, an innocent child. So this is Kai Keller, K-A-I Keller. And he's the youngest Chicago activist that we know. He comes everywhere we go. And it's a travesty as a parent to even think, right after Father's Day, to lose a loved one, a child. And this is what we're out here for. We're out here every day to stop Chicago's violence. And there used to be a street code ethic. You know, when the young members of these different gangs, they would have different types of honorary substance where they would not shoot women and children. And now it's just gotten out of hand. So we are here with Uline to step side with Tio Hardiman and to make sure that something like this never happens again, ever. A child should have a chance to grow up and live his life. And so Kai is out here just showing love for his single and best beloved partner. Wherever she's at, Cecilia, Thomas, we love you. God bless.
Good stuff. Okay, come on, Beverly. So, got Miss Beverly Miles now. She's a former candidate for governor. Nobody's running for office now, so it's not political. The race is over now. Yeah.
It's Beverlymiles. Hi, I am Beverly Miles. I am a lifelong resident of the west side of Chicago. I'm a registered nurse by trade, and I'm an Army veteran. I came out here today to stand in solidarity with what happened to that 5-month-old infant. What we got to stop doing is talking about it, and we have to be about it, because we need to understand that violence is a public health crisis. We talk about it, we come out here, we march about it, but the resources are not in our community. We have to start putting pressure on our elected officials. We need to get resources so we can help bring about legislation and get people in our community well.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. And I have another community leader that's going to speak, Miss Sharon Lewis. She's a stakeholder here in the South Shore community. So you can introduce yourself, and I appreciate it. All right.
So hello, my name is Sharon Lewis. I am the Executive Director of Meadows Eastside Community Resource Organization. I have lived...
Spell your last name.
Sharon, last name Lewis, Lewis, Meadows Eastside Community Resource Organization at 79th and Burnham, 2734 East 79th Street. The reason that I'm here today is because I've lived in South Shore since 1968. We need exactly what Ms. Miles said. We need for there to be an active way for us to help our community. We cannot just have politicians talking about it and not being about it. So it's great to come in and do a community cleanup. Those things work wonderfully for beautification, but what works for safety? We need programs that will create safety for our children, for our residents, for our first responders, for everyone who lives in the community. Meadows Eastside has a project called Light Up the Night, where we go to each resident's homes. We invite them to take free lights, dusk to dawn lights that will light up their porch on the front and light up their porch on the back, creating safety for those people who travel through the neighborhood, the residents who live there, and any first responder that has to come to their homes. We can't just come to a place and say a crime happened. We have to come to a place and say peace lives here, and we're going to do more for peace. Again, my name is Sharon Lewis, Meadows Eastside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
I want to say one last thing.
Yeah, but I'm going to bring you up in a second. I'm going to get you. I just want to add this here before we bring Eastside and Brother Lamont back up. We really have to paint the picture. A 5-month-old was killed in Chicago. We need all community leaders. There should be 1,000 people out here on this street right now. If the police had killed somebody right on this location, you would have thousands of people out here. We have a 5-month-old Chicago that was killed over here on the south side. It's time to step up and wake up. We cannot bring this child back to life, but we can make a strong statement so it would never, ever happen again. It's time to stop playing in Chicago. Kids are being killed. It makes no sense. This young kid here is 5 months old. Imagine that. Imagine a 5-month-old being killed anywhere across the United States. But it happened on the south side of Chicago, and we're tired of this kind of mess, and we must stand up and step up to the plate and protect these kids by all means necessary. We need all hands on deck right now, and people need to stop playing political games with violence in Chicago. That's the point I'm trying to make here today. All right? So go ahead, Brother Yasan. Then we bring Brother Lamont up. Yeah, all right. I had to get that out there.
All right, good stuff.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, from Mayor Lightfoot on down, people have always said, what can we do to stop the gun control in Chicago? And time after time after time, we said it's going to have to start with these grassroots organizations that have their own resource centers. Resource centers are not a dime a dozen in Chicago. Yet we have a resource center that sits on the corner of 87th and Cregier in the heart of the South Side. That should be where everyone's running to. That's a place where young minds can be changed and altered before they get into the gangs. Let's face it, we're giving them jobs, we're giving them resources, we're giving them counseling. All of this stuff is free at the Ulan Resource Center. So come down there, meet Kai, baby Kai, and come on and love on them. We love you guys. We are out here in solidarity today to show love for baby Cecilia Thomas. We love you.
Yeah, go ahead. You got some questions?
You said something.
Okay, go
sure.
ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keller.
Yes.
You said something kind of interesting today. I mean, I've been to hundreds of these, literally hundreds of these kinds of things. We're talking about stuff. You said something interesting about that code of
Yes.
conduct.
Right. Code
Is
of
there any way? I mean, you talked about how it used to be that the gang members would
Yes.
say, "Hey, there's a kid there."
Yes.
That's forbidden.
Exactly.
Is there any way to appeal across the city to that kind of ethic at least? You know, I mean,
Yeah, definitely. What's going to happen is, and it's very simple, men are going to have to stand up. A lot of the older guys are going to have to stand up and stand on these younger brothers. I mean, literally come up, stand up, and really put some more direction back into the younger guys' minds. It's all about mindset. That's why these resource centers are very vital, because it catches them while they're young. Now, you address the code, right? And so before, you know, when you chop off the head, the body falls, right? And so that's what happened with Operation Snakehead. When they got all the leaders, the body fell. And so now you got all these young guys running around with no structure. And so now we just need to stand on these young guys again. Real men that want to stand up and be involved again need to come forth, because these young guys are looking for us. They're looking for men. And so that's what we need to do, put back structure into the street ethics.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that, you know, you should get, I'm not, it's not opinion, but I'm wondering, you know, the fight to stop the violence, but this is sort of an interesting step in the first direction, kind of a step in that direction, saying, at the very least, have a code of ethics.
Right.
Restore that code of ethics, step up, and just don't avoid children like that.
Right.
Well, there's no code of the streets that we can embrace.
Come on,
let me say this. There's no code of the streets that we can embrace when it comes down to killing babies. Right. There should be no code of the streets that's being practiced by anybody. All the young guys on the streets of Chicago should step up to the plate and make it clear to everybody that they work with, everybody that's a part of what they're doing, whether they're males or females. There should be no code of the streets when it comes down to babies and kids, period. That's just the way it goes, and most people agree with what I'm talking about. I have Mr. Paul McKinley out here as well. He brought his young child out also, just to let you just get a visual of the fact that this was a 5-month-old baby that was killed, and we're bringing a voice to the babies right now. Right. Come on, Brother Paul.
Come on, Paul.
We asking that everybody.
Speak up a bit, Mr. McKinley.
My name is Paul McKinley, PaulMckinley. We ask that all the fathers and the mothers step up now. That could have been my.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us as we have more to come.
What is your level of insult that a child died like this, an innocent child? And we also send a shout out to the mayor. You can go to the gay pride parade, but you can't come over here and talk to the mother of this child. You can talk about pro-choice. Well, this is our choice to have these children. And this is our choice to raise these children. And it's got to be the community choice to make sure that these children are safe. And we're asking that the mayor have the same disdain like you had about Roe versus Wade and everybody else. Have that same disdain about life. We're asking that the pastors that love Jesus and hate the devil stand up for these babies. It's a shame. I mean, it's a real shame. Where are the men of God? You should be embarrassed that you're not out here. And that's all I have to say right now.
Yes, sir. Okay, you got a question for him?
First, introduce your lovely little one.
This is my daughter.
Tell me her
Her name is Minnie McKinley.
Can you spell Minnie?
M-I-N-N-I-E. McKinley.
And how old is Minnie?
6 months.
You know, there's a danger, I suppose, of pitting one side against the other and making this about Roe versus Wade versus. Are you afraid that might become what you just said might become a distraction to the issue?
Well,
saving children's lives.
Well, it shouldn't be. Why should it be? Why should the issue, the whole nation claim they was upset about the decision with Roe versus?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to continue to give you updates on everything coming out of Chicago, but I do want to go out right now to the White House. This is live right here. President Biden is virtually meeting with some governors across the country as we are hearing more about abortion rights legislation. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm joined by a group of Democratic governors. We work closely to protect women's rights
after this tragic reversal of Roe v. Wade. A terrible, extreme decision, in my view, upending lives and impacting on the health and safety of millions of women. And I share the public outrage at this extremist court that's committed to moving America backwards with fewer rights, less autonomy, and politicians invading the most personal decisions that not only women, but we'll find if they expand on this decision, men as well. But as I've said last week, this is not over. Last week, I announced 2 specific actions. First, if extremist governors try to block a woman from traveling from her state that prohibits her from seeking medical help she needs to a state that provides that care, the federal government will act to protect her bedrock rights through the Attorney General's office. Second, if states try to block a woman from getting medication the FDA has already approved and has been available for more than 20 years, my administration will act and protect that woman's right to that medication. And there are many other unlawful actions, in my view, that states are preparing to take that we'll have to address as well. But ultimately, Congress is going to have to act to codify the Roe into federal law. As I said yesterday, the filibuster should not stand in the way of us being able to do that. But right now, we don't have the votes in the Senate to change the filibuster at the moment. That means we need 2 more votes now, not now, when we vote, probably after November, more senators and House majority elected in November to get this bill to my desk. So the choice is clear. We either elect federal senators and representatives who will codify Roe, or Republicans who will elect the House and Senate who will try to ban abortions nationwide. Nationwide. This is going to go one way or the other after November. So let's remember, the reasoning of this decision has an impact much beyond Roe and to the right to privacy more generally. Justice Thomas himself said that. Under the reasoning of this decision, that the court should reconsider marriage equality and contraception. And there's a lot at stake here. In the meantime, I want to hear what the governors are doing, talk about my plans, and discuss what we can do until Congress acts. This is not over. It's not over. Now I'm going to turn it over to Jen Klein, the head of the White House Gender Policy Council, and we'll proceed with the discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to add my thanks to each of you for joining and for your leadership. We'd, as the President just said, really like to hear from you about both what you've done and further action that you're planning to take. So we're going to start with you, Governor Hochul from New York. Over to you.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Mr. President, for convening us with the sense of urgency that I feel that you are conveying, because this is a frightening time for women all across our nation. A lot of fear and anxiety out there, and I hear it from women all across the state, or they come up to me at subway stops in New York City, at farmers markets, literally young women who never even had to think about this right are coming up and putting their arms around my neck and sobbing. So there is such stress out there. So we, in the state of New York, this came the day after the Supreme Court also told us that we did not have the right to protect our citizens from people carrying concealed weapons in places like subways and Times Square, et cetera. So what I had to do is convene an extraordinary session, because they weren't due back until January. I brought them back, and literally at 2 a.m. this morning, while we're still working on the gun legislation, I changed my proclamation to say we'll also include, to give further protections for women in the state, what we call the equality agenda. This will prohibit discrimination on the basis of pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So we're one step closer as of this afternoon. I think it's going to be passed by both houses to enshrine abortion rights in our state constitution. So as long as I'm governor, these rights will not be rolled back. But we also are prepared to serve as a destination for women who'll be looking to a place like New York and other states, of my colleagues on the call, as a safe harbor. So even before the Supreme Court decision, I knew I had to beef up our opportunities for women to come from other states. We allocated $35 million right off the bat to go to providers so they could hire more people, expand their space, and make sure that they can keep their staff safe from violence as well. And we also decided to mandate all insurance companies doing business in the state of New York now have to cover abortion. And I signed 6 bills related to protecting our providers. After the decision came down, we will stop the extradition of any search for one of our providers or a woman who's in our state who are wanted under criminal charges. That's not happening in New York. And we're also defending our abortion providers from malpractice and other lawsuits. We also launched a public awareness campaign because there's a lot of misinformation. Women in New York are seeing the national news. They don't know whether their rights are protected here in New York. So we're going to continue to be leaders in this fight, protect our providers, protect them from the vigilante justice, which has been unleashed by the states that are going to allow these private rights of action, where they're going to hunt down women and providers. This is chaos. It's frightening, but also we're doing what we can to make sure that we are protected. Well, what's happening now? The rights of millions of women across this country are now falling on the shoulders of just a handful of states. Just a handful of states are now going to have to take care of the health care of women from other states. So we believe, as you do, Mr. President, that what's available to New Yorkers and the other enlightened states should be available to all Americans, and no one should have to travel. And that's why, as you agree with us, Congress has to act. And we sent a letter way back to Congress saying, please pass the Women's Health Protection Act. Let's get it through the Senate. So what we're doing at the state level is key. But I completely agree with you, and I commend you, Mr. President, for standing up and talking about the fact that it is the filibuster that's preventing the majority of senators, and it is the majority of senators who want to speak on behalf of the majority of Americans. But we understand our options are limited until next January with a new Senate, and we're all going to be focusing very hard on that outcome, because it is a matter of life and death for American women, because we do not want to go back to the days anywhere in this country of the back alley abortions, which are real. I talked to one of my neighbors down the hall whose husband used to perform these abortions before abortion was legal in New York State in 1970. And so this is not just hyperbole, it is real. So what we're asking to help continue at the federal level, we believe that more can be done to fund family planning services more broadly, to allow the providers and their clinics to have federal resources for these services, and they can focus on private dollars for abortion services. And I'm really grateful that you're putting an emphasis on what's going to happen for women to be able to continue to receive abortion services by mail. I mean, this is going to be a battle that people would not have foreseen. We want to make sure that there's no unlawful interference, and we have to do that to ease public concerns. And also, Mr. President, we'd ask that you consider your ability to use federal facilities. What am I talking about? Veterans hospitals, military bases, and other places where the federal government controls the jurisdiction in some of the states that are hostile to women's rights, and make sure that those services can be available to other women. So those are just a few of the ideas that we encourage you to look at. An idea of what we're doing at the New York State level, but literally before close of business today, we will have the first step toward a process of changing our Constitution, which is the boldest step we can take, and we just started that today. So thank you for convening us. We are there to stand with you to do something that protect a right that my mother's generation had to fight for, I fought for, my daughter who's in her 30s had to fight for, and now, Mr. President, I have a brand new granddaughter. And thank you for your note acknowledging that. I didn't think we'd have to fight this battle for her generation as well, but apparently we do, but we are ready to take on that fight. So thank you.
Well, I didn't think we would either. I was worried we would, but I think that a lot of the folks don't understand what this decision means. It means if you got a 11-year-old child who's a victim of incest and finds herself pregnant, which occurs, that she can't get choice. She can't. Her health can't be protected. You find if you're raped, there's no exception. I mean, there's so many things that people really haven't focused on yet beyond the fundamental right of a woman to be able to choose. And so I just think that, as you pointed out, Kathy, it's just gonna be a big deal that we get people out to vote, because here's what's gonna happen. I predict. If we don't keep the Senate, increase it in the House, we're going to be in a situation where the Republicans are going to pass a nationwide prohibition consistent with what the Supreme Court ruled. And so there's a lot at stake here, but I'm sure glad you're leading New York. For real.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Hochul. I'm now going to turn to Governor Cooper.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Mr. President, for convening this call and for your leadership, particularly on the filibuster. Unlike Governor Hochul in New York, our Republican legislature is not going to amend the Constitution, but this Democratic governor is going to hold the line to protect women's reproductive freedom in our state. It has really been devastating for so many, as reproductive care really has been halted in its tracks in many places across the country. That constitutional right that women have relied on for 5 decades has been ripped away. And for now, at least, where you live will determine your rights. So for now, it's up to the states to determine whether women can get reproductive health care. And in North Carolina, they still can. And I'm determined to keep it that way. Because of our location in the Southeast, Mr. President, North Carolina is already seeing an influx of patients coming to our state for safe care. According to Planned Parenthood of the South Atlantic, their clinics in North Carolina have scheduled 192 patients from out of state for the next week alone. That means about 10,000 extra patients from out of state coming to North Carolina in the next year, mostly from states that have bans and tighter restrictions. And those, Mr. President, are just the numbers from Planned Parenthood. That doesn't include our state's other trusted providers. So we know those numbers will be a lot higher. Your zip code should not determine your rights. North Carolina has a law that's going to prevent obstructing access to these clinics, and we're working with law enforcement to make sure that that law is enforced. Women and doctors should not have these politicians in the exam room with them looking over their shoulders. And I'm going to continue to trust women to make their own medical decisions. Now, a large part of that, at least for North Carolina, Mr. President, is keeping enough Democratic state legislators in our state to sustain my vetoes, as they have time and again before. And it also means keeping and electing more Democratic governors across the country this November. And that is my mission as chair of the Democratic Governors Association this year. Because, Mr. President, governors, right now, governors really are the last line of defense. And they're also the first chance at progress, which you're going to hear today, especially with this Supreme Court on such a destructive path. Mr. President, the stakes are high, but they have never been clearer. We are not backing down. We are ready to do what is needed to protect women's health. And Mr. President, I urge you to do everything you can on the federal level while we work hard in the states. Thanks for this opportunity.
Well, Gov, look, Roy, you're doing a heck of a job, and a lot of your colleagues on this call are as well. I assure you that you got off the phone today with the Attorney General before I came. Matter of fact, it's one of the reasons I was, a few minutes late. And we're going to do everything within the power of the federal government to make sure that any attempt to obstruct anything from travel to access to medicine does not occur. We also, by the way, I think we're going to have to see, and this relates to Governor Hochul as well, that funding for family planning, not for abortion, but for family planning. And there's a lot we have to do, because a lot of women, for example, a lot of the family planning has to do with whether or not a woman gets poor women get access to cancer care, or things unrelated to choice. And so there's a lot we have to do. I think we can get it done. I think the American people are with us. And again, I thank you for your leadership. And I'm not being solicitous, but you're always there. So thanks, pal. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Grateful for you.
And now we're going to turn to Governor Lujan Grisham.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Mr. President. And I'm delighted, frankly, to join the fight with my incredible Democratic gubernatorial colleagues that we are, in fact, that brick wall against this horrific Supreme Court decision. So, Mr. President, really appreciate that you've continued to lean in, that this privacy right debate extends far beyond choice. And what we do today in the space for protecting reproductive rights absolutely should move in the direction to prepare to protect everyone's additional privacy rights, including making sure that we don't roll backwards on same-sex marriage and other related issues. So New Mexico certainly saw this coming as a potential. We quickly, a year ago, I signed into a law repealing an antiquated, unconstitutional law that could criminalize abortion care and abortion providers. That is now repealed. We did that last year. And in doing that, we also increased resources for family planning, contraceptives, reproductive care, abortion care services through all of our network of providers and through state funds. We'll continue to do that. Most recently, we signed an executive order following the same kinds of efforts you're seeing now across the country, joining Massachusetts as an example, but now New York. This is not a place where the draconian efforts by neighboring states, such as Texas, who have stated that they will, in fact, criminalize providers. They're looking for providers that have multiple state operations and licenses. And this whole notion that you can criminalize the patient, including asking your neighbors and churches to turn your loved ones, family members, and neighbors in. We will not cooperate as a state in any of those efforts or investigations. We will not extradite. We will provide coverage and protection for all of our providers and any individual seeking abortion care and abortion services in the state of New Mexico. Like my colleagues, we're seeing an increase, and we're working diligently to make sure that when we say, and we mean, that abortion is legal, safe, and accessible, that in fact it is. So as you talk about what we can do, given this Supreme Court decision, and given that my colleague, like Chairman Governor Roy Cooper, not every state has a democratically led legislature. We are going to need the feds to think about ways, not just the FDA protection for making sure that telemedicine is available for contraceptives and abortion care. But in fact, we're going to need to make sure that through a public health vehicle that we are in fact doing family planning. We should educate people. That should be a national campaign. We should talk about access points. We should be using school-based health centers. There's a number of things that we could use your assistance and your leadership. And you're already leaning in that direction, not just on preventing the criminalization, but making sure we're talking about where resources can in fact go that would protect women in states that have signaled that they have no interest in their wholesale bans in protecting women and other populations and keeping government out of their personal autonomous decision-making. Two, I agree wholeheartedly with Governor Hochul that there are more federal opportunities, and she mentioned several. I think that our Indian Health Service clinics could be another effective vehicle. I will tell you that I've been reached out by a number of sovereign nations who I think would be very supportive and interested. Certainly can't speak to that across the country, but they're clear that even a new recent Supreme Court decision limiting sovereignty has the same draconian, absolute, right, unfairness that is looking at being applied through the Supreme Court to them. So I think that may be yet another vehicle that we could expand that would protect women and particularly minority populations all across the country. We stand ready to fight hard across the country and making sure that you have what you need in Congress so that we can codify Roe v. Wade, so that your states that stand as that safe haven and brick wall will continue to do that and support as many women and their families all across America who are going to need us as we fight to win this battle.
Well, Michelle, you're already standing up for folks in your neighboring states. It matters. It matters a lot. And one of the things that
All right, it does look like that's the final portion that we're able to get of this press conference. So you can see we still have President Biden speaking here. Unfortunately, though, no audio coming left over from this event. What we're going to do here for you on Live Now from Fox, see if we can't continue listening in. He has more governors, including governors like J.B. Pritzker from Illinois, who will be speaking with him during this virtual meeting. We're going to step away for that 2-minute break. We're right back here with more top stories from across the country for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, always keeping track of the top stories. Here's a big board up on your screen for you as we are up now in the green, just over 50 points as we head into a holiday weekend. Again, a lot of press conferences coming to us from across the country talking about safety when it is talking about drivers as well as what to expect with gun violence headed into the 4th of July weekend. So Live Now from Fox going to continue to be bringing those press conferences to you. But since we were just listening in with President Biden, he was meeting virtually with just some of the Democratic leaders across the country, some governors from multiple different states after the Supreme Court had overturned Roe v. Wade. We did want to now go to the First Lady. She's out traveling. She's in Richmond, Virginia, talking about vaccines for kids, not only touring one of the facilities that is administering vaccines for those young children, speaking with those families, but now also holding a press conference. Let's go ahead, listen into it right here for you, again on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Donald McEachin, and I have the privilege of representing Virginia's 4th Congressional District. You are in the heart of it. And I want to take a moment to give a shout out to my supervisor, my former supervisor, Frank Thornton, this part of Laburnum Avenue really ought to be called Thornton Avenue. In all seriousness, between the rec center and between this wonderful facility, this was all the vision of Frank Thornton. And so, Dr. Biden, if you're suitably impressed, that's the man to thank. I'm honored today to welcome Dr. Biden to Henrico to discuss some exciting vaccination news. As everyone knows, the CDC recently updated its guidance to allow children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old to get the COVID-19 vaccine. The coronavirus pandemic has posed serious challenges for Americans. Today, parents in Virginia and across the United States can rest a little easier knowing that they can get their young children vaccinated against the virus. This is such an important milestone in our continued fight against the pandemic and a testament to the leadership of the Biden administration. Now, nearly 100% of Americans in our nation have access to safe, effective, and free vaccinations. We know they work, and they've been an important tool in our recovery from the pandemic. As parents, we want to do everything in our power, everything to protect our children. Now, those with young children have the opportunity to do so. And I know this will come as a relief to so many and provide some much-needed peace of mind. Once vaccinated, parents will have the added flexibility and reassurance that their children can go about their daily lives with added protection from the virus. These vaccines have been shown to be effective measures against the virus and have been developed through a rigorous scientific and medical studies by the CDC and the FDA. For any parent who may have questions, I encourage you to speak to your child's physician and get more information and talk through any concerns that you might have. It is so important to get your vaccinations and your boosters. It is the best line of defense against the virus and will help protect you, your families, and our communities against COVID-19. The fight against the coronavirus is an ongoing collective effort, and it will take all of us listening to the scientific and medical communities and doing our part to help curb transmissions. Again, I'd like to thank the Eastern Henrico Health Department for allowing us to tour your facilities today, and a special thanks to our gracious First Lady, Dr. Biden, for taking the time to highlight these important resources for parents. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ashish Jha. I'm the White House COVID-19 Response Coordinator. Really thrilled to be with all of you this afternoon to mark what I think is a really important milestone in the fight against this pandemic. When the president came into office in January of 21, he made a very clear commitment that he wanted to make sure that every American had the opportunity to be protected against the virus with these incredible life-saving vaccines. And just in the last couple of weeks, we've gotten to a point where the littlest Americans, the smallest Americans, the 6-month-old to 5-year-olds, now have the opportunity to be protected in the way that the rest of us have had for nearly 18 months. And we got there, and a lot of parents asked me, well, why did it take so long? It took so long because we wanted to get it right. We wanted to do the studies right. We wanted to make sure that we had the right dosing, because small kids are not just little versions of adult humans. They're different. They have different physiology, and we really do want to do this well. And so it took time, but I think it was worth it, because what we have now is 2 vaccines for this population, both of which are extraordinarily safe, both of which are extraordinarily effective at keeping kids out of the hospital. And one of the things that we have encountered in this pandemic is a lot of confusion and misinformation about, do kids really get sick from COVID? Well, thankfully, they don't get as sick as adults, but what we've seen is a lot of kids have gotten sick. Tens of thousands of children have ended up in the hospital, many of them in the ICU, many of them with no pre-existing conditions. And if you want to prevent that, the single biggest thing that you can do is get your child vaccinated. And that's why we are here today, because it's in places like this, clinics like this, with trusted nurses and physicians, that vaccinations are happening. And we're seeing vaccinations happening around the country. Let me take a moment just to take a step back and talk about where we are in this pandemic. When the president took office, as I said, in January of 21, nearly 3,500 Americans were dying every day of this virus. Hundreds of thousands of Americans were getting infected, but more than 3,000 were dying. Since that time, more than 2 out of 3 Americans have gotten vaccinated, 1 out of 3 Americans have gotten boosted. And as I said, now every single American, nearly every single American, is eligible to be vaccinated from 6 months to 106 years old. Actually, you could probably go beyond 106, but there are not that many Americans much above that. That is progress. And the other part of the progress under the president's leadership has been not only these life-saving vaccines, but now life-saving treatments as well. And that combination has meant that deaths are down more than 90%. We have made tremendous progress. So while the pandemic isn't over, each of these steps moves us closer and closer to the day where we can really put this virus behind us. So to mark this historic day, we have the First Lady of the United States, but to introduce her, let me turn to Kyle, who is here with his very cute son, who just got vaccinated, as you can see by the little Band-Aid on the thigh. So Kyle, over to you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyle Wendling, and I'm here with my wife, Kathy, and our 9-month-old son, Patrick. I'm glad to say that we can finally vaccinate the youngest among us against COVID-19. It is an especially great moment for my family, as today, Patrick has finally received the same protection against the virus that we have already had. Kathy and I have long anticipated this moment. As a physician, she was among the first to be vaccinated, and for me, as a statistician in the healthcare field, I got vaccinated as soon as I could. We both know that studies have proven the vaccine to be safe and effective at protecting against COVID-19, and we were happy to have that protection. We were happy as vaccination efforts could expand to younger age groups, letting our nieces and nephews get the same protection. Since he was born in September, we have been anxious for him to get vaccinated too. But considering our backgrounds, we know that science can be a long and bumpy road. The process can take a while to be sure of the results. That's the thing. The process is always thorough. So now, I can stand here and confidently say that Patrick has received a vaccine that is both safe and effective in protecting against COVID-19. I'm happy to be here today, and I'm happy to introduce the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And I know that finally having Patrick vaccinated must be such a relief for you and Kathy. And Kathy, I wouldn't be a good mom and grandmom if I didn't grab you a chair so you could sit down, because I know what it's like to stand there, with the baby for so long. And Dr. Shah, Ashish, we're so grateful to have your leadership on our COVID team. And Congressman McEachin, Mayor Stoney, and all of our Virginia leaders, it's wonderful to have you all with us today, so thank you. And to the press, thank you for helping us spread the word about something that's so critical, pediatric vaccines. And we couldn't do this without you. We couldn't get the word out, so I really appreciate your being here. We're here in Richmond because the President and I and his entire administration care about this community. And we care about your families. And we want to make sure that everyone has the information that they need to stay safe. So I want to speak to the moms and the dads for just a moment. When you become a parent, there's a moment that we all go through. And Kathy, I'm sure you know this. You look at that baby with eyes like saucers and the tiniest fingers, and you feel an overwhelming sense of love deep in your bones and absolute terror. Because you know that this fragile little life is depending on you. And from that moment on, you see dangers that you never even noticed before. So we buy baby gates and we cover our electrical outlets. We wrestle them into car seats no matter how much they complain. We make them eat their vegetables and slather them in sunscreen while they fight back with the strength of a linebacker. And after bedtime, when we're exhausted from the day, we carefully close that bedroom door and feel such a great pang of gratitude. Because in that rare quiet, we know that everything is okay, that they are healthy and growing, and that we are okay. Parents, we do absolutely everything to protect our kids. And in this pandemic, you did. Many of you had to go through birth without your own parents there to help you recover. You had to quarantine with your newborn and without your friends and neighbors who could come over and just give you a couple minutes or an hour to yourself. You wrestled tiny little masks onto children who couldn't really understand them. You weighed the risk of going into crowded areas or really traveling to see our loved ones. And you waited. You waited to feel the same relief you saw in families of older children. I know that it's been hard, but you've done an amazing job. You've protected your baby and carried your family through this. And now the relief is finally here, a vaccine for our youngest children. It's been thoroughly reviewed and rigorously tested. It's safe and it's effective, and it's free, and it's available for every child in our country as young as 6 months old. Now, even though so many parents have been waiting for this day, I know that you have many questions. So talk to your pediatrician. Get the answers that you need. And if you decide that the vaccine is right for your child, go to vaccines.gov to find a vaccine site near you. Parents, this is your choice. And we want you to have all the information you need to make that choice. Parenthood and worrying go hand in hand. And I can't promise you that the dangers of this world are going to become even less frightening. I mean, just wait until your kids start driving. But with this vaccine, we can at least take away one of those worries. From the day your sweet, fragile little baby was born, you have made the choice again and again to keep your child safe. This vaccine is your choice too. So make the decision to protect your children with the same vaccine that has already saved millions of lives. Because nothing is more important than our children's health. It's up to us to keep them safe. And with this vaccine, we can. So thank you all for being here today. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a happy 4th of July.
The First Lady wishing everyone a happy 4th of July. This, of course, is one of her final press conferences here ahead of that weekend. Do you want to say thank you to everyone who's here with us? We know President Biden just had an event. He was at the White House virtually meeting with governors across the country, speaking about the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. So we did bring that to you. We'll bring it back to you again at another point throughout the day if you had missed it. But then he's going to be headed to Camp David for the weekend. Again, a lot of people traveling over the 4th of July, and we have definitely seen an increase of violence when it comes to holiday weekends, especially in major cities like Chicago, who already was out on breaking news this morning. Do want to show that we are going to be expecting a press conference with Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, as well as our Chicago Police Department. They're going to be speaking about public safety headed into this weekend. They already had a mass shooting last night. Now this morning, an officer shot multiple times and is in critical condition in the hospital. We did hear from the mayor already here this morning, but going to be hearing even more updates here headed into this busy weekend as well. We do also know Chicago Fire Department Commissioner is going to be out there, the Chicago Police Superintendent, as well as Mayor Lightfoot. They're all going to be talking about safety. So this press conference is going to be one that we're anticipating here in just a little bit. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back here after this 2-minute break. Another event coming up. We do have New Jersey governor. He wasn't part of that group that was meeting with Biden virtually, but he's also talking about reproductive health and freedom and what his state's going to be implementing now that that overturn did happen by the Supreme Court. Plus, we do know that WNBA star Brittany Griner, she is now in court in Russia, as we have all been anticipating. This court case, of course, a lot of restrictions when it comes to cameras, not able to go inside, but we are going to be giving you the latest details surrounding this case, especially since this star has now been detained in Russia for more than 130 days. A lot of folks have been keeping her in their thoughts and prayers. We're going to be getting a fresh update on her case, what's to be expected here over these next few days, weeks, and months. It's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox, where we always keep track of the latest top stories, breaking news, live events happening across the country. Thanks so much for being here with us. We'll take you out to that 2-minute break, bringing you more news at the top of the hour here in just a few minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always on top of the latest top stories coming to you from across the country. Thanks so much for being here today ahead of the big holiday weekend. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we keep track of stories you need to know about, especially those that are developing not only here across our country, but around the world. A lot of people have had eyes on Brittany Griner ever since she was detained in Russia back in February. And now the WNBA star making an appearance in court. This was something we've been anticipating, especially as the Russian court system a lot different than the American court system. Here to give us some more information on what's been happening over the last few hours is going to be Fox's Amy Kellogg. And Amy, I know that there's so many people who've been keeping Brittany in their thoughts and in their prayers, and this certainly is a time to continue to do so.
That's right, Christy. It's never a good time to be in prison in Russia, especially as an American, but this is possibly the worst time that I can think of in recent memory, with tensions being as they are, and frankly, a lot of people wondering how long diplomatic relations will continue to survive between the two countries. Now, Griner was in court today in Khimki, just outside of Moscow. Her trial began, and it's likely to last for several months. If convicted, she faces 10 years in a penal colony or prison in Russia. Less than 1% of Russian criminal cases end in acquittal. And unlike in the United States, Christy, acquittals in Russia can be reversed. So she is far from out of the woods. We don't know much about what went down today in the court because it was closed for the most part. Cameras weren't let in. There were a couple of journalists. But according to the U.S. charge d'affaires in Russia, who was at the trial today and who was able to speak to Brittany Griner, she is doing her best to keep her spirits up. Listen to what she had to say.
I did have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Griner in the courtroom. She is doing as well as can be expected in these difficult circumstances. And she asked me to convey that she is in good spirits and is keeping up the faith.
I mean, apparently, Christy, she's able to exercise in prison. She is able to, get out and about a little bit on the premises of where she's being held. But the isolation, according to her family, is unbearable in the sense that she doesn't speak any Russian, so she can't even interact with people in the prison, staff or detainees. She's not been able to speak to her wife. A phone call was set up and it somehow didn't manage to happen for very complicated bureaucratic reasons, but she's able to write letters, and she reportedly has told her wife she's not going to let this break her. But the prospect of 10 years in jail on these drugs charges, which may or may not be valid, the U.S. is saying that she's being illegally, unlawfully detained, and they are considering her a hostage, along with Paul Whelan, who's been in jail and convicted for espionage and facing a sentence of 16 years. The two of them are apparently priorities for the U.S. government. It's just not clear how much power the U.S. government has to spring them, short of some kind of prisoner swap, perhaps, Christy.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people have been asking the U.S. government to do, is work harder on trying to make some sort of trade. And I know that puts the U.S. also in a very difficult position, especially when tensions are so high between our two countries.
Yeah, well, it's like paying for hostages to be released. And it so often happens, and countries rarely admit to having done it. When you give in to these sorts of demands, then you raise the stakes. You make it more appealing, frankly, for these sorts of detentions to happen or hostage takings to happen. At the same time, the U.S. government has an obligation to do what it can to secure its citizens' freedom. Griner was invited to Russia. She was there, and what a difference a few weeks makes, or a few months. She had been invited to play on a team in the Ural, just east of the Ural, or just to the edge of the Ural Mountains in central Russia, in Yekaterinburg. So she was using her off-season time from her commitments in the States to play a little basketball in Russia. And I'm sure that she was quite an attraction. She's 6'9". She's this mega star in the United States, two-time Olympic gold medalist. And so there she was doing this gig. And she came back and was arrested on her way home just days before the war broke out. The Russian customs officials claiming that she had vaping canisters or cartridges with traces of cannabis in them. Whether or not that's true, we simply don't know. There was a recent case of a Russian investigative journalist having drugs planted on him by police, and those police officers, incidentally, were arrested and put in jail. It doesn't mean this is the case there, but certainly people are wondering how legitimate all of this is and these accusations are. And again, this courtroom being closed and the Russian legal system not being known for its justice, in fact, is under scrutiny once again. Christy.
Yeah, a very difficult time, as you mentioned, too, even for Brittany, her entire family, teammates, and everyone who know her. So we do appreciate that update. Amy Kellogg joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Christy.
And the next court date for Brittany Griner is going to be happening in less than a week. It's happening on July 7th. Live Now from Fox going to continue to keep track of that story, just as we do with all our top stories coming to us from across the country. Do want to show our viewers, before going out to this 2-minute break, we do have our Chicago officials. They are speaking about safety headed into this busy holiday weekend. We'll bring this press conference to you right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is some video from earlier today when our chopper was on scene of breaking news. A Chicago police officer was shot and seriously wounded here earlier this morning. A suspect is in custody now. Officers were responding to a call of a domestic disturbance around 8:27 a.m. This was happening in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street. They were getting off an elevator when a gunman started shooting, striking one police officer several times. This is what the Chicago Police Department Superintendent David Brown was telling us this morning. He was then transported to the hospital in serious condition with multiple gunshot wounds. Sources were telling our Fox 32 Chicago team, they're down on the ground, that the officer was alert and talking. He is a 15-year veteran of the force. Now, Chicago police did not return fire. That was also according to the superintendent. One person, again, was taken into custody. A gun was recovered at the scene and had suffered an injury to the wrist, but Brown gave no other details other than saying this suspect is a convicted felon. This shooting happening hours after a mass shooting in the Loop, wounding 5 people, 2 of them fatally, outside a fire station. Police say that that shooting was sparked by an argument. And right now we do have our Chicago officials speaking about public safety, especially ahead of this very, very busy weekend. As we know already here, this violence has erupted across the city last night and into here this morning. And we do have the Chicago mayor as well as our other officials speaking about what to expect here in these next hours and days ahead here over the holiday weekend. Let's go ahead and get that update right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, good, Mayor. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rich Gaitis, Executive Director of the Office of Emergency Management and Communications. Before we start, I want to wish the Chicago police officer who was seriously wounded this morning a full recovery. I also want to thank him for his bravery, along with all the men and women of the Chicago Police Department. We have 240 miles of Chicago to monitor and protect, and OEMC is dedicated to coordinating efforts with the Chicago Police Department, Chicago Fire Department, multiple city agencies, and event organizers to ensure the safety of all residents and visitors over the July 4th weekend. OEMC can receive up to 20,000 calls per day to our 911 and 311 call centers, and we continue to coordinate with our public safety partners to ensure the city is postured accordingly to respond to emergencies and modify plans as needed. In Chicago, we maintain communications with our public safety partners on an ongoing basis through our daily coordination calls and our weekend summer operation calls, which provide opportunities to report, strategize, collaborate, and mitigate issues. We continue to modify our weekend plans at a meeting later today at OEMC with our public safety partners, city departments, and agencies. To further enhance public safety efforts, OEMC and the Chicago Police Department continue to monitor citywide events through the Summer Operations Center, where we have access to cameras, including LPR cameras, communicating to our SDSC rooms, and seamless access to our 911 floor. As we continue to do each day, OEMC monitors public gatherings and protests, as well as other local and national events through the Operations Center and prepare to respond to spontaneous situations. While there is no known actionable information or specific threat to Chicago, we maintain a heightened sense of awareness. With possible threats becoming more dynamic, several high-profile events could be exploited. We are aware of this possibility. We continue to monitor local and national events and make every effort to keep residents and visitors safe. The upcoming July 4th weekend includes multiple events citywide, as well as the Navy Pier fireworks on Saturday, July 2nd. With expected congestion on our streets due to added traffic, I encourage motorists to drive safely and plan accordingly. We remind Chicagoans to be aware of your surroundings, especially in large gatherings and high-profile events, and urge everyone to report suspicious activity to event security and by calling 911. If you see something, say something. We are expecting our lakefront to be busy this weekend with nice weather in front of us. As you know, OEMC has established a pole marker system along the lakefront and in Grant Park. It's important for residents and visitors to know your location when calling 911. I also want to remind parents to know where your kids are and stay connected. We want to ensure the safety of all of our residents. This includes children, seniors, and our vulnerable population. I want to wish everyone a safe and happy 4th of July holiday weekend. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Mayor Lightfoot. Mayor.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you all for being here.
As we look forward to this 4th of July holiday weekend, and I frankly have to say I'm amazed that the time has flown by as quickly as it has, we are here to highlight the city's multifaceted public safety strategy to ensure safe and fun celebrations throughout our city. I travel all over the city on a regular basis, and what I hear from visitors in particular who either have never been to Chicago before or coming back post-pandemic, they say our city looks incredible. I hear all the time, this is my favorite city in the United States to visit. And that doesn't occur by accident. It's intentional. And it takes collaboration and cooperation across our city and across our public sector, and of course, in conjunction with our residents. So when talking about this 4th of July weekend, it's an opportunity for us to celebrate our nation's independence, of course, at festivals, parties, shows, and of course, Navy Pier's incredible fireworks display, which will be tomorrow night. And I don't mind saying nobody does summer and 4th of July like the city of Chicago. There's truly something in our city this weekend for everyone to enjoy. And it's the city's highest priority to safeguard each and every activation throughout our neighborhoods and our downtown area. That's why all of our city departments and agencies, along with our community partners, are working in close contact this weekend to be prepared for anything. And as you heard Director Gaitis say, there's another of multiple planning activities that's going to take place here at the OMC later this afternoon. And because our iconic Chicago summer is already underway, our whole of city muscle has been flexed and is working, resulting in a steady decrease in shootings and murders throughout the past few months. And while we continue to aggressively address the violent, dangerous criminals who harm communities and work to bring them to justice, as well as continue the important goal of taking illegal guns off our streets, it's important for the public to know that year to date, we are making progress on both homicides and shootings. Superintendent will go into more specifics, but year to date, we're down 10% in homicides and approximately 15% in shootings. That is real, notable presence that I want folks to know. Now, nobody's taking their foot off the gas. There's a lot more work that we need to do to build the confidence in the public that our city is safe, but it's also important to mark the milestone of progress, because we're one of few major cities across the country that is actually seeing a decline in shootings and homicides, and that is notable. To keep up this momentum, OMC this weekend will be closely monitoring real-time all special events taking place across our city this weekend, while also ensuring the orderly and safe traffic management around events as a state of readiness for a unified response from law enforcement if that becomes necessary. CPD officers, of course, will be out and visible throughout the city and at events and available to assist any resident or visitor that has a need. And on that note, let me also say that we need to remember every single day, on every single watch, our brave men and women of the Chicago Police Department are out there literally risking their lives for our safety. And we saw that demonstrated yet again this morning with the officer responding to a call for service who was savagely shot. We're praying for the officer, also for his family, for his partner, but this police department stands tall every single time residents need them. And we need to make sure, as people ask me all the time, Mayor, what can I do to show support for our police department? Say thank you. Say thank you to the officers that you see out in your neighborhoods, patrolling businesses and residential streets. Just say thank you. They need to know that their city has their back, and it's important that the residents are articulating that to our officers. Now, when it comes to our weekend strategy, at Navy Pier specifically, a command post of CPD, CFD, FBI, OEMC, and others will be monitoring over 600 video cameras, the perimeter and security checkpoints to ensure a safe, beautiful, and festive fireworks show. Because public safety stretches beyond law enforcement agencies, our new corridor ambassadors will be out this weekend as well to provide a friendly, welcome presence on local streets. And for those of you who don't know, Corridor Ambassadors is a program funded by the City of Chicago and operated by a dozen community-based organizations that hire, train neighborhood residents to greet passersby and provide information on parking, dining, shopping, all the neighborhood amenities. These ambassadors also help connect people experiencing homelessness to city resources, coordinate with public safety agencies on potential safety hazards, medical emergencies, and possible criminal activity. As you can see from the design, they have very distinctive vests. They carry radios and phones and are in constant contact with supervisors who are in turn in contact with local districts. So this is another way in which we are expanding the opportunities for public safety across our neighborhoods. I want to thank each and every one of our corridor ambassadors and also the community-based organizations for stepping up to serve our city in this important time. These ambassadors can be found throughout targeted streets and commercial quarters through the city, such as in the back of the yards, the Mag Mile, Greater Chatham, Auburn Gresham, and other neighborhoods. And again, they're wearing blue vests with yellow reflective strips that say, "How can I help?" This program is an additional layer of our whole of city public safety strategy to ensure that our neighborhoods are safe and thriving, and this weekend and every weekend. Let me also just say, and really pick up on a point that Director Guidance made. Parents, make sure you know this weekend where your children are and who they are with. That's critically important. We want our young people to be able to enjoy all of the incredible opportunities for fun and safe activities that are happening all over our city, but where that begins is at home. So parents, guardians, caring adults in our children's lives have a plan for them this weekend, know where they are and who they are with. Critically important. Our city and our partners are fully prepared and ready to make this holiday weekend a fun and safe 4th of July holiday. And as we commemorate our nation's freedoms, let us not forget that we have a lot to be proud of living in the city and state in the United States of America. It's important for us to highlight those moments of joy and make sure that we recognize the freedoms that we have in this country are not available to people throughout the world. That comes shining through every single day when we look at what's happening on the international scene. But we have a responsibility and an opportunity in this democracy to not forget that we are each other's neighbors and that we've got to find common ground to be able to move forward. So let's continue to find that common ground, respect each other, respect each other's property, and make sure that we have a fun and safe holiday weekend. And with that, I'll ask Superintendent Brown to come to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by giving a brief update on the condition of our officer who was shot and wounded this morning. He's in serious but stable condition. And we ask that you all continue to pray for this officer's full recovery and for the officer's family, as well as the men and women of the Chicago Police Department and their families to continue to do all they can to protect the people of Chicago. Due to these brave and courageous efforts of not only the officer that was wounded this morning, but to all the officers every day giving everything to protect the people of Chicago, June 2022 month compared with June 2021, homicides were down 20% and shootings were down 20%. For the year, January to June, homicides are down 10%. And Mayor, as of this morning, shootings are down 17%. So we're making progress, but only due to not only the bravery and courage of our officers, but the collaboration with all these city departments that are represented here and that are not represented here that work together, particularly through the Community Safety Coordination Center. The 4th of July is a big weekend. The month of July is a very challenging month for public safety. Traditionally, families get together to celebrate in their neighborhoods and in the parks, and many visitors, tourists, come to explore and enjoy our city. and many come to Navy Pier to see the fireworks show, among many, many more events throughout this week and the month. There's no reason why everyone can't enjoy the holiday in every event safely. And I'm going to echo one more time. Parents, please, please know where your children are. Participate with them in their enjoying the city. Don't leave them to government to be the parents of your kids. We need you, parents, please, to help us make sure your young people are safe. In addition, don't shoot weapons in the air in celebration of the 4th of July. What goes up must come down. And those bullets that are shot in the air come down and can kill. They can kill and seriously wound. So please don't shoot firearms in the air. We've all been working together to make sure we've had the resources and have the information that we need to share amongst the many public safety partners that we have. Every day, the Chicago Police Department works tirelessly to enhance our safety in every neighborhood. This holiday weekend, we will be just as dedicated. Across communities as well as our downtown, you'll see an increased presence and more officers on foot patrols, on bike patrols, on our CTA, on our beaches, and at all of our special events. We've ensured that we have enough officers where we need them most. They'll be spending their holiday weekend, our officers will, making sure fellow Chicagoans can enjoy their holiday. And we're grateful to our officers for their courage, for their commitment, and their service and sacrifice. The department is also coordinating precision deployments that includes personnel from our public safety headquarters deployed to some of our historically more violent neighborhoods to ensure that those neighborhoods have the same safety as all neighborhoods in Chicago. In addition to these deployments, we'll have the Marine Unit ensuring people can celebrate safely on the lakefront. And officers will continue to focus on those violent neighborhoods that account for more than half of the violence, as well as ensuring presence in all of our neighborhoods. So every neighborhood will have the same commitment from the Chicago Police Department and all of the city resources working together. But we're also calling on our community too, and that, yes, that means you. Every resident has a part to play in our city's safety. And with that, I'll bring up Commissioner Holt. Commissioner.
Good afternoon. I am Annette Nance Holt, Fire Commissioner of the Chicago Fire Department. As we head into the 4th of July weekend in Chicago, please celebrate and enjoy your families in a safe manner and exercise caution. I want to remind Chicagoans that fireworks are banned statewide and that the city also prohibits sparklers and bottle rockets because they are dangerous. The injuries that we see every year range from minor burns to catastrophic and life-changing injuries that include loss of fingers, damage to eyes, and even fatalities. Last year, CFD paramedics and firefighters treated 54 people with fireworks-related injuries. The Chicago Fire Department will have resources out this weekend. Actually, we've added additional resources, and we are prepared to respond to any emergency that this city has. However, we hope that we have zero calls for fireworks-related injuries or deaths. That's our hope. We encourage families to take advantage of the many fireworks shows done by professionals, especially at Navy Pier. So also in addition to that, as we grill, a lot of people grill for the holidays. We all love it. Make sure you grill safely, that you do not place charcoals into receptacles that are not approved. They have to be metal, they can't be plastic, and you don't want to ignite a grill or cook next to anything that's combustible. So these are things that will save us a lot of property damage and also probably save lives, because we've had incidences where grills have been too close to a structure and caught them on fire. So let's have a happy and safe holiday weekend and enjoy. Thank you.
Chicago leaders reminding everyone what this weekend is about. It's about celebrating your freedom with your family. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back in this press conference, as now we are getting into the reporter questions portion of the presser with Mayor Lori Lightfoot. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when we return.
Please.
Here's the mic.
Thanks so much. So obviously the bigger message, like you had said, make sure you keep everyone safe or everyone stays safe this weekend. But what if they do see something and they do come across something that they just want to question and say, hey, I don't know if this is right. Do they just go ahead and risk it and call?
Well, obviously we want our residents, if they see something, to say something. If they believe that there's criminal activity or something that's going to be endangering the public, they should pick up the phone and call 911. Our call takers and dispatchers do a phenomenal job 24/7. They are ready to take the call. And if people see something, they absolutely should say something and not hesitate. If it's a non-emergency issue that they're seeing, they should call 311.
Andy Green, Sun Times. Do I ask both my questions? Sure, go ahead.
Could you put some numbers behind, you talk about additional police resources, how many additional officers will be out? Oftentimes there's there's state police folks out with their county folks. And and if you canceled weekend or holidays, there's something to find extra officers. So wondering how many extra officers will be out this weekend?
Sure, we obviously don't ever give a actual number of officers, but yes, we cancel days off 4 times a year. For the holidays, that's Memorial Day, that's Father's Day weekend, as well as this weekend, 4th of July, and then again in Labor Day weekend, so that's 8 cancel days off. And then we rotate cancel days off depending on the large special events like Lollapalooza and other large special events, another 8 to 10 days. So a total of 20 days out of we lost count at 180-some days that officers have personal leave off. So it's a minimal impact, but again, it's compressed between Memorial Day and Labor Day, and that's been obviously the challenge with managing compressed times where officers have to work due to the obviously large planned events that we have to make sure that they're safe. So while we don't give a number, we do have adequate resources, as I stated in my comments, where we need them. So Navy Pier obviously is a focus. All of our high violence areas are obviously the top 55 beats are our focus, as well as areas within every neighborhood is a focus of our department, to include our downtown, but every neighborhood in this city has a focus for our officers to make sure not only that we have presence, but that we also have proactive policing to ensure our residents are safe.
All right. Kinsey, Tribune?
Yeah, hi. I have a couple of questions. Violence has been up downtown recently, so I'm curious to know how you're going to respond, recently being in the last couple of weeks, to respond for the influx of tourists that are expected downtown.
It's been a steady influx of tourists. I don't know if you've all been watching, but it's been really exciting to see the tourism, the people coming out, feeling comfortable, enjoying our city. Presence has been a big, big effort of ours for all of our tourism areas. I think perceptions of crime and safety are as important as the statistical crime and safety that we talk about every week. The declines in shootings and homicides don't mean much if your perceptions of safety are not at a high level as well. So that's where our efforts at present. So we have, if you notice, several fixed posts. We have our blue lights on. We have officers on foot. We have officers on bike. We manage a lot of protests downtown. So there's a lot of police presence and coordination. And I would add the ambassadors that the mayor talked about. It's going to add another significant layer of security measure that we hope speaks to perceptions of safety.
And so with that proactive policing and the presence, are you going to have adequate resources to respond to the influx of 911 calls for people who are seeing something and saying something?
Yes, as I mentioned in the question from the Sun-Times reporter, these weekends are the most challenging. The Memorial Day weekend, Father's Day weekend, and this 4th of July weekend, and then obviously the Labor Day weekend are all more challenging weekends, not only around violence, but there's a lot of special events. So we do cancel the officers' days off. That's 8 days over that Memorial Day to Labor Day of the 104 off days that officers have in a year. So we try to manage that because it is compressed between May and Labor Day, but there's been obviously a lot of rhetoric around that that's not accurate. But we are managing our officer schedule as best we can. But the main thing is that we are sworn to protect the people of this city. And sometimes that does mean extraordinary sacrifice, to include being away from our families. But we do it because we're sworn to protect this city. And each of our officers are dedicated and committed to making sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Wachowski, NBC.
Also for the superintendent. So I'm sorry, sir.
Can I just add in response to the last question? We're extremely happy and pleased to see the number of tourists that are coming back to our city. This is something that we monitor on a regular basis, and what we're seeing and hearing from obviously our convention and tourism folks, as well as restaurateurs, Navy Pier, is that they are very close and in some instances exceeding their pre-pandemic numbers. So our shows are coming roaring back. They're at the convention center, they're at the hotels. So we feel very, very positive about the rebound of our economy because we're seeing the vital convention and tourism business come back, and we're ready for them to come back. We've missed them, and we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to keep them safe.
Charlie, what was your question?
I'm just wondering if you had a chance to talk to the officer who was wounded this morning. Is he alert? Is he responsive?
He is alert, and he is responsive. His family is very grateful that he's recovering, but there's a lot of recovery that needs to happen. He had serious injuries. He will need a lot of prayers to fully recover, and we're just asking that everyone join us in praying that his recovery goes well.
And we're hearing that the suspect may have been a felon with other weapons violations. Anything you can tell us about him?
I think the extent of the comment on the history, the criminal history of this offender is that he is a convicted felon, but the rest of it is, I think, just hyperbole. Right now, what we know is he's a convicted felon, and that's as far as we should go, given what we've seen of his criminal history.
And charges yet?
Not yet, pending. We'll make sure we get it right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your patience, Myra, ABC.
Superintendent Brown, I know you mentioned the officer was shot several times. Are you able to indicate where those wounds are in the abdomen or anything like that?
Yeah, so we have to be careful with this as well. We're not the doctors, but in the torso, I think is the best description of where he was shot, several times in the arm as well.
And not ready to confirm the identity just yet?
Not yet, no, not yet.
And lastly, is there anything, I know you said as soon as they got off the elevators, they were shot at. Is there any kind of procedure or something the officers should do in those situations to maybe not go in as blind and be vulnerable?
Well, they were ambushed. This wasn't a matter of police tactics. They were ambushed, clearly. Offender had intentions to harm them. And there's video that we're continuing to look at that confirms that they were ambushed. So the best laid plans don't account for being ambushed by someone who's intending to harm you as soon as you get off an elevator. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Superintendent. Thanks a lot, Mayor. That's a wrap, everyone. Thank you.
All right, so once again, the final remarks focused on that police who was, the officer who was shot earlier this morning, but officials really saying that they know it's going to be a busy weekend for them. They hope everyone can stay as safe as possible. We are going to continue giving you more of these safety press conferences as multiple agencies across the country continue to put out warnings ahead of the holiday weekend. We'll be back here after this 2-minute break. Plus, we'll tell you how much your 4th of July cookout is going to cost you this year. It's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox in just a few minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We know a lot of people are going to be traveling here over this holiday weekend. People planning their trips are now facing high gas prices and possible travel disruptions. AAA predicts nearly 48 million people will be traveling here, especially as they are going to be going at least 50 miles from home. Some airlines recently also dealing with cancellations or delayed flights as they struggle with staff shortages and high demand. AAA predicts 42 million people will hit the road, setting a new record despite high gas prices. The national average for a gallon of regular gasoline has eased since hitting a record high in mid-June to $4.86 on Thursday. And as summer air travel snags can raise that key question, does having flight insurance help you if your flight is canceled? Well, if your only worry is your airline ticket costs, the insurance may not make sense because the cost may not be covered like you'd expect. According to travel insurance experts, you may want to consider third-party insurance if you have to rebook an airline's time frame and rely on that airline for connecting to other travel line cruises. And so if you think an emergency might disrupt your travel plans, insurance might be the way to go. And 4th of July this weekend, well, it's definitely going to cost you a bit more this year. A new report from the American Farm Bureau says U.S. consumers are paying roughly $70 for cookout foods like burgers, chicken, pork chops, potato salads, and ice cream. That's $10 more than last year, up 17%. Last year's Bureau report said cookout food was down 16 cents from 2020, but it's still 8% higher than 2019. So that's something else to consider here as we head into the holiday weekend. Live Now from Fox, going to be giving you full news coverage over the weekend. And yes, even on Monday, the 4th of July, we're going to be running a fireworks special. So if you don't want to go outside, get eaten up by those mosquitoes, or deal with humidity and heat, you can always join us on Live Now from Fox, as we will have a fireworks special happening on Monday evening. As I mentioned, there's a lot of folks, authorities, who are speaking across the country about safety headed into this weekend. We do have some Texas officials talking about how they are going to be ramping up their coverage of DWIs and keeping on the lookout for drivers under the influence. Let's go ahead and bring that press conference to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
So at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite to the podium ADA for the Harris County District Attorney's Office, Sean Peer.
Thank you, Chief. And I want to echo what Chief Takika just said. I want to thank the members of the media. We couldn't get this message out without you all. This is one of our busiest seasons and one of our busiest weekends. 4th of July is a time where we should be celebrating what we all love about this country. But sadly, a lot of people do it the wrong way. And what you see behind me, these officers are just a very small representation of what we're going to have out there. We are going to saturate the roadways, and they are going to be laser focused on finding people that make that stupid decision to get behind the wheel after they've been drinking, after they've been celebrating. And we're going to take them off the roads. We are going to have prosecutors, we're going to have nurses, we're going to have judges on scene and on site so that these officers can get those impaired drivers off the roadways and get them processed and get back out and catch more of them every single night this weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, there are not going to be any free passes. There aren't going to be any, oh, we'll just take you home, or once you get arrested, we're going to let you out and dismiss this charge. You are going to be prosecuted to the fullest extent, because we have got to stop what's going on our roadways. There is carnage out there, and every single person behind me is dedicated to stopping that. The best case scenario you can hope for, if you make that bad decision and get behind the wheel, is for one of us to catch you and prosecute you. And that's a conviction that will follow you for the rest of your life. You'll spend $20,000 trying to fight it, and then you'll have to put it on every single job application, every apartment application, everything that you ever apply for in your life. You're going to have to put that you have a criminal conviction on your record. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, one of these officers has to knock on your loved one's door and say that you're never coming back because you killed yourself or you killed someone else. It's unacceptable. It is too easy not to do it. And if you make that decision this weekend, you're going to see us. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Sean. We'll go ahead and open it up to any questions you may have. Behind me, there's a bunch of talented folks that have been here for a long time that can answer any questions that you may have. So, is that the way y'all wanted me to say it? So, no. Go ahead. If y'all have any questions, we're open to answer your questions.
I have one question. So, compared to the years before in the past, like how many arrests made like last year or year before last year during this July 4th weekend?
You know, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I'll get those numbers to you. Captain, do you have any?
I don't have them
approximate?
off the top of my head.
Okay, we'll get those numbers to you.
What are the busiest roadways or highways or where you guys catch the most intoxicated drivers? Or streets that, families need to be aware of?
You know, any major thoroughfare, especially now during July 4th where people are traveling, the most traveled thoroughways. But the message that we wanted to relay is the fact that every roadway could be dangerous at any time. So, please be on the lookout for, be defensive when you drive. So.
Have a warning for clubs and bars and stuff?
I'll answer your question. Go ahead. Did you have-
So one thing I wanted to stress about what you just asked about the busy thoroughfares and roadways, obviously everyone is dangerous, but it's not just the roadways. If you're in your neighborhood and you have golf carts, that's a motor vehicle. That's a DWI. If you hurt someone, that's an intoxication assault. If you kill someone, it's an intoxication manslaughter. Just because you're on that doesn't matter. If you're on one of the bodies of water that we have here in Harris County and you're intoxicated driving that boat, it's the same punishment range no matter what. It could be all the way up to a felony murder if there's a child on the boat, or an intoxication manslaughter if someone falls off and dies. It's not just cars. You have to be responsible anytime you're doing something like that.
To answer your question, yes, absolutely. There's a message for the bars. To the bar owners and managers, we ask that you be responsible when you drink. We also ask that they be responsible when they serve. If there's an intoxicated client or patron at their bars or establishment, we'll cut them off. Be responsible as a business owner.
¿Puede hablarnos en español, por favor, sobre esta iniciativa?
Sí, lo que vamos a hacer este fin de semana durante julio 4 es vamos a tener estas unidades que ven aquí paradas conmigo hoy y vamos a estar agresivos con los choferes que estén detrás del volante, que estén tomando. Es la responsabilidad de todos de tomar responsable. Si van a tomar, no conducen, porque vamos a estar afuera este fin de semana y nuestra meta es vamos a estar enfocados en choferes que son irresponsables y manejan cuando saben que no deben de estar manejando cuando están tomando.
¿Qué tipo de accidentes puede ocasionar una persona que va ebria? ¿Cómo le afecta a una persona que va?
All right, so right now officials in Texas partnering up between multiple agencies saying if you are going to drive impaired, you better be prepared to be pulled over by enforcement officers, especially over this holiday weekend. This is one of those weekends when we know there's a lot of impaired drivers, unfortunately, who do decide to take their cars and vehicles onto the roads, and it can cause very severe accidents, especially for others around these vehicles as well. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. Going to continue giving you more as Baltimore is also headed into a busy weekend. We hear their security and safety plans going into the weekend. All coming up right here on Live Now from Fox.
fireworks, and make sure your kids and others watch fireworks from a safe distance. Call 911 immediately if someone gets injured from a firework. It's just not children. There have also been several high-profile fireworks accidents that impacted pro athletes, like Jason Pierre-Paul and C.J. Wilson of the NFL. Both men lost fingers in fireworks-related accidents, and tragically, even a former Columbus Blue Jacket goaltender died after being hit in the chest with a mortar shell that tipped over. So remember, if you will be drinking alcohol, please be responsible. Do not drink and handle fireworks. Do not drink and drive, or drink and swim. Consumption of alcohol not only puts you and others at risk while driving, but you're also at heightened risk of drowning if intoxicated while swimming. Please be careful this 4th of July and have a safe and happy holiday. I'll turn it over now to Lieutenant Holmes.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Commissioner Harris mentioned, fireworks are illegal in Baltimore City. But I really would like everyone to remember that they are very dangerous. Over the past several years, fireworks have caused life-changing injuries. There are no safe fireworks out there. Thousands of injuries are seen in the emergency room each year during fireworks being mishandled. Causes of range from small and large contribute to 11% of emergency room treatments. Sparklers are not safe. Kids can be injured by them. Temperatures from sparklers can reach up to 2,000 degrees. Baltimore, we're back. Firework displays returns this year at the Inner Harbor, and we hope that everyone visits to help decrease the usage of independent fireworks throughout Baltimore City. Visit the Inner Harbor and enjoy the firework display. If residents are interested in helping this neighborhood shine, we hope strongly to urge and consider safe alternatives. Glow sticks, noisemakers, confetti balloons, and other setups, projectors outside to enjoy the fireworks from at home or online. Whatever you do, please make sure that you celebrate safely and enjoy yourself this year during the fireworks and during the 4th of July. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Councilman Stokes.
Mayor Scott, Commissioner Harrison, President Mosby, the Health Department had already emphasized caution. What we're saying is come down to the Inner Harbor, enjoy yourself where the fireworks are done professionally. I don't want to look at the news and hear about our young people, somebody had their hand blown off or they have these burns because they're using the fireworks, what the President Mosby said, in the backyard, in the cookout in front of their house. So we want to make sure that everybody is safe here in Baltimore. It was in a national news station that said they actually have a shortage of fireworks, and I hope they do. Thank you, and I'll turn this over to Chief Roman Clark.
Well, now I'll take it. Now we'll take questions. Questions, anybody? Oh, hold on one second. Avajoy.
Mic check.
You good?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you will have the answer to this, but after 2 years away, do you guys have any indication of how many people will be coming down to the Inner Harbor?
Well, we know there'll be lots and lots and lots, and we'll be welcoming them there. We're going to have everything in place. We'll be there. There's safety plan, all the things that we have when we have large-scale events, and we want everyone to come out and enjoy themselves.
Okay. A question for the Commissioner. We have seen recent incidents where people are having brazen attacks with officers right there in the vicinity. Is it a really hard goal to reassure people that they will be safe when they come down to the Inner Harbor?
Well, what you've seen is, and what I want people to know, is that in every one of those cases where police were right there, in many of them we were right there to apprehend the person who did it so we can hold people accountable. This will be no different. We have a robust deployment strategy in downtown every night this week through the 4th of July, and we have a robust deployment strategy everywhere across the city. looking for people igniting fireworks, shooting guns in the air, and we will be taking swift and strong action when we find those people doing that.
And I have a follow-up for you. Yesterday, we saw crews who were out putting up signs to let people know the fireworks are coming. When I was driving by City Hall just now, I saw what seemed to be a mobile solar-powered system with cameras. Is this something that we can expect to see deployed around the city for you guys to keep watching what's happening?
Every tool in our toolbox we will be using to include mobile cameras, mobile lighting, anything that can help us see what we otherwise wouldn't be able to see so we can keep people safe.
I also have a question for the Commissioner. Will the department be receiving help from outside law enforcement agencies? If so, who and how will they be assisting?
Well, we have regular assistance on a regular basis from the Sheriff's Department, from school police, MDTA, and that will be the same for this weekend, all across the city and especially downtown.
Will your mobile command unit be deployed?
The mobile command unit, if operable, will be deployed in multiple areas across the city throughout the weekend.
And my last question, the department has released some surveillance pictures in recent shootings. We had the one in Fells Point, the other, the triple shooting at the shopping plaza. Any developments from releasing those pictures in either case?
We have some developments. I think you heard us talk about solving the case in the Fells Point. The other one on Broadway Street is still under investigation. No arrests there as of yet. And detectives are still following leads. We need more information from people who would have seen or heard something. We need them to call us right away about that. All right.
As we've been listening in, Baltimore officials here just reminding all of their residents, while illegal fireworks aren't supposed to be going off, they know that there's a lot of people who definitely try to celebrate the holiday weekend with fireworks, trying to give some safety tips surrounding that. We've been hearing from a lot of our local officials from all over the United States, just reminding everyone to be as safe as possible when it comes to your weekend celebrations. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here with you as we continue giving you more top stories happening all across the country. We have all been closely paying attention to the war that has now been raging on for more than 120 days in Ukraine as Russia's attack only continues on. More airstrikes continue to be reported. And here to give us some more insight into what's been happening is Mark Savchuk. He's been a friend to Live Now from Fox. He's joining us from Kyiv, Ukraine. And Mark, I know that you said you don't have very many updates when it comes to different subjects, but of course we're just interested to hear how you guys are doing as this continues to be an attack on your country, on the people, day in and day out from the Russian troops.
Right. Thank you for having me. Sure. No. We do have updates. It's just our talking points are basically the same. So what has been happening for the last month or so? There is a very grinding war of attrition in the east. That is primarily focused on two cities. They're very small towns, actually, Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Those are basically like the last chunk of Luhansk region that Russia wants to occupy. They don't really bear any strategic significance or whatsoever. So when you hear that Ukrainian forces have left the towns, these two towns, it just means that it is easier for us to defend other points, because at Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, they almost encircle those cities, and it becomes very dangerous. Obviously, we don't want our forces to be encircled. And when they are surrounded by three sides, it means that they can shell artillery from three sides, which is also leads to extra losses. So that's why we are backing down from them to make a more defensible front line, because eventually we understand that this is a lone war and we need to save the lives of our soldiers, and losing a town or two in a lone war doesn't really mean anything. So for us, we are focused on a strategic goal to inflict as much losses for Russian army as possible, and at the same time not to lose a lot of equipment and people. So that is what is happening right now at Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. And these are the most active parts of the front. Now, if you go to the north, you will see battles near Kharkiv. Kharkiv is a very large city, one of the biggest in Ukraine. It's been heavily shelled from Russian territory. And there you have sort of a tug of war, positioning warfare. Yes, exactly. Now you see the images from Kharkiv. Unfortunately, rockets are landing on the roofs of the buildings, as you can see. Now, they are actually none have any strategic advantage, neither Russian troops nor Ukrainian troops. But what we can see is that Russians failed to advance to any strategic level or whatsoever. All we do there is basically fight over several villages, and either we capture them and hold them for 1 week, or then the Russians capture them and hold them for 1 week. Now, if you go to the south, you see two front lines, one near Zaporozhye city. There we actually advance very slowly at a snail pace, basically. We do capture a village like in 2 weeks or something like that. So we have a small advantage there. And the last one, the most western part of the front, will be near Kherson. And this is actually the area where we got more victories. We have recaptured more territory over there. I would say that this is quite a successful part of the front line, given that our troops have a huge deficit in artillery and shells. So actually making any advances in a situation where you have a huge deficit in artillery and shells is, it's a marvel on its own. So this is what's happening on the front line right now.
And speaking of the front line, today the United States announced another $820 million in aid going to be sent to Ukraine. This does include some missile systems. But you said you've been talking closely with those who are on the front lines. What are some of the biggest needs you have that just aren't being met, even though these aid packages continue to come in?
So this is very important to communicate correctly. So the aid package that has been announced by US today includes really good anti-air systems that are desperately needed in Ukraine. As you heard, President Zelensky has said it after the G7 and NATO summit. If you see cruise missiles hitting civilian targets in Ukraine, it means Ukraine needs more anti-air systems. And of course, he's correct. If we can't fortify our capital or biggest cities, it means that we're going to lose people, and this is just unacceptable. So these two NASAMS anti-aircraft systems are incredible. This is very useful. But when we're talking about the large war in the East, as we have now been discussing, Ukraine desperately needs artillery. 155 millimeters, and I will explain why. So I'm sure you've heard that recently, in the past month, self-prepared artillery have been supplied to Ukraine and from different European countries. Caesars from France, PHZ 2000 from Germany and from Netherlands, additional Paladins from United Kingdom. And this is actually great because this kind of artillery is incredibly high quality, and also it is self-propelled, meaning that it's moving on its own chassis, which is super cool. But Ukraine has started a war with already a deficit in artillery and shells. So what is happening right now? The artillery that is supplied by the West is sort of, it doesn't replenish the losses, you see? And the artillery that we have started the war is a Soviet type artillery. It's 152 millimeters. You see, NATO standard is 155 millimeters. Soviet standard is 152 millimeters. So there are two big problems with this Soviet artillery. First, we don't have shells for it, because the only country that produces them is Russia. Obviously, they won't give it to us. So we have a huge deficit in shells. So even though we have cannons, we can't really use them because we simply don't have shells. Currently, 155 millimeter shells in Ukraine outnumber the 152 millimeter shells that we have. That's point number one. Point number two, after 4 months of heavy usage, most of these howitzers that are Soviet type that we have started the war with are not suitable anymore for accurate fires. When you have a howitzer and you shoot with it for 4 months, it starts to deform. And so the accuracy diminishes quite quickly. So even though we have those Soviet howitzers, we can't really use them accurately. And when we do shoot them, they are not really accurate because we don't have, because they have been firing for 4 months and we don't have shells. So what we desperately need right now is to completely change all the Soviet artillery that we have started the war with to NATO standard. And those would be roughly, I'm saying very rough numbers, but around 500 howitzers. This is what's desperately needed to completely stop the Russians. So if we have that artillery, Russians will simply lose the ability to advance because at any point of the front line, we will have efficient firepower and sufficient firepower to stop any kind of advances. So this is why I've been saying that despite the fact that this package of 8 is incredibly useful, anti-counter battery radars is incredibly useful. This is how we can fight back. Anti-aircraft systems are desperately needed, very, very much appreciated for those. But we really, really need those artillery howitzers because those at today's war are bread and butter. This is the main damage dealers. That's why.
And as you're talking about some of those needs, especially when it comes to some of those areas that have been really impacted the hardest, are some of those areas a concern of, okay, this might not become Ukrainian territory when this war does conclude at the end? You know, there's been a lot of talk of that as well, that it might just be claimed by Russia and then new lines would be drawn once the war comes to a finish.
We actually don't really think that because our army has absolutely laser focus on completely returning the whole area of Ukraine. And to be honest, like 90% of Ukrainians, if you look at the polls, are completely convinced in Ukrainian victory. So the key to this victory consists of 3 things. First, is the increase in training of Ukrainian troops. And this is actually what Prime Minister of United Kingdom has already suggested. And that is being slowly implemented. He said that they are prepared to train 10,000 Ukrainian troops every 120 days. That's his words. So if we will be able to train the large number of troops, which is what British Prime Minister is suggesting, we will be able to eventually increase our military to about 1 million people. This is the target of our Ministry of Defense. And this is actually sufficiently enough to completely defeat Russian forces in Ukraine. As I've said, despite the huge deficiency in artillery, we managed to push them back at Kherson. So this, you know, we're already producing marvels. Need I remind you that lots of Western specialists and experts were saying that Ukraine will only last for 3 days. Now it has been 120 days, and they have already retreated from Kiev, from Chernihiv, from Sumy, from Kharkiv. So as you can see, that Ukrainian forces are incredibly potent, and the only reason why they're not pushing back is that because they simply don't have enough firepower to do so. So the point number 1 is teaching Ukrainian troops how to fight because we have so many new mobilized troops, and these people are not educated in warfare. But I'm sure the West will help in this, as the British Prime Minister suggested. The second part is the financial aid, because unfortunately, as we all know, war is incredibly expensive. Ukraine is quite a poor country, and you know, Russian military is insane in size. So of course, Ukraine needs financial assistance to pay the salaries of those people, you know, to buy the petrol for tanks, to maintain all its huge military, because you know, right now Ukrainian military is the largest military in Europe. So of course, the costs are great. So the second part is the financial aid. And currently, the West is supplying proper financial aid. So I think that thing is okay. The third very important part is, of course, the military assistance. Now that is also being provided by the West. You know, basically, if you get all the military aid that we've got in 120 days, it's basically like getting all the German army and transporting it to Ukraine. So the numbers have been insane. We've got about close to 300 tanks. We've got several hundred APCs. We have about 150 self-propelled howitzers and 150 howitzers that have to be propelled by machines. So overall, about 300 cannons. So these are huge numbers. But the problem is that we are fighting, a huge army, A, and B, Russians managed to replenish all the reserves because they have just so much. Russia sits on the heritage of a Cold War Soviet machine, and obviously it has thousands more tanks. We have already destroyed 1,500 tanks of Russia. This is more than 8 times that Germany has. Or 7 times that Germany has. 7 times, and it's still not enough. They still bring more. So the scale of this war is just insane. So we are absolutely sure that we will be able to push them back. We will be able to reclaim all of our towns. We just need military support, financial support, and military assistance in terms of educating the new troops. And we are absolutely 100% convinced that we will be able to push them back.
Well, and as you're pointing out, too, it doesn't matter the size of the Russian army and the equipment that they're able to replenish so fast when you have the Ukrainian morale, because that has definitely been something the entire country has been so supportive of, is all of their troops on the front lines. They've been really lending a hand where they can, and many of the people also staying there in the country as it's being hit with airstrikes as well. So the morale has continued on now into day 127, still very high. And as you said, in the end, you feel like it's going to be a success for Ukrainians.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, seriously, more than 90% believe that, we are going to completely win the Russians. So, and I understand why, because look, the first couple of weeks were super hard. And when we have understood that we have actually stopped them, near Kiev, that they're not advancing anymore. Look, I have been having interviews with Western TV's channels 5 times a day. Seriously, all the time. People were asking look, there is a Russian column of 60 kilometers or something. Are you afraid in Kiev, that you will be, bombarded day and night or something like that? And I said, no. We know that we will be able to fight back, but just we see the results already. The losses of Russia's army have been mounting up at absolutely insane proportion. We have already killed more than 30,000 people, more than 30,000 soldiers. It's insane. And having a multiple of 3, this is just like a standard multiple of losses when one army is engaged in another attacking, it means that they have close to 90,000 wounded. This is just insane. The level of losses that Russia has is just purely insane. And you can see that they don't have enough resources to wage war on all sides of Ukraine. So that's why they have retreated from Kiev. That's why they have retreated from Chernihiv, from Sumy, and from Kharkiv, because they need all those resources. And what are they doing now? They're throwing all those resources to basically take one city, Severodonetsk, and then maybe take Lysychansk. Wow. This just shows how not efficient their forces are. So, of course, we're sure in our victory. All we need is basically resources. We need financial aid, we need more military assistance, and we need more education, because we have drafted into our military more than 500,000 people. Obviously, those people don't know how to fight because they don't, they were never prepared for it, but they really want to learn. And, I'm really happy to say that lots of Western instructors are willing to provide assistance in that area. And Ukrainian army is really catching up super quickly. And you can see, that all the Russian forces can do right now is basically fight for one city. This is it. And you have already said that the morale is important. Of course, it's important. It's huge. But also what counts is the level of equipment and the level of weaponry. Russian military is quite old. Yes, it's in some cases it's good, but because the West has completely banned all exports into Russia that can be used in military industry, they basically can't do anything 21st century. All their tanks are basically 90s or 80s generation. So they're quite old. Yes, there are still tanks and they're like freaking thousands of them. But, when you have javelins, when you have NLAWs, when you have HIMARS, advanced multiple rocket launch systems, you can engage them very efficiently. So that is why we are completely convinced that if Western support will continue, we will be able to win, because we have been already fighting with these new weapons against the Russians, and we have succeeded. And we're sure that we will succeed in the future.
I just love hearing the positive attitude, especially as you know, it only takes a little bit more training. It takes a little bit more of those weapons that you guys need on the front lines to really finish what has been started by Vladimir Putin. I do want to ask, though, real quick, too, Mark, finally, on just speaking about imports and exports. What is it like for the food crisis there in Ukraine? Is it being handled okay with all the aid that's being provided? I know there's a lot of groups around the world that have been trying to get more medical aid and food and resources into the country as well, and especially out to some of those areas that have been impacted the hardest.
That's actually a good question. I think the biggest problem we had were in the very beginning parts of the war. Why? Because the Russians have severed several logistics lines in Ukraine. So I think that was the most difficult part. That was the part when Ukraine really needed humanitarian aid. But right now, to be honest, all the main communication lines are working. As I said, the front line has stabilized, right? So all the cities and all the big places where basically all the people have been evacuated to, they are supplied with aid, and all the infrastructure is working well so far, at least. So I haven't seen any problems or desperate situation with supplies to people. So what I think is important going further into the war is providing enough financial assistance so that the central government can basically, pay unemployment benefits to the people who have been forcefully removed from their homes. I think this is the most important part, because look, if you take, for example, Kharkiv as an example, it's a huge city, it has more than 1 million people, residents there. Obviously, lots and lots of people there have moved to the east, to the western part of the country, because they imagine that you're a mother of 2 children. Obviously, you want to save your children, so you will take them and go to the western part of the country that is safe. But when you go, say into Lviv or Ivano-Frankovsk, you don't really have a job there at the moment, because Ukraine is going through a huge financial crisis. Obviously, because it's a war, our GDP is going to contract about 40% this year because of the war. So there is not a lot of opportunities in terms of jobs. So this mother of 2 children, she will need to have support from central government in order to sustain herself. This is not her fault, right? So, and I think that if the West will provide enough financial aid so that these people can be paid some fixed income for some part of the time while Ukraine is readjusting to this war, this will be fine. And I go to shops every day. Everything is working fine. Even though Russians have completely destroyed our oil industry. As you know, they have completely wiped out all refineries in Ukraine. So 100% of diesel, 100% of petrol is being imported. And even though this is the situation, the life of big cities like Kiev, like Dnipro, like Zaporizhia, that are only 100 kilometers away from the front line, it's fine. It's more or less like pre-war, at least in Kiev for sure. So I don't think there's a huge problem in food crisis or that people desperately need humanitarian aid. I think this is a question of providing enough resources for the central government to provide aid to the people who actually need it. And those would be, in most cases, are people who have been forced to move from eastern parts of the country to the west because they want to save their children.
Yeah, and as you mentioned too, this is just one more way that you guys can look forward to the future for when this war does come to an end, so that you guys can rebuild and have that sustainable income to help move your lives back to hopefully some normalcy for those families who did have to get out of those regions. So we do appreciate all the updates, especially as you're giving us so much expertise and knowledge into what's been happening there on the front lines and right there inside of Ukraine. We do appreciate your time, Mark Savchuk, again joining us from Kyiv. Any last words for our viewers who may be watching here with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, very soon there is going to be a 4th of July. So Ukraine really wants to say thank you to the, I would say even civilized world. I mean, because, what's happened in Ukraine is so black and white. There is absolutely nothing that can justify this war. It's simply one man who's completely gone out of insane, and with his huge propaganda machine, he brainwashed millions of people who want to kill, all my citizens of my country. So this is unfortunate tragedy for the whole world because it has caused so much suffering, and the West have been helping us a lot. And without your aid, without your help, even moral help, actually, we would have lost already this war. So it's really important for us to say thank you, and believe me, we do. It's like Ukraine is also the land of the free and the home of the brave. So, thank you very much, United States, for your help. And, we are really looking forward to rebuilding our country after the victory that we will definitely come to together.
Well, and as you said, too, you guys deserve to celebrate that freedom, and hopefully that day will come here soon. We appreciate your time, Mark Savchuk. Thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. And finally, Slava Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
All right, Live Now from Fox going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll bring you more top stories across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A beautiful picture of the skyline in New York City. We will be on standby for an announcement from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. That's something we can expect to happen here soon. But did want to take us out to Long Island. Officials are talking about ahead of the holiday weekend. They know a lot of people are going to be headed to the beach, but they do have a warning. And it's not about anything happening on land, but also what you could run into in the water. They do have patrols up in the air and also other tools that they're using to keep track of sharks. Let's go ahead, listen into that press conference from our officials again in Long Island, New York, here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. I'm Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. We're here at beautiful Nickerson Beach. We are looking forward to a great summer of fun in the water. Our beach is open, and as you can see, people are coming in droves to enjoy one of the finest beaches in the world. However, yesterday there was a reported shark attack 1 mile to the east of here in Jones Beach. A 40-year-old man was swimming. He had a bite, we think, and he was treated at Nassau University Medical Center and thankfully released. I want to stress to everybody that it is safe to go in the ocean. However, just like crossing the street, you have to take precautions. When you cross the street, you're supposed to go to the corner. You're supposed to pay attention to the traffic control device. You're supposed to stay in the crosswalk. Same thing here at the beach when you go in the ocean. Don't go in alone. Go in with only a lifeguard. Make sure that you know your surrounding circumstances. Be aware. Be aware of everything around you. It could be a rogue wave, it could be a riptide, or it could be marine wildlife. So I want to stress again that shark attacks on Long Island are very rare, but we have to take precautions. And with that, one of the precautions that we're taking in Nassau County is we are increasing our patrols of the waters around Nassau County, especially on the ocean. We have, as you can see in the background, our Aviation Bureau is out with their helicopters. We have here a drone that will be flying over the beach and over the ocean to make sure that we have a good picture of what's going on. And we will also have patrols with our Marine Division in their boats. And as you can see to the rear of me, we have our great Nassau County Police Department, who always does a great job keeping us safe. They're going to continue to do that all summer long here at Nickerson Beach and all around Nassau County. In addition, we have a great partnership with the townships in Nassau County, specifically the town of Hempstead, the town of Oyster Bay, and the town of North Hempstead, who also have waterfronts, and we work in partnership. The town of Hempstead and the town of Oyster Bay and the town of North Hempstead have bay constables that work hand in hand with our police officers. So without further ado, I'd like us to hear from our partners in government. First, the great supervisor from the town of Oyster Bay, who also has oceanfront, and we work very well together, Joe Saladino.
Thank you, County Executive Bruce Blakeman, for protecting our residents, and thank you to the dedication of the members of the Nassau County Police Department. Look, it's Independence Day weekend, and throughout this weekend and throughout this summer, we're asking people to be shark smart. The marine biologists tell us that it is a very low probability that you'll get attacked by a shark, statistically and every other way. But it doesn't mean that you should take it lightly. We know that a shark attack could cause anything from permanent scars on an ankle to the loss of a leg, to the loss of a limb, to the loss of your life, usually from someone bleeding to death right there on the beach. So it's very important that people take proper precautions. Always swim in a group. Avoid water at night and anywhere where people are fishing. Don't enter the water if you're bleeding. And most of all, take the lifeguards' instructions seriously. We'll be doing that at our beaches, at Tobay Beach and at the beaches throughout the town of Oyster Bay. And we especially thank the partnership of County Executive Bruce Blakeman and the Nassau County Police Department. I know fishermen. They tell me all the time they catch dusky sharks, bull sharks, thresher sharks right in these waters. But the probability is very low, and people can feel safe to go in the water. But always use the precautions. We don't want a loss of life ruining our weekend or our summer, and we certainly are here to protect you. Thank you to our police department, and thank you very much for your dedication to our safety. With County Executive Bruce Blakeman at the helm, we feel much safer. Be safe, enjoy the weekend, and don't worry, just be shark smart.
Thank you very much, Joe. And again, as the supervisor said, it is safe to swim in the ocean. I am going in the ocean this weekend. All we're talking about here is precautions and letting people know that we will be doing our job with the helicopters, the drones, the Marine Bureau, our lifeguards, and of course the Bay Constables in partnership with the towns. Also with us is the supervisor of the town of North Hempstead, who also has property that she is in charge of that is on the water in the Long Island Sound, Supervisor Jen DeSena.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We're about to kick off a great time in Nassau County, and I'm so thankful to County Executive Blakeman and the other town supervisors and Nassau County Police for pooling our resources to educate the public. Most important, as has been said, is swim together, listen to the lifeguards, and don't swim after dark. We will have our Bay Constables out there to protect us on the North Shore, and of course we will have some of our North Hempstead residents coming to enjoy the ocean on the South Shore. So please, let's all enjoy this wonderful time, look out for each other, call 911 if you need help, and help each other. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Jen. And to elaborate on the precautions that we've taken in Nassau County, to come up with me for any additional information that you may need, and to, again, tell you the steps that have been taken to protect our residents. We have our Deputy Police Commissioner, Kevin Smith. Kevin?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good to see you. So our mission here in the police department is to observe, to report, to caution people, and to take action where it's appropriate. That's done by air, sea, and land. You see the resources that we have behind me. We've got the Polaris vehicle here, right here, that you can see behind me. Not only does it have life-saving equipment on it, but in the event that something tragic were to happen, our officers carry tourniquets and everything else with them. And the police medics aren't that far away. Okay, so our air bureau is overhead. Our drones, where appropriate, are to be used when the helicopters aren't around. We can't have a conflict there. Our Marine Bureau is on the water and the channels, and our beach patrols, like we have behind us, are on the shoreline observing the beach, not only for any kind of activity with people, but also on sea to see what's going on. So we always ask the public to be vigilant. That goes for being around the water as well. It's a different environment. I'm not going swimming where I see people surf casting. There are fishermen in there trying to attract fish. They're using lures, and they're catching fish. Now, what kind of fish they're catching, I don't know, but it may draw in larger fish. Okay, so I'm not swimming where I see ripples are churning in the water, because that could be schools of fish. And again, they bring other fishes in as well. Some people refer to them as bait fish for larger fish. Okay, so those are a couple of things. Birds sitting on the water, birds dive bombing into the water. They're attracted by fish, and that's what they're going after. So you don't want to be mixed up in where there's schools of fish and everything else. And some of those smaller variety of fish do nip at people as well. So these are the conditions that can draw in more predatory fish that we have to be concerned about. We're not seeing that yet. There's a few isolated incidents. There were a few isolated incidents last year as well. But when you're in doubt, you talk to the lifeguards. Only swim where the lifeguards are. They're approachable. They're knowledgeable at the water. They can tell you about the conditions. They can tell you about riptides. And, of course, they're constantly scanning the water for activity that might be out there, that might be some danger to us. It's everybody's job to report what occurs, to report danger in the water. Someone mentioned dial 911. Absolutely. We're in coordination with all of our partners here, both all of the towns, all right, the Coast Guard, Jones Beach, the state officials, and when our Marine Bureau or our Air Bureau or anybody else sees something, it immediately gets reported and spread about all the resources so that we can tell people whether they get out of the water, what the conditions are. And we're also counting on you to send that message out today as well. So going forward, have a great 4th of July. You know, as the county executive said, he's going to be in the water. I know I'm going to be in the water as well. Have a very safe 4th of July. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Let's start over here. Go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned about the shark yesterday, I believe. Was it a shark? Did anyone see a shark? Can you elaborate what kind it could have been if the man was bitten?
So the reports that we have right now are that there is no explanation as to how he got his injuries. When he was transported to Nassau University Medical Center, the surgeons that were treating him thought that it looked like a fish bite, probably a shark bite. It's not 100%, but there was a level of concern. Yeah, I believe it was on his leg that there was a laceration, and there may have been a fracture of the bone, but I'll get back to you with the exact injury. Yes, there is a flag warning system that's in place. I believe it's purple. When the purple flag is up, that means that there is some kind of natural marine danger, and at that point, you should not go in the water. Obviously, you should check with the lifeguards. The lifeguards will be very proactive. And again, if you think you see a shark in the water, you can call 911. We'll either go investigate it by ship, by drone, or by helicopter, or from the beach. But again, I want to stress that it is safe. This 4th of July weekend, we want people to come to the beaches, especially after coronavirus. And we just want you to be careful, know your surroundings. Yes, the beach was closed for a certain period of time. I'm not sure exactly how long, but that's usually the protocol, is the beach will be closed until an examination of the surrounding waters can take place to ensure that there is no shark activity in those waters. Yeah, but basically, we have a situation where we have miles and miles and miles of shoreline. And one of the great things about Long Island is what a great place it is to fish. So we would not ban that. We can all, survive together. It's just that if you're swimming, don't swim there where people are fishing, because they're throwing bait in the water and they're trying to attract fish. And you can attract sharks as well as fish that wouldn't be dangerous. So when there's a lot of fish around, basically the sharks chase the schools of fish. So we want you to be careful about that. We've had whales come in here because they're chasing fish. So you can get whales, you can get dolphins. With respect to the question before about how many shark sightings there were, we have them periodically. Most of the time, they're not shark. They could be dolphins, or they could be some other marine wildlife. But we take every precaution when we get those reports, and we make sure that that the beach is clear before we let people back in. Not as yet. We are managing it right now. There's a nationwide lifeguard shortage. We are partnering with the towns to lower the age for the lifeguards in the wading pools to 15 years of age to attract more lifeguards. And we will have a plan in place for next summer where we're actually going to go to high schools and recruit people to get the certification for both the pools and the tougher certification for an ocean lifeguard. Yeah, well, we've increased the patrols. As you can see, we have a helicopter in the air right now, so we're patrolling the area. We have our drones that we're going to use as well, and we've increased the patrols of our Marine Bureau. Basically, when you have a weekend like 4th of July, it's all hands on deck. We have fireworks at Eisenhower Park tonight. I encourage everybody to come to that. It's going to be a great show. And our beaches are what really attract people to Long Island. So we are definitely increasing our patrols. We're upping our game to make sure that everybody's safe.
And the drones go up. If you see a shark sighting, or they're periodically going to go up?
I believe they go up periodically. Deputy?
So the drones can't be up in the air at the same time as the helicopters. That's kind of a given, all right? But what will happen is if we get a report, the helicopter's busy on, let's say, an aided case, we could send a drone up there to take a look at the situation. Have them go offshore a little bit. We have our guys here that can do that, and we'll be doing that periodically. And if we get calls about sightings, then we'll put them up as well. The pilots use their eyeballs. It's daylight. The water's a lot clearer. That's what they do.
All right, thanks, guys.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. So those officials doing warnings to watch out in the water this holiday weekend for sharks. Coming up on final moments of trading here, just a little bit more than 15 minutes to go. And you can see what a rally it has been there to close out the week and start the new month off there, as it is more than 300 points up in the green. We'll continue to follow it to the end of the trading day. When we come back, we'll take you out live to New York. We do have the governor, Kathy Hochul, speaking. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you out to New York right now, where the governor is talking about last week's Roe v. Wade Supreme Court overruling. And right now we are listening to her about the next actions New York is going to take there in their legislation.
Hazel and Brian and my entire team and Avi, they're just extraordinary individuals. So our legislative shop, our policy team, our communications team, all changed their plans this week, as did all of you, and I'm grateful for the media that is here today. And it's been tough. It's been tough, but necessary. So, as you know, we're here because of a set of Supreme Court rulings that came down literally in the last day or two of session. And it was heartbreaking. It was a difficult week for our nation and for the people we represent here in New York. And I would say, with respect to the Dobbs decision, it was the biggest setback for women's rights in modern history. So what we had to do is adapt to the circumstances, recognize there's a lot of fear and anxiety, and it was palpable. I was out in subway stops and farmers markets and just people coming up to me, women coming up to young women, literally just throwing their arms around my neck and just some of them sobbing. It was very hard for people to anticipate a post-Roe world. despite the fact that in New York we feel protected, but there's always that underlying anxiety. But what if Washington does something else? What if there's a change in leadership in our nation's capital? So they're scared. They're scared. And they're looking to us for leaders and for leadership. And I want to thank everyone who stepped up, my partners in state government, extraordinary. The work that they did, Speaker Carl Heastie, Majority Leader Andre Stewart-Cousins of the Senate, coming together to help us fight back. And so we knew what we had to do. We had already called an extraordinary session, and they literally are called extraordinary sessions, to deal with the cessation of our right to deal with concealed carry guns the way we choose to after 100 years. I'll talk about that in a minute. But as part of our fighting back to protect women's reproductive freedoms here in the state of New York, at 2 a.m. I issued a proclamation to say that in this extraordinary session we'll not only deal with the issue of making changes in our law to deal with the concealed carry decision last week, but also to allow for there to be an amendment to our state constitution to protect the rights that we hold dear in the state, the right to reproductive freedom. The Equality Amendment, which Senator Liz Krueger has been a champion for years and years and years, finally received word at 2 a.m. that there had been a conceptual agreement between the two houses, and that's when we took the action to allow the consideration of this during this time frame that we have before us, which was late last night, today, and it's being worked on now. And that basically permits discrimination on a number of, I guess, a number of reasons, including pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes. And so that is going to protect reproductive health in the state of New York for generations to come, and we'll continue with the legislature to get over the finish line, which we expect hopefully in the next few hours. I know the Senate had been working hard, wrapping things up, and now the Assembly is in session. So dealing with that, middle of the night, made the adjustment. Good news. Happy to wrap that one up. But also, the purpose we gathered after I heard the Supreme Court decision last Thursday. Seems like an eternity ago. We heard that, and I said, I will bring back this session. I will get the legislature back, and we'll start up again, and to adapt and make the changes necessary after the Supreme Court overturned our concealed carry law. Again, on the books in the state, working well, working successfully for over 100 years. And because with the stroke of a pen, they removed long-standing limitations that we were able to use in the state of New York to make smart decisions on who should have the right to carry a weapon. Literally, concealed carry means a hidden weapon. And so we believe that gun laws like those have made New York State safer and has made us the fifth lowest, we're the lowest, fifth lowest state in the nation in terms of firearm-related deaths. Okay, reminder, there's 50 states. New York State, with our sensible gun safety laws, including the concealed carry law we had on the books for 100 years, had us as the fifth lowest in the nation in terms of firearm-related deaths. So the CDC national data shows that there's far fewer people killed in states like New York where we have strong gun laws. Compared to other states that have very limited, if any, restrictions at all on who can receive guns, background checks, concealed carry opportunities, New York State has a small number, 5 per 100,000 of deaths from firearms. Now, how does that compare with other states? Mississippi has 28.6 deaths per 100,000, Louisiana 26 per 100,000, Wyoming 20, I can go on and on. So those are the states that have minimal gun safety restrictions, minimal compared to us. And what has happened? The whole argument that the more people who have weapons will stop the bad guys with a gun because the good guy has a gun. You've heard this argument. It doesn't work. The data shows that that is a false argument. We have the statistics that show that. Because the takeaway we get from those data is that you're 4 or 5 times more likely to be killed by guns in those states than you are in the state of New York. And there's another important statistic that I want to share with you. And this is the one about states that perform their own background checks, something I'll be talking about as part of our new law when it's passed. States that perform their own background checks. Now, right now, the federal government has their own backgrounds, point of contact, point of sale. You want to purchase a pistol, for example, you have to go through it's very quick background check at the point of sale. So the states that actually are doing it on their own and I believe there's 13 states that do it on their own, instead of relying just on the federal database. And what does this give you access to? When states do it on their own, they have a 27% reduction in firearm suicides and a 22% reduction in overall homicides. So what's clear is there's also an opportunity for states that are serious about protecting their citizens, like New York, where we can say, we should be able to take this over. We don't need the feds to do the work. We will do it here in the state of New York, where we can have access to our state database as well as the federal database. So I just want to demonstrate, again, through statistics, because the data will tell the story. We're talking about the need for more common sense gun safety measures, not fewer. Because think about this scenario in light of what the Supreme Court decision just did. Imagine you're on a crowded subway and you bang into somebody inadvertently, tempers flare, and the person that you banged into happens to be carrying a concealed weapon. Imagine you're in a bar, someone starts a fight, they have a concealed weapon on them. Imagine you're in Times Square visiting with your family, you're on the way to a show with your family, and you're surrounded by people with concealed weapons. Does that make you feel more or less safe? I think we all know the answer to those questions. And again, the numbers don't lie. According to data published 2 days ago by the National Bureau of Economic Research, there's a 29% increase in firearm violent crimes when citizens are given the right to carry handguns. I will repeat that. 29% increase in firearm violent crimes when citizens are given the right to carry handguns. So that brings us here to today. As you know, many of you covered the fact that just a couple weeks ago we signed nation-leading laws into place, the toughest gun laws in America. You have to be older to buy an AR-15, no longer an 18-year-old. We expanded our red flag laws, and we're doing whatever it takes to protect our citizens. But what the Supreme Court did in the Bruen decision is totally, absolutely 100% out of touch with what New Yorkers want and what they need. So over this last week, I mentioned round the clock, extraordinary team, extraordinary hard work in preparation of an extraordinary session. My team has been working with our partners to craft gun safety legislation. And as a result of our quick work and collaboration with my partners, again, Majority Leader Andre Stewart-Cousins, Speaker Carl Heastie, our state will continue to keep New Yorkers safe from harm, even despite this setback from the Supreme Court. So minutes ago, maybe probably an hour ago now, the Senate passed our proposed bill by a vote of 43 to 20. I've outlined a couple days ago, I outlined our conceptual agreements, but we've been fine-tuning through the night, but now that they're about to become law, I want to go through them again. We are creating a definitive list of sensitive locations where individuals will not be able to carry firearms. Common sense. Schools, summer camps, libraries, daycares, parks, and playgrounds, places children gather. Theaters, museums, entertainment venues, places of worship or with religious observation, polling places, educational institutions, and health and medical facilities. Federal, state, local government buildings, homeless and domestic violence shelters, places where alcohol is consumed, restaurants, bars, public transportation, subway, buses, airports, and at public demonstrations and rallies, and in Times Square. We are making no open carry the default position for private businesses. That means that any business, grocery store, retail, private home, place that wants to allow guns on their premises will have to demonstrate that and establish that they put a sign out there that says, concealed carry guns are welcome here. Don't know how many we'll see, but that's exactly, we're going to give them the option, because what we're trying to do is protect the legitimate rights of private property owners by telling them they don't have to have someone walk into their establishment with a concealed weapon, ramping up their anxiety, causing great concern, and they don't deserve that. We are respecting private property owner rights. So we're standing up for their rights, the business owner, the rights of their patrons, the rights of their employees, and the rights of the public. We're also going to be expanding the disqualifying criteria for a permit. For example, if you have a history of dangerous behavior, you shouldn't be able to get a gun. Full stop, period. It's just common sense. We're updating our safe storage laws in anticipation that more people, because of this decision, will be able to be certified to have a concealed carry permit. And that means a lot of guns are transported in cars. Well, guess where the criminals know where guns are and they can steal them. So you have to be able to demonstrate you can lock them up in your car, because a high percentage of stolen guns are taken from stolen cars, as well as in homes. I mean, right now, the majority of, I think it's 67,000 permit owners in the state of New York, have their permits limited to residential for their own protection, safety, their families. We are saying that we're changing the law from homes that have children 16 and under are required to store the guns in a safe place to 18-year-olds, again, because we are seeing a real increase in suicides from teenagers, and the accessibility of unlocked up firearms in the home is a point of danger for them, so it's necessary. We're also fixing something. We're updating our definition of body armor to include any form of soft or hard body armor that protects against gunfire, and prohibiting the sale except for those who need it for their profession. And finally, as I've said before, strengthening our gun laws doesn't just mean adding new ones. We went back and looked at our laws because I had a lot of questions about ammunition. Whatever happened to that ammunition database? You know, could there be a background check for ammunition? We're trying to figure out how to make sure we get things right here. And in our review, we determined that there's actually an old MOU that was signed related to ammunition sales after laws were passed a decade ago. It was an administration document between the prior administration and the Senate Republicans, and it blocked the state from taking critical measures to keep ammunition away from criminals. So we are literally tearing it up, and New York will now require and conduct background checks for all ammunition purchases. And we'll also be standing up an ammunition database, so law enforcement can identify and prosecute criminals and compare ammunition records against records of other databases, which identifies people convicted of felonies. We're on top of this. We know this has nothing to do with lawful gun owners, nothing to do with them at all.